Good morning from Irene Villages Cricket Club at the Irene Villages Country Club. We're about 12 kilometres due east of the famous Supersport Park cricket ground, and it's beckoning to be a beautiful day here at Irene as we have the toss for this match in the emerging inbound tri-series between the South Africa emerging team and today's opposition is the University Sport South Africa 11. On my left I have the SA emerging captain Mitchell van Buren and Leighton Trotsky, captain of the USA 11, and our match referee today, Gerry Pienaar. So Mitchell, you have the coin, please do the toss.
Tails. Tails is the call. Heads it is.
Mitchell, you've won the toss. What are you going to do?
We're going to have a bowl first, Ken.
And you're thinking behind that?
I'm not too sure, actually. I think just a new venue, first game being played here at Irene. I think maybe if there's going to be anything in the wicket, it'll probably be this morning, so we look to take advantage of that.
Was it a bit of a tougher decision this morning to bowl first compared to other days when it's felt a bit more moist? And was it a bit clearer the other days, a bit drier today?
Yeah, I guess so. I think we understand at Groenkloof the best seam conditions are up front in the morning. Not exactly sure how it's going to play today, to be honest. I'm not great at reading pitches, so we'll see how it goes. And yeah, like I mentioned, I think if there's going to be anything for our seamers, it's probably going to be this morning, so hopefully we can make good use of that.
This emerging team have made a great start to the competition. I guess it's more of the same you're looking for.
Yeah, exactly. I think we've been pretty good. We've set obviously some standards for ourselves coming into this tri-series, and we've sort of matched the intensity levels that we're looking for, and I think today's another challenge for us to make sure we get that done.
Any changes to your team?
Yeah, we got a couple changes. We got Ntando Zuma coming in. We got Sia Plaatjes back into the mix. Skulk Engelbrecht is playing today. So a couple guys are missing out and resting. A couple guys are a little bit ill, which is unfortunate. But yeah, great opportunity for the guys who've been in and around the squad who haven't got a game yet to come and showcase their skills today.
Great, thank you, Mitch. Play well.
Thanks a lot, Ken.
Enjoy.
Morning, Leighton. Batting first, is that a big issue for you? How upset are you?
I don't think I'm too upset about batting first. It is, from what I remember in my days playing in Pretoria, this is quite a good wicket, and it stays a good wicket throughout. As Mitch mentioned, in the morning it should have a little bit in it, but if we can get through that, we should be good.
And the USA 11 going down to Bangladesh, emerging in your last game. You've lost 2 now, but the team has been competitive. I mean, what do you need to do to get over the line today?
Yeah, it was an unfortunate loss, that one. I think it would have ended up being a really good game. Look, we've been chatting in our team meetings. We're playing really good cricket. It's just a matter of time until we play the perfect game. We've got a bunch of really good cricketers, so it's just a matter of time.
Any changes to your team today?
Yes, we've got a couple. Darren Baba's out. Conrad Mouton's also out. So we've got Cole Francis back in, and Caden Solomons is also back in.
Great, thanks so much. Play well.
Thank you very much.
So the news from Irene Villages Cricket Club is that the South Africa emerging team have won the toss and elected to bowl first.
Kom maar naar de vraag.
Good morning from Irene Villages Cricket Club here at the Irene Country Club as we just see the South Africa emerging team taking to the field. And the two University Sports South Africa 11 opening batsmen coming out to the crease as well. That will tell you that the USSA 11 are batting first. They were sent into bat by South Africa emerging. My name is Ken Borland, and alongside me it's a very good morning to Colin Koa. Colin, the two South African teams in this inbound emerging series taking on each other. What are you expecting from today?
Yeah, Ken, firstly, I must say good day to everyone, wherever they are listening from and wherever they are watching from. Fantastic day here at Irene Country Club. Good, beautiful weather for cricket. And, yes, as you've rightly said, South Africa emerging team won the toss and elected to bowl first. And as we see the team there on the screen with the guys about to start the game. But yeah, a fantastic game. Looking forward to it. And most part about it is this is the future of South African cricket.
Yeah, the USSA 11, you saw there, Jason Muirhead and Ludwig Skoot will open the batting. They put on 148 in 21 overs 2 days ago against Bangladesh emerging. And Prusent and Caden Solomons, the wicketkeeper, two new faces into the team today. There's the South Africa emerging team. And Colin, that's a powerful lineup, isn't it?
Yeah, powerful lineup. A bit of experience there. I mean, the opening bowler for South Africa, Halim, who will be starting from our end here, from the golf course end. Bit experience, plays for Titans. Good cricket that we're looking forward to here, Ken.
Yeah, good to see the spinner Skalk Engelbrecht, who hails from Northern Territory, back in the 11. And that's Dayan Khalim, who has enjoyed a spectacular tournament so far with both bat and ball. And he's going to open the bowling from the north end. Oh, that'll be a nice feeling for the batsman Ludwig Skoot. Getting that one straight off the middle first up.
Yeah, it's always a good one to get that one that just hits the middle of the bat. It gives you that good feeling early on with that first ball. The two umpires out there is Mr. Sadler, who's on the square leg, and Mr. Shezi, who's starting off from the bowling side. And yes, as we said, Ken, good one. Left-hander Ludwig Skoot facing Halim.
two slips in place, as you would expect when a team wins the toss and elects to bowl first. It's pretty fresh this morning still, but it's warming up steadily. And Colin, not nearly as much moisture around as there was at the Tucks Oval for the previous game. But what did you make of the decision at the toss?
Yeah, I think I just asked the coaches of the SA Emerging that what was the reasoning behind winning the toss and deciding to bowl, and they said, look, there wasn't really much thought into it, but they thought just for the sake of any cricket match, as you know, if there's anything on a strip, it will be earlier on in the day.
Bit of a inside edge there for Short. A few oohs and ahs, early enthusiasm.
Yeah, no, to all the teams earlier on in the morning will still have that energy. It's after some time we'll check in the 15th, 16th over. That's when you start really seeing if the team, that's if obviously the wickets are not falling, because once wicket starts falling, any other team gets energetic throughout. But yeah, I think early on it's what they're looking at, just not too much of a due.
First run of the match, just popped into the gap by Short, and he's underway.
Yeah, nice in the middle of the bat. That will also give him a nice feeling, and that starts off the USA team's runs, starts ticking the box with first runs on the board.
They will need to be a little bit cautious probably for the first handful of overs. Short and Muirhead did a great job 2 days ago. They were also sent into bat. Trickier conditions than these, I would say. And they handled it extremely well. It's a good tight first over from Dayan Khalim.
Yeah, and the beauty with Khalim is that he's been on the dot. Is what it does. What every coach tells a player or tells a bowler, that let's make them play early on. And he's bowled 5 balls straight to the batter, and they've all gone to the bat. So that's the two coaches, especially Malibongwe, would be very happy with that. That at least he's executing according to instruction, making sure that the batters are playing very early on.
Just a little bit fuller from Khalim, and Jason Muirhead gets his account going as well. It's been a very good, disciplined first over from Dayan Khalim, because he is a swing bowler and he can swing the ball quite prodigiously. So there is sometimes, I guess, the temptation for him to try and do a bit too much early doors and therefore give away scoring opportunities.
Yeah, no, definitely. But as just as mentioned, I think what he'll take away from that over, if he has to, is the fact that he's made the batters play all the 6 balls. They've managed to get 2 runs from that over, and I'm sure both teams will be happy at this stage to say good start, settle the nerves in the first over, and let's see what happens with the second over. And the Skak and Gebrecht will be bowling from the other end and coming in with some spin. And let's see what some off breaks. Let's see what he'll be looking to achieve early on. Bit difficult bowling with the new ball, but it's where world cricket is going nowadays. You find a lot of teams opening up with a spin bowler,
and especially with 2 left-handers at the crease, it's a matchup, as they say, for the off spinner. And Skalk Engelbrecht has done it a few times. It's not unfamiliar for him. And I must say, going out to look at the pitch this morning, I did expect to see spin being bowled from the south end, maybe not this early. But bowling from the south end, it's generally quite a well-grassed pitch. Dead grass, though. But there's a rough patch bowling to this end, which is on quite a good length, certainly something that the bowler can target and the batters will be aware of. We'll have to see whether that provides some turn through the day.
Yeah, having a look at it, I struggled just to spot some green patch or whatsoever on it. Looks brown, but a bit of grass in it. But yeah, rightfully so. It looks like a batting.
Down the wicket and launched. Over vacant, long on for 6. And, well, that's what Jason Murray did in the previous game, to spin straight away, very aggressive.
Yeah, sends a message just to unsettle the bowler there, unsettle the Engelbrecht. Good confidence shot. First boundary for the day. And it was also a safe shot. I mean, there was no fielder there, even if it was mistimed. It could hit that open area and still run down for a boundary. So, good message, and just early on, just that confidence, and maybe just to unsettle the bowler a little bit.
Excellent cricket. There's a boundary man at Cow Corner, and now a long on has gone back, and Engelbrecht drags his length back a bit as well.
And you can see what happened with that ball from Engelbrecht. Just after the 6 previous balls were just slightly being floated, that one was bowled slightly flatter.
So the end of the second over, 8 without loss.
Yeah, Ken, as we look at that replay, you could see that picked it up beautifully, open gap there, which forced immediately after that the captain and the bowler to put a fielder there on the boundary. But good confidence shot, and as I mentioned, good safe shot. Just unsettles the nerves, and it just sends also just unsettle the bowler to not think, and immediately you could see the response for him. He came out bowling slightly quicker and slightly flatter.
Here again, you see the USSA 11. Unfortunately, after that opening stand of 148 between Murray and Short, they rather fell away a bit. The last 10 wickets falling, 10 wickets falling for 101 runs, as Khalim bit leg side, but no damage done.
Yeah, Khalim continuing from the north end and bowling again to the guy who just hit that beautiful 6 on Muirhead. So that would give him that bit of confidence. And that is probably the first one that Khalim bowled that didn't really go to the bat. But it still required the batsman to do something.
Oh, it's nicely bowled by Khalim. That's a great length. Short, trying to get forward, but not getting that forward.
Yeah, apologies there. I mentioned the Muirhead when it's actually Schultz on strike. And yeah, beautiful bowling that from Khalim as we just look at that replay. Pitched it nicely just outside off stump, and it just managed to swing out beautifully, just maintain that line and miss that outside edge of Schultz's bat.
I wonder if that previous delivery actually just gripped a bit. We mentioned the grass. There was definite movement off the surface away from the left-hander. It was a really good piece of bowling.
Yeah, really good piece of bowling by Khalim. Just making the batsman play. I mean, that's what you want. Early days, you don't want the batters to be leaving a lot of balls. You want them to be having that bat out there, because that's really where you get your chances of maybe getting that nick, that outside edge to those 2 slips and the keeper.
Flicked away, lifted off the legs. It was a bit wayward from Khalim, and a couple of bounces and away for 4. First poor delivery he's bowled, really.
Yeah, 100%. First poor ball from Khalim. I'm sure as we look at the replay there, you could see that first one is it was pitched just on leg stump, and batter just managing to just pick it up. And again, safe area, no fielders at the boundary. Didn't look to hit that one hard, which is always what you want to be doing early on, and a couple of bounces for a boundary.
Yeah, not just the line angling into the pads, but the length was also kind of in the slot. Beauty, absolute beauty again from Dayan Khalim, angling in and then just nipping away from the left-hander.
Yeah, good response that from Khalim. Just been picked up for a boundary and managed to come back with a beauty. Just looking at that replay. Reminds of that second ball that he bowled. Similar ball, managing to just beat that outside edge.
I guess you got a credit short for... Did the best he could. He was fairly compact and playing down the line. It's good probing stuff from Dayan Khalim.
Yeah, and it ends the third over with Khalim getting picked up for a boundary in that over. But just as we look at that replay again, that ball had two of those in this over. Fantastic, just missing that outside edge puts some doubts in the batter because you're now thinking as a batter, am I actually getting across enough to get in line of the ball? And that's what you want as a bowler, to just put that element of doubt in the mind of the batter, just to make him not as comfortable as he thinks or as easy as he thinks it is. You want to be bowling it like that, as we see Engelbrecht coming back from the south end.
Is that going to be called wide? Yes, it is. Umpire Yuri Sadler. Really is a beautiful ground here at Irene Country Club. Surrounded by trees on a golf course. Big appeal for LBW. I'm not sure it's straightened enough.
Yeah, not sure. And immediately, Empire, Mr. Sadler, just looking away, just saying that not out. We'll see in the replay what the shout was about as we look at the replay. Yeah, just from the... also, if you look at the keeper, the Zuma, you can see already that he was looking to go towards a down leg to go pick it up. So that also gives it away.
Yeah, it's the angle, isn't it, around the wicket. I mean, it probably struck him almost in line with middle, but with the angle and with the ball not straightening, you can see why umpire Sadler reluctant to give that out. Quicker from Engelbrecht.
No, it's cool to just doing well enough to just pick up the line and just look to bat. As long as your bat is straight early on, that's what you want to be doing.
Again. Has he got outside the line this time? With the newish ball, the danger for the batter is the one that skids on straight. But yeah, I think he's just outside the line this time.
Definitely outside the line, that one. And this one now goes bowled straighter on, and it hits. It's hit to that fielder who's not really at square leg, but just behind the square leg. But it ends the over. It ends an over with a bit of couple of shouts from Engelbrecht. That looked slightly closer compared to the previous one where he had a shout. But School survives to see another over.
4 gone, 14 without loss. Ludwig Schult is a pretty aggressive batter. I wonder if he'll take a leaf out of Muirhead's book the next over if he faces Engelbrecht and tries to get down the pitch a bit, take LBW out of the equation, be a bit more aggressive against the left-hander. Dayan Khalim there will continue from the north end. Worked through mid wicket for one.
Yeah, safe shot that just blocked it nicely straight on the front foot. Having seen enough now of Khalim, his previous two balls, knowing that he's always on the man, he's always going to require you as a batter to play. So just beautifully played that by Muirhead, just picking up that one.
So it's been a measured start by the USSA 11, as expected. Give the bowlers their due for the first half dozen overs or so. Nicely driven off the back foot, but straight to cover.
Yeah, and I was thinking just driving here, Ken, to the game, just saying, funny how the world has changed, that in South Africa in July and August we're playing cricket. We are known for winter sports this time of the year, but here we are on a cricket field, a lovely, beautiful day here at Irene Country Club, and the sun is out, the weather is looking beautiful, the ground is looking beautiful as always. Yes, you'd love it to be more green, but what better to be here and watch some good cricket.
Off the edge, flies down to the third man boundary for four. Expansive shot, and it nearly got short into trouble.
Yeah, they say if you're going to flash hard, so that if you do get that outside edge, it flies all the way to the boundary.
Yeah, just on winter cricket as we watch the replay of this moral success for Khalim, flying in between the two catches. The wider one's almost a gully.
With the third man there, two square, that was always going to run all the way to the boundary. If once it gets past the slip fielders there, it goes all the way to the boundary. So I'm sure Schultz will take those. Runs are runs, doesn't matter how they come, but it will just make him think a bit, because previous over, Khalim was also just moving it and just beating that outside edge.
As any of the golfers on the adjacent course will tell you, this time of year the ball runs and runs and runs very quickly. Perhaps thoughts of a two. No, they'll just get the one. On winter cricket, Colin, there is a school of thought, actually. And if memory serves correctly, Hussein Manak, our commentary colleague, is a proponent of it, that we should actually play most of our cricket in winter because we won't have rain issues, or very seldom. The Cape would be a bit of a problem, though. I'm not sure our Western Cape cricket fans would be too happy with the winter season.
Yeah, no, 100%, Ken. I'm sure, having been in the KZN about 2 weeks ago, the weather there looks beautiful. I mean, we landed, and as we landed on at the airport, we were wearing jackets coming from Joburg, and everyone around there is wearing shorts and T-shirts. Just shows you different. The weather there is fantastic, so I'm sure KZN will welcome that call, because you can play cricket in KZN all round the year.
Best weather in the world, Durban in June, July. Hit beautifully, straight down the ground for four. Jason Muirhead, that's a quality stroke.
Yeah, quality shot. Shot of the day so far. Nice and straight, nice and safe. That's what I always look at, the batters just playing those kind of shots, and no risk whatsoever. It was played beautifully, and it ends that Khalim's over, the third over. And so far, that over being hit for 10 runs there from Khalim. Strays a bit towards the down leg, but that one is a bit touch just on middle and off, and was managed to be played beautifully straight by the batter there.
Couple of boundaries off that over of Khalim, one off the edge, and the other a really top shot. But 3 overs for 16 now for Khalim, as Engelbrecht continues.
Engelbrecht will continue from where he left off, just bowling from that south end and bowling to Muirhead now, who's on 13 after just 14 balls. And this one's just bowled slightly flatter. I think that 6 that was hit earlier on and that other boundary for 4 just got an influence in a bit of approach, change of approach by Engelbrecht.
Nice firm push down the ground for 1. Colin, I was fortunate to be in Durban. Was it a couple of weeks ago or was it 3 weeks ago for the Springboks test against Wales? Quicker and flatter and gets the dot ball. Glorious weather indeed. Really enjoyed wearing shorts, even slip-slops at one stage. Oh, chipped up just over the bowler and short of mid-off.
A bit of a chance that just going over and the bowler not getting there and the fielder who's on mid-off not getting there. So good bowling by Engelbrecht.
I presume you were down for the KFC National Mini Cricket Seminar, Zimbabwe, is that right?
Yeah, I was there for that one, and immediately after that stayed over for the Hub ID camps that we're busy around with across the country. But unlike you, Ken, I was not fortunate. I didn't pack shorts and sandals, so I had to wear my longs and tekkies and had to fight on that summer weather. But I would have loved to have packed some shorts and sandals. Lesson learned.
Well, at least you would have looked smart, I guess. You make it sound like you've never been to Durban before, Colin. And
the winter in Joburg makes you forget that there's other warmer areas outside. But Pretoria and Irene here today, fantastic day. You could have maybe chanced the shorts today, Ken.
Off the pad, and initially, well, no, it was a good piece of work by the wicketkeeper Zuma. I'm quite well layered, Colin. So if it does get pretty warm today, there are shorts lurking.
Yeah, Khalim coming again now and starting off with that. He's got this ball that he does tend to stray and bowl down leg. And that's the one he needs to be correcting because he does beat the edge.
Bashed away through the covers. Excellent shot again by Muirhead.
Now, this is not what Malibongo Makete would be asking from Khalim. He's now, the previous over was picked up for 2 boundaries, and already in his second ball in this over, he's being hit through the covers, comfortably so through the gap for a boundary as well. So I'm sure you just look at the captain, maybe they'll be thinking of, do we change, bring somebody else to bowl from the north end.
I think a bit of credit to the batsman there as well, Muirhead. Had a very definite move into his channel, outside off stump there. Clever batting by Jason Muirhead. Yeah, I think Khalim, the one straying onto the pads, perhaps he's looking for that glory ball, which he has bowled a couple of, that pitches on middle and then straightens past the outside edge. Well, hopefully trying to get the edge. And of course, sometimes they don't move, sometimes they don't swing, and it just slides down leg.
Yeah, and especially with Khalim, as we've seen with the others, it just seems to have that movement off the pitch. And he will need a lot of that. It's because that strip, as we mentioned earlier on, not too much grass to play around with. So you're going to depend on that natural movement that he's got.
Still a slip in place. Pulled away. Beautifully struck. One bounce for 4. Watch out on the tennis courts there.
Yeah, and watch out for those cars, those beautiful cars parked out there. They might be in danger. But pitch shot, and just as we watched the replay, picked it up beautifully. And safe shot as well again, because no fielder there. Even if you mistime it, it just beats the ring. It's always going to be a boundary.
First deliberate short ball we've seen today. Don't mind that. Give it a try. See what's in the pitch. And the answer would appear to be not much. That set up quite nicely to be hit. But very well put away by Jason Muirhead.
Maybe a bit of a tester from Khalim to see, I've seen you how you can drive on the front foot. I've seen you drive an on drive coming straight a straight shot for a boundary here. Let's see if you can play a short ball, and I'm sure he now got the message, Khalim.
Deep square leg moves back on the boundary. Oh, beat it outside the off stump. Good double bluff by Khalim. Short, just or Muirhead rather, just prodding at that one a bit. End of the over.
Yeah, that one, just as we watch Ken, that slow-mo, just beating that outside edge. Don't know if it's my ears, but just had a little bit of a sound, but not sure. But didn't look like the fielders were excited, especially the bowler there. But in any case, even if there was, it pitched short of Rozuma.
Yeah, I was going to say, you could see how far short that landed of the wicketkeeper. It certainly is a slow pitch at the moment, which is not unexpected this time of year. I'm sure it will speed up as the sun takes effect. And the experiment with spin from the south end has been done away with. Sia Plaiki comes into the attack. I would say he's a little bit quicker than medium fast, personally. He's got some gas, does the DP World Lions bowler.
Yeah, Sia Plachi, fortunately for him, he doesn't see the screen, so he doesn't see what's written. Maybe if it was, and he did see it, that would just boost him a bit to just prove the point.
Slightly offline to start, and they're coming back for 2. Comfortable in the end.
Yeah, and comfortably played by Schultz. Not safe again, just nudging that one and picking up nice 2 runs there from the leg side. From the first ball of Plachi coming in from the south end, replacing Engelbrecht, the off spinner. And he would have seen just fielding maybe the areas where his partner, the Khalim, was bowling. So as a seamer, maybe he would look he would have seen where these batters now, in this short space of time, where they've been playing comfortably.
Plaiki has 2 slips in place. Driven nicely, but Minhoff gets across. The captain, Mitchell van Buren. Boundary fielders are at fine leg and third man.
A bit of a change of a bet there, and Mitch van Buren just taking that opportunity to just have a little chat with Plachi, maybe just re-looking at are we still on plans? Are you still looking at bowling it as per discussion? Is the field all right? Or maybe just talking about what they had for breakfast.
Well, with the 2 boundary fielders behind the wicket, obviously he can't get too full. Can see a Plaiki. Well, it looks like it's going to be a difficult morning for wicketkeeper Thando Zuma. That one scooting through on the bounce at his ankles. Took it with a plum though.
Yeah, keeping very low that one, and it is 100% Ken. It's going to be a difficult morning for Zuma. He's going to need to keep his eyes very, very wide open and stay low as much as possible because the ball is not really rising up.
No ball. Also the first leave of the day. Free hit to come.
First no ball of the day and first leave, as you say, because the bowlers, Khalim and Engelbrecht, one thing they've done well this morning has been to test the players and making sure that they play every ball.
Lofted straight back over the bowler's head. He hasn't got all of it, and it's taken by Van Buren, not out, of course, because of the free hit. Bit of pace off there, I think, maybe from Plaiki.
Yeah, good, a bit clever bowling there from him, just knowing that it's a free hit. The batter is going to look to have a go at it, and which he did, but didn't manage because it wasn't coming on as expected. And good practice catch there for Mitch Van Buren. That will also get his confidence up, knowing that he's ready for a catch.
Good work again by Tanda Zuma. Another wide Plaiki. Just got to watch the extras. Both teams have changed their wicketkeeper today. Tanda Zuma in for the SA emerging team, and Caden Solomons taking over the gloves for the USSA 11.
And just looking at that replay, did very well there, Zuma, to just move and manage to get to that ball, because if he had missed it, it was definitely going to go all the way to the boundary, looking at where the fine leg is standing.
Edged and just evades the slip. Did it bounce just short? Well, he looks very disappointed.
Got a hand on it. We'll just make 100% sure with the replay. But just from the reaction, if we just look at the replay now and just having a go at outside off, it did go all the way, go, but just on the left wide side of the fielder there.
Wow, Keegan Leon Cachet, sharp chance, down it went. And this is struck beautifully over Minon for 4. Rub salt in the wound.
Yeah, rub salt definitely on the wound. It's just ball before just being dropped there, and fair chance, a difficult chance, but at this level you'd want the guys to be taking those chances. And immediately the response, just looking at the replay, they just picked it up beautifully and manages to just a couple of bounces, and it goes down for boundary to finish that over.
Yeah, I think Keegan Leon Cachet, well, he was smacking his hands into the field after he put down the catch. Certainly one he would have expected to have taken. It was sharp, no doubt, and sort of dipping and going away from him. But he got quite a lot of his left hand to the ball.
Looks like we're going to have a change of bowling from the north end. Andile Mukachane coming to bowl from this end, and replacing Khalim, who bowled earlier on, opened the bowling from this end.
Yeah, Mokakani has also had a very good tournament with bat and ball. Ooh, bit of a wild drive there from Muirhead again. Good work by Zuma behind the stumps.
Yeah, surprising shot that from Muirhead. I mean, early first ball from Mokakane, and already is just looking to go at it, not knowing if that is the decision that we are going to have a go, or we are going to have a go at Andile Mokakane. But what a wild flash from the batter there.
I think it's also because we're into the 9th over and the power play is coming to an end. So just trying to maximise that. Oh, moving around a bit in the crease, Muirhead, and poking in that one.
And the beauty there with Mohakane with his second ball already playing around with the pace, because that one is a slower one from the first ball that he bowled. So that's good. Means he's also thinking immediately from his first over.
Yeah, Mohakane's at that sort of medium fast pace that he needs to have variations. He can't just bowl at the same pace all the time. Otherwise, batsmen will line him up.
A good response coming back with his third ball. So far, dot balls, which is good. That's what you want to be seeing. It puts the pressure on. And as you said, Ken, realizing that power play is about to come to an end, maybe let's cash in. So 3 dot balls in his first over. That it will be welcomed by Mohakane, and it will be welcomed by Mitch van Buren, the captain.
That's a pretty good bouncer, Mohakane. I actually think USSA don't need to do anything rash, though. 44 runs, they're going at over 5 to the over, so if they get 50-52 in the power play and haven't lost a wicket, I think they can be satisfied, having been sent into bat. It's not a bad start at all. Good stuff again from Mohakane.
Yeah, you're 100% right, Ken. It's what you would want as a batting team. That let's see the first 10 not lose. If we do, maybe 1 wicket. But at this stage, the USSA team is right on track. They shouldn't be panicking. About 5 runs and over. This is the 9th over. They haven't lost a wicket. They got 44 runs on the board. They are on the driving seat.
Not much timing in the drive there. Yeah, the slowness of this pitch is also going to make scoring a little bit tricky. 44 without loss, 9 overs gone.
Yeah, we're going to still continue with Plachi from the south end. And with 44 runs on the board, power play now, they're looking at getting 3 guys out the circle. No, they're calling 1 in, and he's going to still have 2 guys outside the circle. And Plachi, looking at the field, he's going to need to bowl it just on that off stump line, because it's packed. Anything gets clipped on the leg side like the previous one, it will manage. There's a big gap there between square leg. There's a big gap there between square leg and mid on, so you don't want to be bowling it that straight or just down leg, because you can be clipped for a boundary there. So he's going to need to maintain that line and be strict on that line.
Can't bowl too short either. That will allow the batsman to access the leg side. And can't be too full either, because there's no one on the boundary down the ground or at deep cover. Other boundary fielders at third man. Oh, lofted beautifully. Not going to go all the way, but just a couple of bounces and across the boundary for 4.
Yeah, Plachi, not listening to you there, Ken. Can't be bowling it too full, because there is no fielder at the boundary, and should just take advantage of that. He bowled it full, went on the front foot beautifully, picked it up with a straight bat and went over the fielder there, over the fielder's head, the captain, Mitch van Buren, and what a safe shot. It's just 1 bounce for 4.
Yeah, lovely by Ludwig Schult. And from Puka, Northwest University. Beaten. Oh, it's going to be difficult to get anyone caught behind. Certainly in these early stages, the way the ball is not carrying to Zuma, unless the batter really has a big swing in it, I guess. Gets a thickish edge.
Yeah, we had one earlier on with Plachi in that in his previous ball, previous over, but it was a tough chance, and as you say, it was a big flush by the batter, and it just managed to carry, but very very wide off the field. I mean the slip fielder.
Again, this one's got more elevation, but plenty of muscle behind it as well. All the way for 6.
All the way for 6, and again, good safe shot, good straight shot, not looking to do too much and cross batting. They're just batting beautifully. They're Schultz hitting it straight and managing to see that if you just look at the replay, look at that bat, comes through nicely, nice and straight, and just picks up that full ball for a boundary there.
And 50 up for the USA 11, midway through the 10th over. So another very good start by Muirhead and Short, the aggressor at the moment, 28 not out. Oh, that's a good length delivery and not a bad line either. And you see Short wafting at it, nearly got himself in trouble there.
Yeah, Schultz, just after those 2 boundaries, that run rate all of a sudden gets picked up at 5.69 runs and over. Amazing what boundaries does. But maybe a good response there by Plachi. But yeah, he doesn't want to be bowling, shouldn't be bowling it fuller, as you mentioned earlier on, Ken. Looking at his field placing, still doesn't have a man there at the boundary. So his lines really, really need to be tight.
Oh, that one bounces quite nicely through the wicket-keeper Zuma.
Yeah, Zuma's going to have a tough day today. As we mentioned earlier, he's you're going to get those ones that come in beautifully to the hand. And as we've seen with that second ball from Plachi, kept very, very low. So it's going to require full concentration. Not that it never does require concentration from a keeper, but this time around he's going to need to fully concentrate because the balls are up and down.
Last ball of the power play. And Short lets it go by. So 55 without loss, the USA 11 in their first 10 overs. Very solid start. And to carry on that solid start in terms of commentary, Pendulo Magubane will be joining Colin Kowa.
Thank you very much, Ken. As you go have your cup of tea, and we welcome Mr. Pendulo Magubane coming in to join us here on this beautiful day at Irene Country Club. Just to fill you in, the SA emerging team won the toss and decided to bowl first. And the USA team is currently on 55 runs after the first 10 overs. And Jason Muirhead is on 23 after 29 balls. And we've got Schultz, who's on 28 after 32 balls. They're currently running at 5.5 runs and over. So the USA team is currently on the driving seat, and we've got Mohakane continuing to bowl from the north end. And he just hits that beautifully in the gap, and it's going to run all the way for 4, and he picks up from where he left over is Muirhead. A beautiful shot. Welcome, Pendulo.
Thanks, Colin. It's been an excellent start for USA. Nothing different from what they did in the previous game as well. A little bit too full and wide from Andile Mohakane. Great connection from Ludwig Schultz. Certainly going to enjoy more of those deliveries.
Mohakane this time responds with a beautiful ball that just beats that outside edge of Muirhead, and good recovery, good response after that first shot, which was slightly a bit wider, and managed Muirhead to just, if we look at that replay in Pendulo, just you can see the response there from Mohakane, just bowling beautifully, good response.
Yeah, a bit of a variable bounce on the surface here at Irene Country Club.
Oh, he has a go again. He bowls it. This time there is a fielder on the boundary, but it's too straight, and they managed to just pick up that gap again. Is Muirhead, and he manages to pick up a boundary again. So already in the first 3 balls, there's been 2 boundaries hit, and that should relax the over for USA as we watch it, the replay. That even if it was left, I'm sure it would have been called a wide.
Still searching here, Andile Mohakane. Ludwig Schultz is searching for nothing. He's receiving everything he wishes for. Khomole Mopiri could not stop that. It's a nice little change as well from the South Africans rotating their team. They've already won their first 2 games versus Bangladesh, Emerging and USA. So you give the young guns a good run. Khomole Mopiri had a fantastic T20 campaign with the Hollywood Bets Dolphins. Dando Nkosi Zuma is going to be joining Piri at the Dolphins this season after his stay at the Tuskers. Comes from Sweet Waters in Pietermaritzburg, grew up through the structure since under 13. And so it's good that these boys are also getting an opportunity.
Hakane bowls a bouncer. He tried it. He bowled it earlier on in his first over. He seems to does have that ball that he hits the deck hard, and he manages to just bowl it over. And both bouncers have been dot balls, even in that first over.
He always surprises you, Mohakane. You see a medium pacer, you think you can take him on, and it was a discussion we had over the past 2 games that he's been playing that he gives a lot of energy into the ball through the crease. He has a very true action because he genuinely gives everything behind the ball, and so when he does bang it in short, we actually saw a couple of balls going over the head of the batter in the previous game that he played, and so it's no surprise that he can deliver them. And after 11, it does go for a couple of boundaries, though. It's 63 for no loss.
Yeah, and just looking at the captain, Mishpan Biren, just picking up the cap again of Plachi. It looks like we'll be continuing with Plachi from the south end. So he's not looking to change the line of attack anytime soon. Still got the confidence in his bowlers, but it looks like he's going to put Khalim to go at the boundary there. But no, he's still in the circle because the previous over, Plachi was hit for 2 beautiful shots in that area where it was hit straight over that mid-off for boundaries, but still not putting protection. They're still having confidence in Plachi to say, I'm not going to put fielders for bad fielding.
It's a great take from Zuma behind the stumps that time. Took it in front of Keegan Leon Cachet, who's standing at basically a 1.5 slip. And now, Colin, because of how both Schultz and Muirhead have started, there's pressure on the ball and there's pressure on the fielders. Like he was trying to induce a drive. Good take from Zuma. And you can see now, after the end of the power play, they have to push all of their fielders out. They have all of their 4 fielders in usage just to defend the rate of scoring by the openers.
And again, the fielder at the batter, Schultz picks it up. This time, it's going to go. Does it look like? Yes, it bounced just short of the boundary. Beautiful shot again by Schultz. Good straight shot. Good straight bat. Hitting it just over that mid-on fielder. And we just look at the replay. And I always look at the intention. And if you look at the bat, nice safe shot by Schultz. Good shot. And immediately puts pressure on the bowler, Plachi.
It's very nicely done from Schultz. He's riding the confidence of his previous innings. Scoring 72 from 71 at the Ducks Oval. It was really good. Sets a huge platform for USA that they just did not capitalize on.
Oh, bits that outside edge from Plachi there. Just a response to Schultz to say, hit me for a 6. Let me just bowl it slightly wider. Let's see if you can play that shot. But hold it back, unlike the previous one, which you bowled a bit fuller. This one was just good length and good bowling and good response.
it's just a bit inconsistent from Blackie. He'll get you a nice one, but unfortunately, it's a 6-ball over. So you have to try and hit your straps 6 times in a row, and he just misses it every now and again.
Oh, this one goes, but in the gap, maybe that gully region. But this time they've got a fielder there at the third man. So they just managed to pick up 1 run. And yeah, as you say, Mpendulo, a bit inconsistent from the bowler. You have to just be bowling towards your field and making sure that at this stage, when you look at his field, it requires him to bowl it just outside that off stump and not to bowl it too full.
Yeah, he got that one pretty nicely because it's at that deceptive length where you think you can drive for the ball, but it's just a little bit too short for it. It's the money length, and that's the other factor that's happening in this Irene Country Cup pitch. It's that variable bounce. And especially on this side, it seems very severe, Colin. It just rolls through to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, definitely, Mpondolo. And it's going to put a bit of doubt in the batter's mind there, because now you're not quite sure if you want to go on the back foot. And you now want to be sitting on that front foot. And that's where the bowlers need to be clever and use that into their advantage to say, I know that maybe he'll be camping on his front foot. Let me just maybe bowl it slightly, not short, but that good length, just to keep him in doubt. And just like that, he bowls it, and he has a flash at it, his Muirhead, and it was beautifully bowled because luckily for the batter, it didn't get an edge on that.
Muirhead also needs to just come down here a little bit. There is a threat with Keegan Leon Cachet standing at that 1.5 slip, and he has several deliveries now that he's tried to drive for, and they were just not there to drive properly. And you don't want to build yourself up into a wicket, because this is what it feels like he's doing. When it's too wide, just let it go, because if it does eventually edge, it'll be coming.
And this time it just bowls a short of a length. Gets blocked straight to that backward point, and it ends the over, the 12th over, at 69 runs for no wicket down. And as we mentioned earlier, USA just do not need to panic yet, because they've got the run rate at 7. I mean, it's 5.7, so they've got the run rate right. And the other fact that they haven't lost wickets, which puts them very much on the driving seat. They can reassess in the 20th over in terms of, do we still keep on with the current run rate? Do we change it a bit, knowing that we've got 30 overs to go, we've got wickets in hand? Do we now even change the batting lineup? Those kind of things. And that's the thinking maybe of the USA team, that they would be wanting. They would have loved and planned for this, that we want you to not lose wickets early on.
I think the bigger issue will be what happens if both Muirhead and Schultz are dismissed. In that first game, they had a fabulous 148-run opening partnership, which really drove USA forward.
Oh, got picked up beautifully, and it's going to go all the way for 6. Again, a beautiful shot by Schultz. He does have this shot, and he does have this confidence that if it is going to be bowled full into my area, he's not going to be shy about it. He's going to go at it.
Excellently struck. Just erring in that line, Andile Mohakane. It's not the quickest surface, so you understand why he's trying to go full, but you have to get your lines correct. That allows Schultz to just free those arms. The boundary riders are nowhere near deep cover. So it's an excellent stroke from Schultz to understand, to take the ball over the head of extra cover. Well done for 4.
Yeah, and what I've enjoyed, Mpendulo, with all these shots from Schultz is every time he hits it, and when you look at the replay, you're seeing the full face of the bat, which means he's looking to hit it straighter.
And it's very good to 39. But back to the point we were speaking about, that they're happy with the start of the innings here. And that's what they had in the previous match as well, 148, no loss. But the issue, Colin, is that after that 148 for no loss, they lost all of their 10 wickets in the next 100 runs. So from 148 for no loss to 248 all out. The issue is more of the middle order. Can they pick up the responsibility that both Muirhead and Schultz have laid forward at the start?
Mokhakane this time just bowling short in that leg side area, making it nice, easy scoring, nice, easy one for Schultz. But yeah, Mpendulo, a good point that you're raising there. And I'm sure the SA imaging team would have made that homework to say, if we get past these two, there's some weakness in the other batters coming in. So at this point, it's working perfectly in the USA's favor. But the SA imaging team shouldn't be losing patience, and they shouldn't be getting greedy. They should just be sticking to their correct lines and saying the wicket will come, and we know what's going to happen after that.
And also, you understand that the USA team does have talent, does have skill down the line. We saw in that first game their captain Leighton Trotsky played a wonderful innings to give them a competitive fight in chasing down that first score by USA of 275. They couldn't do it because he eventually lost his wicket. But that's where you're looking for a David Tiga to raise his hands to ensure that, hey, I am also here.
Yeah, he bowls another one, Mokhakane, another short one, following from his previous ball that came short. And the beauty about these short balls that Mokhakane has been bowling, all four of them have been dot balls. Because he bowled one in his first over, bowled one in his second over, and he's bowled two so far in this third over, and they've all gone for dot balls. So he would know that this short ball is working for him, and it puts a bit of element of doubt to the batters, not knowing now that is it coming short or is it going to be full.
And now imagine with that touch of variable bounce in the surface too, where the ball just can keep low. You'll be pulling for a ball that's below your bat, and that says hello to the inside edge back into your stumps. You'll play for one that keeps low, and then it takes the top edge going high. There's so many factors that come when you see some variable bounce on the surface. And given the fact that Andile Mokhakane is trying his best to use that surface, it will definitely start asking questions of the batters once it starts getting those reactions. But for now, it's doing nothing. It's just him trying to hit the correct lines and lengths, and he goes for 7 in that over. 76 for no loss after 13.
Yeah, good points there that you're making, Mpendulo. And looks like Khalim is going to come back to the strike. He opened the bowling from the north end. He's now been given the ball by the captain to now say, let's try you on the south end. And let's see, he did beat the bat earlier on when he was bowling from his first spell. So let's see what he'll be doing in his second spell from the south end.
Was a little bit inconsistent as well, Dayan Khalim. In the very first, in that game where he took a 5 for 18. His first over, yes, he was searching, but he was searching with intent. And he eventually found his areas, and that's where he bowled for the rest of the 7 overs he executed. Today, it feels like he's still searching for that. He just hasn't found it yet.
Yeah, he opens the bowling now with just one straighter that maybe just is going down that leg side, but we'll look at the umpire there. The umpire says it did hit the bat, so it will be 1 run to the bat. And it looks like the SA imaging team, if you look at the other side, have got some extra fielders, Pendulo. Some monkeys running around there. So a bit of extra fielding and that's the area that the batters have been hitting 6, particularly Schultz.
It's a wonderful venue here at Irene Country Club. Everything is going on around us. There's huge activity happening with golf around us, golf carts going up and down. There's tennis happening to the left of us. There's everything. It's a wonderful venue to just come in the morning and play some cricket.
Yeah, and we hear the siren going. Normally, when that siren goes in a golf club, you know that there's some lightning threat. We don't know what that is, but we'll find out from our producers if that is just a miss alarm. And he bowls straight now, Khalim, and gets played with a straight bat by Muirhead, which is one beauty one thing that they've been doing well, these two, looking to play, not cross-betting a lot, playing with a straight bet, looking to hit it as what coaches normally say, let's look to hit in the V. And that's what these two batters have been doing. Not too many runs have been scored behind square.
Yeah, some of the perks of a slowish surface as well, that the ball will just have more time for the batter to deal with. And so more often than not, they are going to be playing the ball in front of square when that surface is a little bit slower. And we saw with that shot played down to Richard Seletoane, South Africa understand that as well. And so that's why their protection is starting to move more in front of square to just protect those areas, because on a fast surface, Colin, you have your deep backward point because you know the ball is more likely to be cut. So here they're just playing with a little bit more defensive in their mindset.
Yeah, no, definitely. Good point, Mpendulo. That's, in fact, this says a lot about South Africa. That there's a bit of a shout there. Mr. Empire Sadler immediately shaking his head saying, that's not out. We'll look at the replay if how close was that or how straight was that. But my point there, Mpendulo, was maybe we need to be using this advantage of, we do have areas within the country where you could still be playing cricket. And we just look at the replay there. Yeah, it looks like it pitched down leg, the outside leg stump. So that was definitely not out.
Even in the Highveld, where most surfaces are characteristically quick and fast and bouncy, you still receive different flavors of types of cricket that you're going to receive. And that's why people are hailing the incoming World Cup that will be here next year. See the end of over number 14, it's 78 for no loss. The hail, and you're seeing some people on social media and in public speaking about the drop-in pitches that are being used. They put one strip on each ground that will be played here in South Africa, and they're saying that it's going to lose the character of the ground. It's going to lose what the surface is about. But it's just one strip. They're not changing the entire square. And those cries are exactly why here we're seeing a different type of cricket than what we will see when we're at Ducks, than what we will see when we're at Groenkloof in this tour. It's a wonderful, wonderful country for some cricket.
Yeah, Mohakane bowling from the north end, having a shout there. The Empire not interested at all, Mr. Shezi. Only the bowler and the keeper thought maybe there was a bit of a nick. The batsman, Meerhead, did not even think of moving at all. I think he hit the ground. We'll see from the replay. But, yeah, you're quite right, Mpendulo. It's the beauty and the difference every field brings. We have to accept that, and we have to I understand where those maybe critics might be coming from, or maybe critics it's a harsh word, maybe the viewpoints of different people. But the beauty of every field, it does bring its own aspect, and this time of the year, to be playing cricket in its own, for me, is a win. Picked up beautifully, and it's going to go all the way for 6 runs. And again, playing it in that V, Meerhead hitting it straight and safe, and Mohakane has got something to think about again, and they're continuing from where they left off with Meerhead, just hitting it straight.
Just misses it here, Andile Mohakane. It goes a bit too straight, pulling that length at that speed on this surface. You're asking for the passage to just hit you on that front foot. He was on the front foot as well as he smashed that ball on top. And I think Mohakane was correct in his initial line, because that one just allows Meerhead to free his arm through his body. At least when he was getting him to drive, there's room for mistake. And Meerhead was not hitting the ball when he was trying to drive.
Mohakane again just bowling it at outside off. There is going to be a chase by Piri there. Manages to pick it up, and good fielding there. And again, just giving him that to free their hands and just play their strokes. And every shot, what has been exciting me in Mpendulo, is every shot you see the batters make. Playing it beautifully and playing it straight. And that one was also in the gap.
Signs of big confidence from the batters. The sound coming from the batters is also amazing. The timing is clean. But as Mohakane, that's what you want to see, that the field is designed for you to bowl that. That's why Pierre is there at deep point, because he can cover point up until the cover region. So keep the ball outside of the off stump and a little bit full.
Yeah, that's just exactly what you've been saying, and that's what is bold. But I see, and obviously so, Mr. Paul Adams, they're signaling to the captain that maybe why not bring some spin. And I mean, who else would suggest you not bringing in spin if it's not Paul Adams? But maybe just the thinking is let's just slow it down a touch, because it looks like these two are comfortable with the ball coming on. And having looked at from the other end, it does keep low. Oh, gets picked up to the fielder, and it's a beautiful catch by the fielder at the boundary. Richard Selechane taking it comfortably, and immediately I think Mitch van Buren just signaling to Paul Adams to say maybe pace is working.
Gets it right, Mohakane. It seems like it was a trap that was set for Jason Muirhead. They closed down the long on where he had hit the ball flat for 6. And so he gave him another short one, and the only way he can go is a bit more squarer to avoid the dangers of the long on, not realizing that the square leg was also there in Richard Seletswane. It's deliberately bowled by Andile Mohakane. He knows that he bowled the correct ball. Richard Seletswane, one of the finer fielders coming up in the system, he's not going to drop those. Excellently done from South Africa emerging.
Yeah, and it did not even require him to move. It went straight to where he was standing and picked up beautifully a catch there. So that is maybe the wicket that the SA emerging team was looking for. As we spoke earlier on, Pendulo, that after these two, if they had watched the previous game, there seems to be a weakness in the other batters coming in. But and I'm sure it's something that the USA team would have spoken about, to say we need to, after every good start, the rest of the other batters to come in and continue with that good start and build from that good start.
Yeah, big breakthrough. The players now take drinks through that wicket. 41 runs for Schultz and 40 for Jason Muirhead. We'll come back after a little bit of a sip.
Yeah, welcome back to the Irene Cricket Club, where the USA team is playing against the SA emerging team. And just before that drinks break, wicket fell, and we see David Tiga, the right-handed batsman, coming in to take over from that good start and take advantage, hopefully, for the USA team from that good start from the team. As just a reminder, we look at the replay. Good, nicely picked up by the batter, but not enough, and it was hit straight to the fielder at the boundary, who took a beautiful, comfortable catch. And Mohakan is continuing because he still had one ball to finish from this over, and has bowled that one, and that will now end this over, the 15th over, with 87 runs for one after 15 overs.
David Tiga coming in, the first right-hander, with both Schult and Muirhead being left-handers. So now, when they do exchange runs, it adds a different factor for the bowlers to consider. It adds a different factor for the fielders to consider. It might be a little bit easier for your right-arm bowlers, which are all the South African seamers, because it's much more natural to just bowl to a right-hander. It's going to be the adjustment back now to the left, right, which almost every batting coach wants to have in their lineup. That's a very good balance. And for the South African, or for the USA team, they have 3 left-handers and 3 right-handers in their top 6, which is an ideal setup for the team. So let's see if Dayan Khalim can get it right as he bowls to his first ball to a right-hander.
Yeah, Khalim bowling to the new batter, Tiga, and who just manages to just get it into the bat. That's what he would be looking for, to get those sighters, and will feel confident knowing that it hits the middle of the bat. It builds the confidence of a batter, because as a batter, just like any other player, there is some nerves earlier on, and you get those nerves shaked a bit if you get the ball to hit the bat and hit the middle of the bat.
I think an important thing here for Dayan Khalim is the recognition that he's bowling to a new batter. He's coming in, David Tiga. There's pressure a little bit for the USA team because they couldn't capitalize from the good start last game. He knows himself that he needs to come in and perform like he didn't do last game. And because of that, Dayan Khalim must understand that if he goes to the stumps as often as possible, make him play as often as possible, there's going to be more chances of making that mistake since he's brand new and thinking of, I must score runs, I mustn't lose my wicket.
Yeah, and exactly as you are saying, Pendulo, Khalim bowling it straight, and you can see from Tiga, very, very careful, front foot, straight bat, defending it. Yes, they've picked up one, but the intention there was not to go after the ball. It was a defensive intention. But yes, picked up one run, which is positive. Which is what you still want to see from the batter. But exactly what you're saying, that could be playing in Tiga's mind to say, last time we had this good start, and we then messed it up by wickets falling. So we don't want to be doing that. Already, that's what the SA emerging team should be maybe banking on and plan on. To say, we know they were under pressure last time. Let's keep it tight. Let's make them play, because they are going to be not, maybe, especially from a Tiga point of view, looking for those risky shots. A bit of a shout, and is given by Empire Settler there. That shout wasn't the most confident shout, but yeah, Khalim got his wicket. He did have earlier shouts in his first spell, but we'll see from the replay there. And I'm not even sure if the keeper did also have a shout, but it wasn't a loud, confident shout from Khalim. But the shout was enough for Mr. Sedler to give as we see the replay. Yeah, ball straight. It wasn't move. If I look at the keeper there, he did not move at all. And immediately, Mr. Sedler didn't take much to think and gave it away.
Dan Khalim finally gets into the wickets after a wayward start. Play of the match in the first game, play of the match in the second game, and a slam dunk wicket shown by Mudiri Titego. That's the thing. You want to bowl it fuller. If you're going to look at it again, that's exactly what Dayan Khalim does. Coming around the wicket, which has been his favorite attack, attacks the stumps. The ball just shapes back in. That's why it seems as if Schultz played the wrong line of the ball. It's that movement. And that's what you want to do. Be in around the 3 sticks. Because now Schultz is also thinking, yeah, I have a new batter, so let me try reset this partnership too. And you'll see the way he played that shot. It was defensive. It wasn't looking to attack. That's why Dayan Khalmi needed to attack the stumps, and he gets his reward. It's beautiful bowling.
Yeah, beautiful bowling indeed. And immediately now the USA team go from a strength to a situation where they're slightly weak because now they've got 2 new batters on the pitch. Trotsky coming in to replace Schultz, and all of a sudden changes slightly the approach in the game because now maybe Khalim will have a bit of freedom knowing that now I'm bowling to 2 new batters.
The game just reset in a space of 2 overs. It would have been much more different if it was Tiga. Sure, if it is Tiga, there's more pressure on Schultz. But now that Schultz is gone, it's whole pressure on the entire team now to restart this entire innings because, like we keep on reiterating, they don't want the repeat of what happened against Bangladesh 2 days ago.
Yeah, definitely. The 5th ball of the last over took a wicket. The 4th ball of this over takes a wicket. So 2 new batters on the crease, and that Khalim not looking at the batter, still looking to take his stance there, looking at taking his middle stump and all of that. And Khalim so keen and eager to bowl to the new batter, did not even look, but had to be sent back. But yeah, reset. It's at that stage now where these 2, Trotsky and his partner, need to now realign and start afresh.
It's good stuff. It's a very nice ball from Khalim. And this surely gives him another over. But then you've spent 7 overs off your best bowler within the first 20. This is where you're thinking now as a captain and you're crossing your fingers that all the bowlers come up and play their part. Ndile Mkhakane was wishy-washy, but at least he ended up getting a wicket. And so now the spinners come in, as Paul Adams and you had alluded to, and Caleb Sileka goes under the shadows because of just the amount of control he gets. So often we speak of leg break and we're like, yeah, wicket taking. You think of Ngaba Peter. Touch expensive, but boy, does he take wickets. And Caleb Sileka is a bit of a reverse of that. He's a very controlled leg spinner, and the wickets come because he's just so pressurizing in keeping the score intact. He's a wonderful spin bowler.
Yeah, and you mentioned earlier with Khalim that it's going to be that thinking part now for the captain, that do I continue with him or do I save him a bit? And he's at that predicament now where he's going to need to make a decision. And if going on, maybe it will be to bowl him all out. And immediately Sileka is hit through that mid-wicket area for 1 run. And that's what maybe Trotsky and Tiga should be looking at, that maybe early on, let's also now continue from where the other 2 guys left off. Yes, we're not going to be hitting those boundaries early on, but in the meantime, let's keep that scoreboard ticking where we don't get to a standstill and all of a sudden we've moved from that 5.7 runs and over where we're reducing it to 2 or 3 runs and over.
I think Mokhakane, in a way, in his maiden over, showed very well what needs to be done. You just need to keep in that same area regardless of what the batters are trying. I mean, you have an entire analysis team who sit down and study the players of the opposition. You have an entire analysis team who know the strengths and the weaknesses of your team as well. So when you do have a plan, you cannot just move away from the plan because you've received a few counter-attacks. You keep to it and look at what we saw. The 2 wickets came from executables of those plans.
Yeah, no, definitely. And we're continuing with Sileka here. And just bowling it just outside off stump. If you look at his field, he's looking for that batter to be on the front foot outside off stump. And he's going to need to be strict on that line because anything down leg, yes, that's the field. He's bowling to his field, which is good. Because anything down leg, he gets hit. There's a big gap here just on the leg side. So he's going to need to be strict. I'm sure he won't mind that one. that's where he wants the batters to be playing.
Yeah, you never know when the ball is going to grip and turn, especially with a fresh ball and a new surface. You want that straight face, you want that straight bat, so you can bring the slip in play. You want them to play like that, because if you can bowl a toppy on that delivery, keep straight with the line, you get extra bounce. Or devilishly, the ball keeps low. You keep everything into the game.
And there's that left and right combination as well. You spoke about this earlier on, Pendul. And you can see already from that left and right combination, he has to adjust immediately, Seleka, and bowls one down leg and immediately called a wide by Empire Shezi. So he's going to need to adjust. And at this level, there's no room to be. You need to adjust immediately from your ball. And that's his second ball bowling to the left-hander. And this one is a bit straighter this time. And it ends that over. The 17th over, his first over is for Seleka.
It's not the worst over for Caleb Seleka. It's just that wide ball, which you understand, especially in his first over, just adjusting to where his releases should be, his alignment should be. But he's a class act, so I doubt that it will take long for him to adjust. It took one ball, and the very next one after the wide, he got it onto the money, got Trotsky to engage on that front foot, which is exactly what he wants. So it's good bowling from Seleka, and it's going to be the spin twins, one turning it in, one turning it away. Skalk Engelbrecht opened the bowling earlier on because he is good with the new ball. So now it's just a matter of control, and probably by the next 14 overs with the spinners, get 7-7 each.
Yeah, Seleka will take some time, like a diesel engine. Take some time to warm up, but I'm sure that first over would have also settled some nerves. He would have picked up the kinds of lines he needs to be bowling at. And we see Engelbrecht now coming back from the south end, and it's hit straight to the fielder there at mid-on, who's slightly a bit squarer, but managed to just pick up the one run.
I just find it interesting. The last three spinners to make their debut for South Africa, Maharaj, Mutusami, Subrian, all coming from the Dolphins, all coming from the Durban coast. And in this game, we're seeing a flip of that. Both spinners are Highveld spinners. Caleb Seleka plays for the Northwest Dragons. Skalk Engelbrecht does his work for the Titans. Nice tall spinner, Skalk Engelbrecht.
Yeah, and immediately on the money there, Engelbrecht bowling that line, because remember that left-right combination. So again, he's going to be tested. Now he's bowling to the right-hander. He's going to need to bowl it online and make that better play and adjust his line. So he can't bowl the previous ball because it's going to go down leg side.
They actually showed, the South African management showed a lot of backing to Skalk Engelbrecht at the start of his career. A season ago, he was involved in the SAA squad that went to the West Indies, was involved against New Zealand A, and he took a couple of wickets, couple of 4-wicket hauls when he started for the Titans too.
Oh, there's a shout there, and immediately Mr. Empire Sadler gives it out, and bit of disappointment from Trotsky, typically so as a batter, but we'll see in the replay if that was how good was that ball from Engelbrecht. And he just responds to what you were saying now in terms of the confidence the management has been giving to Engelbrecht, the bowler.
With that one, he just fires it in a little bit quicker, does Skalk Engelbrecht, which shows that he's a thinking bowler. He's not giving you the same thing over and over and over again. So he shoots that one a little bit straighter and a little bit sharper. Beautiful ball. There's no way that's not out. And it just keeps with the line as well. It doesn't spin. And Trotsky is not happy about that. But umpire Sadler sees what he saw.
Yeah, just looking at that replay in Pendul, you can see the height. He's using his height, Engelbrecht. And that ball also didn't help by just keeping slightly low from where it was coming from. And beautiful bowling from Engelbrecht, putting now that pressure, putting this middle order to the test. And speaking to what you were saying earlier on, Pendulo, that after a good start from their 2 opening pair, this seems to now happen because now all of a sudden, in a space of 4 overs, they've picked up 3 wickets.
The selectors are sitting and they are watching. They want to test beyond your cricket skills. They want to test your mental skills where you are. And Caden Solomons is coming in now, the wicket-keeper from Stellenbosch. Stellenbosch winning the USA week last year in December. He didn't score pretty decently in that first game. Went for single digits, Caden Solomons. And so now you need to dig deep. It's not about the runs that you have to score after losing a consecutive run of wickets. It's about occupying the crease for as long as possible. Give yourself 6-7 overs to get yourself into the game. 50 overs is allows you to do that. It's not as quick as you think.
Yes.
So it's a big jump here for Caden Solomons.
Yeah, and immediately on the money, Ankerbrecht forcing the new player to bat, forcing the new batter to play at the ball. And that's exactly what they've been doing beautifully. I must say that the SA emerging bowlers, they've made sure that they try and test these batters. And beautifully played by Solomon, straight and solid and defensively. And it speaks to, again, the mindset. It speaks to the intention, knowing that previously, as we've been saying, that they've been under pressure when they lose their first 2 batters. They seem to wickets fall. So now they'll play with that little bit of defenseness, not looking to give away anything.
It's a great over as well from Engelbrecht. It's annoying as a spin bowler being chipped away for singles. Even if it's according to the plan down at long on, you so want to just change it up. He did so smartly, Engelbrecht, and got himself a wicket. It opens up Caleb Seleka to do his work now. And he's going to enjoy this, Seleka. Both are right-handers now, so he gets to spin the ball away. He'll be hoping for one to just grip, because the moment one grips, Colin, even if it's 1 out of your 60 balls, the rest of the balls that you'll be facing as a batter, you just keep thinking about that one that might spin again.
Yeah, we were saying earlier on with our fellow commentator Ken, because when we looked, not too much grass on it, but brownish, but you'd want, if he does get a bit of turn, and he'll be enjoying this because now he's bowling to 2 right-hand batters, not too many adjustments between left and right. And that you'll see, that's the area he'll be looking at, because that seems to be the consistency of the bounce is not there, because some of it are keeping low. Some of them, like that one, bounce and go slightly higher. So that's what you'll be looking at is Seleka.
And both these gentlemen are a different type of breed of spinners. They both quite tall. Sure, Seleka, when you look at him, is shorter than Umpire Shezi, but remember, Umpire Shezi was a left-arm seam bowler, so he has to be tall. So that tells you that Caleb Seleka is not a short little bowler.
Again, that one you could see, sorry, the pendulo. It bounces and it didn't really hit the middle of the bat. It hit the top part of the bat. So that just shows, again, as I was saying, that some do keep low, some do keep stay higher. So that will also create that element of doubt in these 2 new batters, because Tiga has faced 10 balls, is still new, and it now brings him on strike, and Solomon would appreciate that one.
It is because of that height, Colin. It is because of that height. And remember also, with the way you release the ball, especially as a wrist spinner, you can get more action out of the surface, get that extra bounce on it, get that extra zip from the surface. And so with his very high release point, Caleb Seleka, if he keeps hitting those good lengths, those are the types of reactions you're going to get, balls just hitting the top part of the bat.
Oh, gets picked up that beautifully. Is it going to go all the way? Yes, it does go all the way. It's a 6, and it's hit beautifully there by the batsman there. Just that will also help Tiga with the confidence. And it's the kind of shots we've gotten used to from the 2 opening batters. Good shot.
I feel like it also hit just the top part of the bat of Tiga. Yeah, of Caden Solomons rather. He didn't get on top of the ball. The ball just got slightly big, but he gave enough conviction through the shot, and we are in the high felt as well. So it just allowed the ball to clear the boundary. But that extra bounce we're talking about from both Caleb Seleka and Skalk Engelbrecht, you saw that previous ball. It did hit the top half of the bat and it flew away for 6. So if there's a fielder there or there's more bounce, that's problems for Caden Solomons.
Yeah, nicely picked up there at the end, and it went all the way. In fact, we just saw from the fielder there, he was signaling that he didn't pick it up. He was actually asking us, where did the ball go? So maybe whether it's concentration or what, but from where we're sitting, we can see the ball very clear. Oh, that one again kept low. And there's that height from Engelbrecht. Difficult because you are looking up. You are forced to look up because of where it's going to be coming out of in terms of where his releases. And then it keeps low. And that one is played beautifully by Tiga. And they take a quick one. A good call and good running between the two.
I don't know if it was intentional captaincy from Mitchell van Buren, but if it was, it's excellent because Skalk Engelbrecht is the taller of the two spinners. And he's operating at that end where the ball does keep low and up and low and up. Look at that, just picking up from a length. And 2 balls ago, one was keeping low. And because of Skalk's height, that is always going to be a thing playing in the batter. So this should allow him to bowl the ball a little bit more straighter because that's just going to keep the batters on their toes.
Yeah, and Solomons picks that one and hits it straight to that fielder at the boundary. The previous ball, he used his legs, so some intentions from Solomons is showing that he's here to play and he's going to use his legs, which is good, and that's what that confidence as a batter, looking to use your legs, especially if there's inconsistent bounce. You don't want to be camping in the crease. This one gets picked up and it's hit to the boundary, and yes, it is going to be a boundary. Richard Selesane having a chase at that, but beautifully picked up and good boundary and welcome boundary.
For 2 balls in a row, just a bit too short from Engelbrecht. He's trying to dart the ball onto the surface, and that sometimes just forces you to release the ball a bit too late. That's what happened that time. That's the ball he wanted. That's the ball he wanted. Hit the surface hard, but on an excellent length. And he does so well to complete his over. 1 short ball, which was pulled away for 4. And it ends over number 20. USA, 110 for 3, having lost 3 wickets in this spell. And have a change of commentary as well. Mr. Colin Claw will be substituted by Ken Borland. Some terrific pictures being brought to you as well from Pitch Vision. Wonderful graphics. You can see the players, who they are. So when you bump into them on the road, you won't be confused as to who's who. Pitch Vision and Co. doing a stunning job. Caden Solomons looks to be doing an even more excellent job, keeping it at a run per ball. That's what he needs to do here. Just continue keeping the score ticking. Caleb Seleka is not going to give you too many poor deliveries. He's not going to give you many. Striven for 1. Ken Borland joins us in commentary.
Hello, Pendula. Getting off Nelson USA, but just a few alarming signs for them that once again, after a good opening stand, their innings is heading south a bit.
Caden Solomons, based in the Western Province. But David Tiga plays for Ducks. Scored 350s in his 5 innings in the USA games. Still shows that he has the David Tiga that was selected for the under-19 South African team. Caden Solomons on the other side, just in need of runs, especially with his non-performance that first game.
A couple of balls ago, it looked like Seleka might have thrown in a bit of a googly there, just from the way that Tiga played it.
A little bit straight this time. Doesn't matter if it goes in or out if you bowl it there. Great shot from Caden Solomons. Sweeps it away for 4 runs.
Yeah, it's a very good sweep shot by Solomons. He's a shortish man. Clearly quite good on the sweep. The line, as you said, Pendulo was wrong, basically giving Solomons a free shot, but he put it away really well behind square.
It got a touch bit of turn, just straightened up just a little bit. It wasn't enough. The length also just allowing for the shots to be played. There's less variable bounce from the end that Caleb Seleka is bowling from, so that the batter can trust the surface a little bit more.
I think the reason for that, Pendulo, looking at the pitch this morning before play, bowling from the south end, so to the end where Seleka's just bowled, there's quite a bare patch. It's on quite a good length, but it's certainly an area where there is no grass. Seleka, the end he's bowling to, it's quite a uniform covering of grass, dead grass. You can see that from the colour. But perhaps that bare patch is responsible for a bit of the variable bounce, and I think it will also turn more from Engelbrecht's end, where he's about to bowl his 6th over.
He's got 1 wicket of Leighton Trotsky, the only player to not be in double digits after an excellent start from Muirhead and Schultz. Gets beaten on the outside edge, David Tiga. There's a wide open space down at third, so that's where he was trying to guide the ball.
Turn and bounce there, though.
Oh, now it keeps low. Good take from Zuma behind the stumps. But those are the devils and demons in the surface that you're precisely speaking about, Ken.
Well, you could see that was pitched up. That was fairly full, and I bet you that hit one of those bare patches.
It must be so painful as the batter, because more often than not, when we see those patches, it's because of the bowler's follow-through. So they're more likely to be much more fuller in length than they would be at that good area. This one is picked up. There's no one behind square. It's going to try to protect the cars there, our little sub-spectator. The ball does end up going for 4 by David Tiga.
Good solid sweep shot from Tiga. I actually don't think that bare patch is bowler's run-ups, because it's right across the pitch. It's just an area, I guess, where the grass hasn't grown or has died more. Is more dead than the other grass, if you can be more dead.
Yeah, unfortunately, just the beauty of that shot took me out of my point, because normally those patches are fuller. They don't affect play. But this one is a little bit different. As a batter, you see it in front of you. And more often than not, as a batter, you're judging the ball across its flight, and you don't necessarily see where it pitches. You're just playing on years and years of muscle memory of, if ball is here, I do that. So they don't know if it's going to be pitching on that patch or not, but they are always wary that it's there. And after seeing the ball going up and down, it's not a nice feeling to bat against, especially from a top spinner or a tall spinner. Picks up to Caden Solomons. They're trying to push for 2. It's a good call from Tiga.
Just on your previous point, dead right MP, I actually went and, as I like to do when I can, I went and stood guard. The stumps weren't in yet, so I was able to go and stand, pretend you're batting sort of thing. Stood guard, and it straight away I saw this great big bare patch on a length which was in play. So you did right. It will definitely be in the batter's minds, and especially once balls do start misbehaving from there.
Some good bounce coming from the golf course end. Siaplaki is going to try to take advantage of that. He hasn't had a good start to his innings so far, Siaplaki. Each of his 3 overs have had a boundary ball in them, with some having more than 1. And so the question is, can you recover on your second spell? It seems like it's the case. Just a couple of boundary balls with this partnership. And that's what happens when you start applying yourself better as a batter. The bowlers start searching, and they give away boundaries just they have. A run per ball for the past 12 balls.
And Plaiki was bowling to Short and Muirhead, who are both really strong down the ground. And he was just over pitching a little bit, which led to him being hit for a few boundaries.
That's more likely the area that you want. It's so hard to judge it, because the moment is fuller than where he was there. It's a drivable ball. It's in that arc of just being driven. If he goes a little bit shorter, well, he is still in play, given the line that he bowled. But that's the area that he wants, because he wants to be at the stumps. Any shorter, it goes over the stumps.
Yeah, it's a slowish pitch still, so you want to be in that sort of in-between length. Too short and it'll just sit up. If you hit the right length, it's difficult to drive because of the slowness.
Yeah, and then the variable bounce. It seems, because of that grass, Ken, this end does give you that extra bounce. We saw with Seleka, yeah, it is because he's tall, but if it's the same thing for every bowler who's bowling at the end, then clearly there's just a little bit more assistance given by the surface. So it gives them that extra bounce as well, which can be used to their advantage. Yeah, that's it from Blackie. That's it. It's nicely played as well, though, from Caden Solomons.
Yeah, Plaiki has found a good length in this over so far. That's where he wants to be. Change of ends for him. He was bowling from the south end his first 3 overs. Bit of a breeze picking up now, blowing from right to left on your screen. Slightly over Plaiki's shoulder.
Goes short. Industrial shot from Caden Solomons, but it works. Picks up Khomole Mopiri at the deep square. It's going to just be 1 for all of that.
Interesting, my Solomons moved early, and then it was a short one. He got it to ground nicely, played it pretty well, actually, considering it. He was in a bit of an awkward spot for it. That shot was played to the longer boundary. No, I beg your pardon, the shorter boundary today here at Irene. Longer boundary is to Teager's offside as he faces.
That's exactly where Siaplaki will want to keep bowling. Just allow them to attack that longer side of the boundary. Even those big drives that we saw, most of them were going over the top on that short side of the boundary. And more often, and more than all of that, it's just good bowling outside the off stump and trying to hit the top of those stumps. And if you've gone for 27 in your first 3 overs, you just want to continue as he's doing, which is probably what his captain, Mitch van Buren, just told him at that instance. Oh, does so well, gets the edge. There's no attacking option. What an excellent over. What a return from Blackie. Dando Zuma is not that long and not that nimble. It's going to go for 4 runs at the 3rd. Harsh boundary.
Well, I do wonder why it's the last ball of the over. It's been a good over. Why did he go short here? Actually, to be fair, it wasn't that short, and it's a very educated edge by David Teager. Perhaps Blackie could have been a little bit fuller with that final delivery, but it's been a good comeback over from him.
Caleb Seleka. This partnership, 32 from 32. I think it's a smart decision from Mitchell van Buren to keep his spinners on this on this end where there's heavy variable bounce.
looking forward to. I'm sure Caleb Seleka is looking forward to bowling from that end, the south end. I think most of the spin bowling will be done from there. And unfortunately, when you do have two spinners bowling in tandem, someone's got to have the not so good end. But as you pointed out, Pendulo, Seleka had a bit of extra bounce from the north end. But let's see how he goes now from the south end and that bit of a bare patch to aim at.
Too short. Welcome delivery to Caden Solomons, who's batting really well. Very poor ball from Seleka, so uncharacteristic. Picked up away for 6.
Well, Caleb Seleka, you mentioned him being a bit under the radar as a cricketer. He's come off a really good domestic season.
Pedalled around. Keegan Leon Cachet with a long chase. It's a lush, it's a beautiful surface here. It's a quick surface. Even one of the quicker guys in Keegan Leon Cachet cannot stop that.
Well, we're surrounded by a golf course here, and I'll say it again. Golfers know this time of year the ball runs and runs and runs over the dead, short grass. It's going to be a very quick outfield. And the last bit is actually a bit downhill towards us here in our commentary positions. Keegan Leon Cachet didn't have much chance there. Tried his best, just missed out.
It was a very risky shot from Caden Solomons as well, because if he missed, he was in big trouble. So it wasn't the worst delivery bowled by Seleka. It was just met by a good shot. It hit the under part of the bat, so it ran down past Ntando Zuma, who really couldn't do much about that. So it was a risky shot. Had to come across the line, and it just hit the bottom part of the pads. Could have easily deflected that onto his leg stump as well. So the first ball was not a 6, it was a 4. Might not be another one, because he smashed it straight into the hands of Dayan Khalim. David Teager throws it away. He was batting so well, and that breaks the 41-run partnership. 136 for 4.
I can't help wondering if he didn't look where the fielder was. He wasn't in the normal sort of mid-on position. He was a bit wider, a bit deeper, but he picked him out absolutely perfectly, did Teager. Seleka dropping a little bit short, but maybe this also just rushed. Yeah, the shot was a bit cramped, a little bit cramped as well by Teager. He probably was trying to clear the inner ring, but couldn't.
You hit it on the nail, Ken. The difference here is the fact that he was rushed. You'll see that Caleb Seleka darted the ball in, which is why it was just a little bit shorter. But because it was that much quicker, it just got to David Teager before he'd completed his shot. So the ball got him whilst he was on the motion of his bat swing, which is why it just got heavy on him. So you'll see that the connection was not at the sweet spot of where the bat should be. Just that extra 5 kilometers an hour added by Seleka was good enough. And it shows the markings of a bowler who produces his spin on surfaces which are meant for fast bowlers. Playing around with that pace, playing around with that trajectory and that length in the surface gets him his wicket.
And a very frustrating time for USSA to lose a wicket as well, because that partnership was just starting to get going. They'd added 41 for the 4th wicket. Both batsmen looked well set, starting to up the ante. And it's a real hammer blow, a soft wicket, one has to say.
Yeah, it brings in Wezo Griba, another of the left-handers. Played pretty decently, Griba, the previous game, scoring 25 from 39. He needed to recover the innings. And look at that. He needs to do it again. And Caleb Seleka, he recovers what has been a below par over on his standards, but he gets the wicket. Oohs and ahs, well deserved from the way he's bowling now.
Gieber's coming in a little bit earlier today, which I think will suit him. It was a 47 over game on Monday, and he came in from memory around about the 40th over, and I don't think it's really his game, the sort of finishing business. You know, he looked solid at the crease, but they needed an injection of quick runs, which he couldn't quite provide. To me, he's more of a builder of an innings. Perhaps 6 is a bit low in the order for him as well. But at least today, he's got more than half the innings to bat.
Still 26 overs to go. After 24, it's 136 for 4. And to be very honest, if you just keep away the fact that they had an excellent start, it's not the worst score in the world. 134 for 4, 136 for 4 in this situation. Oh, it might be bad, but there's no one standing in the ring at the square leg. Pere is a little bit deep, so they'll safely but gingerly cross for 1.
To pick up from your point, Pendula, I think 250 might be competitive today. Just from what we've seen of the pitch, bit of bounce at the one end and variable bounce at the other end. And as the sun shines on this pitch, on those bare patches, it's not going to get any easier. So also perhaps need to not be too greedy here. Need to not push too high. Aim for your 250, 270, round about that area. And I think you'll be very much in the contest.
Oi, that kept a little bit low from the golf course end. Not what you'd expect. But also, on top of that, they still have Seth Fledermaus who's going to come in after this. Knights player, high performance contract. He comes in, has good control over his batting, Seth. And Cole Francis has become more of a bowler as time goes by, and his batting taking a bit of a backseat, but sure, he can play as well, Cole Francis. So there's still runs that can be taken from this batting lineup for the USA team.
Yeah, if they can bat through for the next hour or so and just give those strong hitters that are coming in after them a base.
It's just South Africa who's going to need to dial those runs back. They're going at over 6 over the past 5 overs. And if they bowl like that, with the slip fielder there, they might cause more damage.
Well, that's why it was a timely wicket that Caleb Seleka took, because the run rate was just starting to accelerate. Solomons and Tiga, they were starting to get on top of the bowling. And you'll see the next 5 overs will probably be a lot less than the previous 5 as the new batter tries to get settled in.
Wonderful graphic shown by our producers. A little bit of a pull. It's a bit wide from Siaplaki. But still, see Richard Seletwane, that deep backward square. He was there when he took the wickets of Ludwig Schultz. The ball pitched short by Andile Mohakane. Looked for a pull and it was caught over there. And so when you keep receiving drive balls, 4 to 5 balls in a row, when that one that just comes straight to your body comes out of the blue, it's so easy for you to feel compelled to pull it away. But because he wasted that opportunity, he's going to drive it. It's a good stop from Dayan Khalim, who just needs to tumble to his right. And a good run as well from the 2.
I think Jason Murad will be pretty frustrated because, you know, he hit it well, but he didn't hit it with all of his power. He kind of just tried to place it around the corner. I'm sure if he'd given it maximum effort, it would have sailed over Seletwane's head.
Yeah, Jason Muirhead, not Schultz. Thanks, Ken. Goes down to the legs. There is protection in two fielders. Caleb Slager's going to stop it from fine leg. Too well timed, so it's just going to be one halfway through the innings. 140 for 4. Speaking of those projected scores, we're looking at that projection of 280. With the amount of wickets that they have lost so far, that score seems attainable with a good partnership between these two, like you've alluded to. But then you don't rush those runs, especially when you start your partnership. You just allow the partnership to grow its own wings. And the more you don't lose your wickets, the more the bowlers start searching for them. And that's what happened exactly with that 86-run partnership. And it eventually happened with David Teague and Solomons as well.
It's a very good point, Pendulo. You can't get those runs now. You've got to lay the platform and be patient now.
It's going to take this. Working the spinner, working your pacer. If they're not giving you boundary balls, work the ones. They are around the ground because they are using their 4 fielders. 3 of them on the leg side, long on, deep backward square, and then the deep mid wicket. With the ball spinning into Wezo Griba, that should give him more leeway to just work that ball into those spaces. It's exactly what he's trying. Gets a leading edge. Risky business. It's a give or take all the time with cricket.
Well, that's also why the SA Emergent team just strengthened their leg side a bit. One more player coming into the ring on the leg side.
Even with him there, Mitchell van Buren, one of the best fielders in the country, still can't stop the single. And that's what you need to do. Be smart with your cricket. Allow the game to give you the runs. He played that one a little bit too early. But the next one, he played it well for the 1. 2 full. Short extra cover can't do much. Excellent fielding in the deep from Skalk Engelbrecht. That is phenomenal work. And keeps it to 2 runs.
Very good fielding by Engelbrecht. Important save that just for the morale of the bowler.
Bit too full from Sleka. That's the length. Good recovery from Zuma. Solomons was halfway down his ground. He makes it back. Little bit of an event.
Very sharp by Thanda Zuma. Caden Solomons had to be very quick about getting his bat back down there. If he had lingered at all, I think Zuma would have had him.
The ball is never dead until it really is dead. Good awareness indeed from Solomons. Good awareness from Zuma. Good cricket all round from both teams. Yeah, they mustn't force singles where they aren't. South African, their fielding mustn't give away overthrows. Good backing up behind from Dayan Khalim. It ends the over for Caleb Salega after 26. Was a really good attempt here from Zuma. No look. He was definitely going to be in trouble if he hesitated for even an extra second.
Yeah, that was a pretty tight. Thanda Zuma has been pretty good behind the stumps today. He's had to deal with a lot of variable bounce. A lot of balls scooting low.
Top edge. Siamplanki coming with the effort ball. Wezo Griba had no idea where that was going to go. He'll be happy that it goes to where backstop would be for 4.
Well, again, slightly unlucky Siaplaki there. It's a moral victory. But that's all.
Zuma momentarily thinking is in the game. Leon Cachet momentarily thinking the same. Siaplak with a lot of energy behind the ball. It's nicely done from both. Love the look of Greiber when he gets the ball in the areas and he can plays it with conviction, which is exactly what he does there. He tried to keep his eye on the ball until the last minutes, just that extra bounce from this side of the surface that we're speaking about that got to him. Normally when they top edge the ball over their heads, you see head down, you see everything position being oblong. Dealt with that pretty decently.
Well, Plaki's slippery, and Greiber was beaten for pace a bit there as well.
Good timing. Excellent timing. What a shot from Greiber. That's gorgeous. This is amazing. Mitchell van Buren cannot stop it. Giving him a chase it was effortlessly put away from Greiber.
Yeah, beautiful shot by Greiber. First time I saw him bat was at the Tuks Oval 2 days ago, and these are the sort of shots that struck me. When he gets on the back foot and still plays with a straight bat, punches the ball really beautifully. And that was one of the shots of the day. Top quality.
Yeah, he's starting to get into his straps here, Greiber. Confidently onto the front foot, confidently on the back foot, confident all round. Questions ringing in the head of Siaplaki. Just look at that balance. Allows the ball to come to him. He plays it nice and tall, plays it under his eye, times it to perfection. He spoke about Van Buren being quick. Even he wasn't quick enough. Well, when a good one comes, a good one does come. Well done from Blackie.
It was a good length and not much footwork from Wesley Greiber. Could have got himself into trouble here.
It just happens once you get into a flow. He knows that he shouldn't have played that particular shot. Knows he should have cut that ball because it was there to be cut. But just such was the elegance of that previous drive to straight to the batter, stopping his thought processes a little bit. 150 runs up as well for the USA team, 152 for 4. It looks like a good product here, Greiber. Plays with conviction. Let's see if he can select his shot carefully and keep his wickets and push the score up for USA, because after 27, they're on 152 for 4. Solomon's looking like a different player than what he was in that first game. He had a tough opportunity behind the stumps to grab one, but it shows that he has ways around behind the wickets. And 6 overs used by Siaplanki's been quite expensive. So have Mohakan and Sleka. But they have at least gotten wickets. Planky the only one remaining with a wicket to take. Here's Sleka. It's been a touch expensive as well. Throughout the tour, he's been going at around 4s. So this is different territory, a different test for USA, especially now that they've faced him before, so they know what better to expect.
Busy adjusting his fielders. Well, more swapping fielders. It's the same field setting, but the personnel has changed at backward point. Third man's gone a fine leg rather now for the left-hander.
And I think that's a much better ploy, because the single was pickpocketed at square leg. And so that's where Keegan Leon Cachet is now stationed. That's why he tried to play that straight, actually, Greiber. You see, he's no longer confident in just pocketing into that space, because there's no more runs there. They've blocked it down. So they're able to steal a single. It didn't look too convincing, but it gets him off strike nonetheless. And so as a captain, that's what you must think about as well. How can I manipulate the batter's thinking into where they can score and where they cannot? Reverse sweep. Just a bump ball. Mohakane, a good fielder standing at backward point.
Well struck by Solomons. Just picked out the fielder there.
He really wanted to go onto that offside. It is the shorter side of the ground. Piri doing a lot of work down at the deep. Normally a wicket keeper, Khomolemo Piri, being taken by his teammate at the Dolphins, Dando Zuma. Neither of the boys play for the Lions, but both of the boys were discovered by the current Lions under-16 coach. Nothing is going to help them there, though. Lovely hit from Wezoqiba, but that is the long side of the boundary. Richard Seletwane keeps it to 2. That also ends the over. It's a nice one. Good recovery from Seleka. It goes for 5, but it was well worked between Qiba and Solomons, each exchanging a couple of runs. 157 for 4 after 28.
Partnership worth 21 now, so Qiba has got going quite nicely. 13 or 17. Solomon's looking very good. 34 of 32. He's got really good hands. Is something that I've noticed here today. I wouldn't be surprised if he has a hockey background, as Andile Mohakane will be returning to the attack, replacing Plaiki.
Yeah, plays in Stellenbosch. Caden Solomons, wicket keeper. Seeing a bit of the wicket keepers being good of their wrists, no surprise. First name that comes to mind is a Rivaldo Munsami. Even Quinton de Kock has wonderful wrists. Khomolemo Piri, the teammate here. And so he's using them well here today. It doesn't matter if you have good technique, good wrists. The only thing that matters as a batter is runs and keeping your wickets. That's what makes your average. 34 from 33 from Solomons. He's also doing it at a great strike rate. And building this partnership now, 21 from 27. That doesn't matter if it's not going at a run per ball. It's going at a good enough tick to just irritate the South Africans now. Oh, that's the variable bounce. Keeping a little bit low for Mohakane. Goodness me, it was going to be troubles if that was much straighter.
I wonder if it also came through a bit slower. Maybe it was pace off from Mohakane, because Solomons was almost swinging himself off his feature. And it bounced in front of the wicketkeeper, Zuma.
Yeah, just signaling that it kept a little bit low that time from Caden Solomons. He's also going to have a bit of work to do behind the wickets once he has to bowl, or once they have to field. Slight adjustment by Mohakane. Seeing that they have an intent to hit him, they have thrown the long on down to the boundary, bringing up the 3rd. That's why. But it doesn't matter. Excellent placement from Solomons. Pulls that in front of Square. Square leg had no chance. Neither did the boundary, as it goes to I don't know what hole in the golf course for 4.
Solomons waited for that one really nicely. And then put away. Nice lead strike. And that's going to... Oh, fortunately no one playing through at the moment. It looks like it's the Vodacom Bulls Golf Day being played here at Irene Country Club. So probably not a good idea to hit a rugby player with a cricket ball while we're out here.
Well, I'm just wondering if any of the rugby players will mistaken the ball as one of their golf balls from a distance. It landed on the fairway. They think they got it good. Very lovely shot from Caden Solomons. Didn't even have to run for it. Actually, there's a foursome currently on the green on the hole that we're speaking of. One of the players just hit a nice little wedge onto the green, a couple of meters away from where our ball landed.
Good day for golf. There's a bit of a breeze, but it's not really anything to worry about. Still blowing from right to left on your screen. So that's towards the long boundary on the offside when bowling from the north end.
Those short balls again from Mohakane. But I think the issue is, regardless of where the over goes now, the boundary has already been taken. As you build up to those last couple of overs of the game, let's say it's until over number 37, over number 38, you want to have at least a consistency of around 3 to 5 runs to the over every over, and not losing your wickets. Because by then the bowlers and the fielders would have worked so much that it's easier for you to capitalize in the last 10. It's a good-looking shot. Dayan Khalim in the game. Direct hit. However, Solomons has made his ground. Fantastic batting here from these two. 162 for 4 after 29.
Yes, it's all about laying the platform for these two. For the hitters coming in later to really capitalise on what they do now, really do some damage at the back end. And so far, I think Solomons and Kriba are going about things really well. Another promising stand here for the USSA 11.
Yeah, they did have a little bit of a recovery in their previous game. It wasn't the biggest one. Just came in drips and drabs. That one coming between Leighton Trotsky and I believe one of the top order batters. Will confirm with you. But they did have a little bit of a recovery in that innings. But the issue is, it was just a partnership in its high 20s, just like this one is in now. They're going to need more than that. They're going to need a partnership that's going to be around 50s, 60s, 70s in order for them to get to their projected total of 270. And I believe it was Wezo Kleba who was part of that rebuilding. Because it took his time with his innings. And his statistics speak to your point, Ken, that he's much more of a controller of the innings rather than one who finishes the innings. His 29 only had one boundary in it, so he had to run about 25 times, which shows that he has good control of the surface of the field. Working the ball around. And we're speaking so much of Caden Solomons, who's now on 40. We forget that Greba is still there on 14 of 18, which is a good score, given when he came in.
Well, he's done his job so far. Now he needs to complete the task. That previous game, USA lost 10 wickets for 101 runs, which really cost them the match.
It wasn't good enough. That fielding from Caleb Sleka was, though. And you can have a good start. It's all about how you finish. You can have a bad start and finish late. At this level, you're hoping that you are going to see contributions coming from the top, coming from the middle, coming from everywhere, because then you get to maximize the potential of the team. Which is what, unfortunately, USA have not been able to do. Both games falling short, but there was a better fight in that first game with Leighton Trotsky's 69. But we end over number 30. Cute little graphic down on the side with Caleb Seleka on top of it. 165 for 4. You can see the wickets as well. A pull from Muirhead was the first one to fall due to the bowling of Andile Mokakane, who'll be coming into the attack, just like Mr. Colin Klowa will now be coming on to the attack on the mic with Ken Borland.
Nicely cut away by Solomons, but straight to cover as we head into the last 20 overs of this innings. We also have played some really good cricket in this tournament, but the big moments is where they've been found wanting, and so they've given themselves a little bit of a platform here. Now they need to capitalise. Oh, that one comes back sharply from Mokakane. Well bowled.
Yeah, good day again, Ken. Good to come back. Yeah, the USA team, remember they started ahead from the two opening batters. Had a bit of a slump with those 3 quick wickets. So it's good to see that there is a partnership between Solomons and Kriba that just now at least brings them back to that control room where they can control the tempo and maybe start talking about the target.
Well, they do say double the total after 30 overs to give you an idea of a final score. So that would be 330, which I think would be plenty on this pitch. But even if they get 300, which is certainly possible, that's another 135 runs in 20 overs. So if things go well, very well at the back end, they could get 300 here, and that's going to be a good, tough chase to set SA emerging.
Yeah, and a good cut did it by Solomons, just for 1. But yeah, 100, I agree there, Ken. And I think this partnership as well also sort of gives them that idea to say, is it realistic? Is maybe that 300 something realistic, or do we bet safe and maybe happy with a 250 or 260 odd? So they'll rely a lot, not entirely, on this partnership. They've still got 6 wickets in hand, but they would ideally want maybe one of these guys to take them through.
I think they'd be a bit disappointed with 250 now, given they won 66 for 4.
Yeah, we spoke earlier on with Mpendulo that, they've had some good stats from the first 2 opening batters, and they seem to quickly lose wickets after those 2 have gone. And we saw a little bit of that with those first 3 wickets that fell, pretty much in a very short space of time. That's why I said these 2 have sort of just kept the ship stable, and if they could continue a bit more. Oh, gets over that. Oh, Khalim takes a beautiful catch in front of him, running towards his right-hand side. And that wicket falls at a time when we were just talking about how crucial this partnership would be. And that sees the back of the batter. And that's exactly what the SA emerging team would be looking for. That instead of, to make sure that they don't get to that figure of 300, we need to pick up wickets and pick them up consistently. So
it's another one of those big moments, isn't it? And it's a soft dismissal, one has to say, just spooning it up to, he ends up in extra cover, does Dayan Khalim. But I mean, these 2, if they could have just added, say, 60 more runs in the next 10 overs, so that's just runnable. You then get yourselves to a position where you're 220, 230 with 10 overs remaining. You've still got 6 wickets in hand. 300 is definitely on then. But now, suddenly with this dismissal, Kriba just trying to stroke the ball, but he wasn't trying to overhit it, but the timing's all wrong, and he's just spooned up a catch. And I think it could well be Seth Fledermaus who comes to the wicket now, who is more of a finisher. But he's got work to do, and Caden Solomons just needs to find someone to stay with him for a lengthy amount of time. Pendulo mentioned it earlier that you need a sort of 60, 70 run partnership somewhere here in the middle to really lay the table.
Yeah, and at the stage and how they were going at 5.4 runs and over, that, as you mentioned earlier, soft dismissal. There may be no need for that. If you are going to go at it, maybe go full force, not sort of half shot or check shot, which he ended up being caught. If he had maybe gone all the way, like we saw earlier on with the two batters, Schultz and Muirhead, and saw a little bit of it from Solomons. When they do go for it, they go all the way. And here in the Highfield, you get paid for your shot. You get rewarded for it, So I think a soft dismissal from Kleber, but yeah, 100% agree in that partnership needed to go on a little bit more and put up more runs on the board. But it brings a new batter as they take drinks, take up that opportunity to take up drinks.
Well, you'll see from the scoreboard there that not just partnerships not going on, but individual batters as well. Both the openers made 40. One of them really needed to go on, and they fell. The two openers fell within 3 overs of each other. And Tiga had a start, soft dismissal. Giba had a start, soft dismissal. So a lot of pressure now on Caden Solomons, 42 not out. Can he be the one to go on and get an 80 or maybe even 100? And that'll help USA post a really competitive total. 167 for 5. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, welcome back to Irene Country Club. Beautiful looking country club, and in the team here between the USA team versus the SA emerging team. And we've got a new batter coming in onto the crease because Kleber just gone out being caught there by the fielder at mid-on. And interesting to see where the bowler will be looking to bowl to the new bowler, to the new batter. And immediately the new batter is the attempt there. What is Mr. Shezi saying? He says it's out. Immediately the batter coming in and taking a sneaky one. Good fielding there by the captain himself, Mitch van Buren.
Well, first thought is you shouldn't take on Mitchell van Buren. He's a high-quality fielder indeed. But again, what an absolute waste of a wicket. And this is really their finisher. Vleerdermaus is a dangerous guy. Dangerous batter. He has a strike rate of 81 in List A cricket. What have you done?
Yeah, definitely no need for that. He hit it, and it not soft, hit it straight to the fielder, and Mitch van Buren picked it up and look at it, hit the stump beautifully, and great fielding. The batter was not even going to be in the crease there whatsoever. If you look at that replay, and when Mitch van Buren picked it up beautifully, the batter is not even in the frame. No need for that, especially after just losing a wicket, especially looking at the stage where the game is. You need, even if it's a finisher, you still need to start first.
Absolute brain implosion, one has to say. As you said, Colin, hit it far too firmly to take a run there straight to mid-off pretty much. And just really slick fielding by Mitchell van Buren.
Yeah, great fielding that by Mitch van Buren. And it ends that over. We're seeing Seleka coming in from the south end. He's going to have a chat with Mitch in terms of what kind of line is going to be looking to bowl to the batter, because you got a new batter on strike with that run out happening this side. Cole Francis coming in as a right-hand bat, and you can see they've already got 4 fielders or 5 fielders with a slip fielder on the offside. And what is going to be selected is a line of attack here. And he just bowls it just not too short but not too full. Just enough for Francis to just rock back and hit it straight again to that man, Mitch van Buren, who just did a beautiful run out there. That misses that outside off stump and misses the edge of the bat of the new batter there, Francis. And that's not the confidence that he would be looking for, because it's not a confidence builder once you start missing at balls like that. Good pressure times this, Ken. Just putting the batting team under pressure. There were 4 wickets down when I just sat here, and all of a sudden 2 quick wickets changes the game. 167 for 6. Are they chancing that fielder again? And this time, bit of a fumble by Mitch van Buren, but yes, there was a chance. And looks like the batter there, Solomons, didn't fall nicely, but we'll see if he needs medical attention. Yes, it looks like he is going to need one. But if you just look at the replay, a clean pickup from Mitch van Buren there would have had Solomons there in a bit of spot of border, Ken.
For sure. Van Buren was to the ball really quickly, which is always one of his strengths. And then I think as he just flung the arm back to throw it, he lost control of the ball. But really, that was another crazy moment by the USSA 11. Caden Solomons just needs to take control. Yeah, have a word with his batting partners.
Yeah.
Just to remind them that it's only the 32nd over.
Yes, as you rightfully say, Ken, there's still a lot of overs. Maybe let's just look to build again, and let's just hit the caps, and let's just get our 1s and 2s to build ourselves back into it again. Now it's just 4 wickets in hand. And yes, it looks like Francis has had the call. Are they going to get the second run? Yes, easy 2 there. And that's how maybe they should be approaching this, just to play safe, play on the ground. Let's start building again, and it gets easier and easier the longer you stay.
Well, Cole Francis is a big, tall, fast bowler, strongly built, known for hitting the ball a long way. How long can he play like this? Because this is the right approach. Well, not this replay. This is the wrong approach. Trying to take a single. It just got sort of tangled up in his hands there. Mitchell van Buren.
Yeah, good fielder at Mitch van Buren. Over up in terms of the 32nd over gone. The score is 171 for 6. We've got Solomon still on strike. He's gone 43 after 48 balls. And Francis, who's new, got that 2 runs. And that one puts him on 3 after 5 balls. And we see Mahakane bowling his 7th over from the north end. And there's an attempt there, but I think Mitch van Buren has already sent a statement. They won't chance that. They already know what he's capable of. And immediately Solomon saying no.
sensible. But then he has looked like a really sensible batter right through his innings. He's played really well. And just needs someone to stick with him.
Yeah, definitely. And with the bowlers coming after, Francis, one of them, he would know that as well. So he would know that he needs to take control of this. And I'm sure the coach, Braden, would want him to stay on and take them as close as possible to that 200.
The USSA 11 being coached by Brady Barnes, who enjoyed a very long and successful career as a bowler with the Northwest team.
Yeah, he loved Northwest. He's still based there now at Pekka, working there as well, and also one of Cricket South Africa's top leads. So very, very much involved in cricket after his playing days. A good shot, that good sensible shot by Solomons, hitting that gap and hitting that sweeper on the boundary, and to just pick up a run, safe run.
For those who don't know, TAP is the Talent Acceleration Program. Am I correct, Colin?
100%.
Important program, and actually, yeah, I think it's fantastic to see the students team playing in this sort of series against an overseas team and against the SA emerging side. I always feel that the universities and the technicons have a big role to play in the pipeline in South African cricket. Traditionally, a lot of really good cricketers have come through the universities, and it's good to see that pipeline is still enjoying a place high up in the pecking order, somewhere on the top table.
Seleka now bowling to the new batter, Francis, and keeping him on that side. Ken, tertiary needs to play that role in South African cricket. There's a lot of cricketers who are late bloomers who would not have come through when they were still at school level, but and then they hit the varsity level, especially with the kind of support the tertiary institutions have got. When you just look at Peke, for example, you look at Turks here, you look at those kinds of varsities, the kind of support they've got. It's a good initiative, this as well. This one is hit straight, and are they going to look for two? But I think Solomons was always having one in mind, but didn't anticipate that there might be an opportunity for 2 runs. But as I was saying, Ken, that institutions, and to have them playing at this time of the season, having the USA team playing is fantastic. Does a whole lot, because remember, those players playing for the USA side as well, also available in terms of the pool, in terms of selection towards that South African pipeline. So it's great to see, and it's great to involve the universities.
There's a case in point here at Irene Villages today. If you see a tall, rangy, dark-haired guy on the boundary carrying jinx, not playing today, young Chris Smith from Pretoria University, Tuks. And a couple of years ago was called up to the Titans when they had a bit of an injury crisis. He'd been a stalwart for Tuks, but no one had really heard of him. Bowled really well. 18 months later, playing SA20. And now in the SA emerging side.
Seleka continuing to bowl from the south end. This is his 9th over. Looks like the captain, Van Buren, is going to just make him finish all his overs from that side. He's bowled fairly well. He's picked up 1 wicket for 45 runs. And, I'm sure he will just continue to bowl on. No pressure now with Francis, the new batter. And looks like Solomon has gone back to the lower gear to just start all over again.
Just on the overs remaining, SA Emerging really only have 5 bowlers. They don't really have an obvious 6th bowling option, which means that the 5 that have been used have to all bowl out. Lucky to get away with that one, Saleka. Sia Plaiki is going to have to come back and bowl quite a few overs. He's the one who's been under pressure today. He needs to find his lengths at the back end here.
Bit of a shout there, but Empire Settler, they're just signaling that even their leg bias just going down. So not out. Yeah, you saw earlier on Khalim seems to be warming up a bit. Maybe that's a signal that he's looking to come back on because he's still got a few overs to go. But yeah, they're just limited in terms of, look, sometimes not necessarily limited, but that's what you expect from your bowlers. Oh, that kept low, but had an inside edge there. We could hear an inside edge playing onto his pads, and fortunately so, playing onto his pads.
I like the idea of Dayan Khalim coming back for a couple of overs. He's bowled really well today. And if he can just nip out Caden Solomons, then that could hasten the end of this USSA innings pretty quickly. So I think Khalim has bowled 6, has he? So bowl a couple of overs soon, and then he can have 2 at the death as well. As probably the most experienced member of the bowling attack.
Yeah, getting Solomons out now would really, really put this USA team on the back foot because you could see now, especially with those 2 wickets that fell, the 7th and 8th over, it immediately just forced Solomons to just go back slightly into a shell, just to say now is building up, and you can see there's still. Makhatlan has still got 3 more overs to go, and Khalim, who's coming back from the north end now, still got 4 overs to go. He's picked up 1 wicket for 27 runs. So, yeah, they've still got fairly, except Sileko's got one over to go, and I'm sure he'll finish off the next over on the other end.
And then Engelbrecht might well take over and finish up his 4 remaining overs of spin as well.
And he gets that outside edge is Solomon's, and it runs all the way for 4 with the first ball now from this 3rd spell by Khalim, just bowling it outside off stump, and immediately the eyes widening from Solomon's and chasing that one and having a big swing at it that got that huge edge and went all the way down for 4.
Too wide from Dayan Khalim. He'll feel hard done by with the edge, but if you bowl it out there, always a chance.
And that short, that edge, well, it's 4 runs for Solomons. He'll take that any day. Brings him closer to now the 50 mark. He's on 49 runs currently of the 56 balls that he's faced.
When do you think it's going to warm up here, Colin? I think it's the wind that is still keeping it. And we're in shade here on the north end of the ground.
Khalim this time bowls it straight, and Solomons, they're just showing off, just saying that, waiting for a picture to be done, taken, showing solid defense. But yeah, no, Ken, I think we're just sitting in the shade. I think if you go around, you'll feel that bit of warmth. If you look across, it looks like we're the only ones wearing jackets. The guys in the sun are not wearing jackets like us. So maybe we picked not so much of a good spot, but that said, it's still a fantastic cricket day.
Yeah, it's a hard life watching cricket and talking about it.
Having a shy and hitting it to the fielder there, just slows it down, but they just managed to get 1 run. But that will bring the 50 up for Solomons. Well batted, good, and the team will still need him. I'm sure Francis will remind him there that let's keep going. We've still got plenty of overs to go, and we still need you here in the middle.
58 balls for the half century. came in when 3 wickets had fallen for 9 runs. So it's been a really good innings by Caden Solomons.
Halim now bowling to the new batter, Francis. Bit of a not clean pickup, but they just managed to run the one because it just deflected it to his side there, the fielder, and got Francis to just bring back Solomons on the strike, because that would be preferably what they are looking at, to give Solomons much of the strike as possible.
Yep, so far Carl Francis is doing his job well, going about things the correct way.
Yeah, good shot. This good shot on the onside. There's going to be a chase there. And I don't know if that's good fielding or if it did reach the boundary, but good attempt there. What is the fielder saying there? No. No 4. Good fielding there. Fantastic fielding, in fact, to save the boundary. It was written 4 all over.
Well, I was bending on the ball there, I must say. Sia Plaki, he's an athletic-looking guy, and he's clearly got the pace to go with it. So good work by him. 35 overs gone, 184 for 6.
Yeah, it looks like, as we mentioned, Seleka will bowl his last over, his 10th over from the south end. And he'll be bowling to the man who's in, Solomons, who's just reached his 50 in the previous over. So I'm sure the intention now, there should be some message that has come across, I'm sure, to these two to say what is the target that they're looking at. They would have readjusted, maybe from the 300-odd Ken. Not so much of a confident shot there from Seleka, but I'm sure they would have readjusted. I'm sure they've looked at now. We got 4 wickets in hand, 1 batter really remaining. Yes, Francis can hit a long one, but maybe the chances now of us getting to 300 a bit risky, but let's push on. And if we can get to about 240, 250, would have done well. Seleka continuing in this over and just dotting it now to just finish off. And the message would be from Mitch Biren, just from Mitch van Biren, the captain, to say to Seleka, just finish strong.
You can see Solomon's there is looking at that bare patch just in front of him, because that one stood up a bit. Well played by Solomons.
Yeah, good fielding there by Halim, who just finished bowling the previous over, to come back and field and do that. That's what you want to see, commitment, even when you are not bowling on the field and you've just finished bowling. Most of the time you bowl and you get sent to fine leg. Yeah, good over this so far. Good over this so far. 4 dot balls or 5 dot balls. And he's got 1 more to go, Halim, to finish off his spell.
Bowling at a good pace as well, Seleka. It's been a great finish to his efforts today.
It's picked up just not much by Solomons, just enough to hit it to the field at the boundary to finish the over, just pick up 1 run. The score is 185 for 6 after 36 overs. And that finishes Seleka's spell of 10 overs, 1 wicket for 47 runs.
It's not a bad return for a wrist spinner in 50 over cricket. Excellent final over, just a single off the last ball. So Caleb Seleka has done a decent job. Diane Khalim to return again. I don't think he'll bowl a 3rd over in the spell. I think they'll want to keep him for a couple at the death.
Yeah, 4.7 runs there by Seleka is not bad. I'm sure spin coach, Paul Adams, will be very happy with it.
Khalim's using the protection of the long boundary on the offside. If you can just keep to that line. He's got 3 in the covers. There's a deep cover point, it looks like, in place as well on the boundary.
And this time Khalim is, maybe that's the line he's looking at. You're just looking at the kind of fields that he's got. To just bowl it not too straight, but not too wide outside off stump. Just to bowl it in and about that line, middle and off stump, and just maybe a touch outside that 4th stump, keeping it in that line. Because if you look at his field placing, it's more, there's even a mid wicket. Oh, that's great fielding. That is fantastic fielding from the fielder. They just picked it up with one hand, and the keeper, the Zuma, just running to the fielder just to give him a high five to say well done.
Very slick indeed. Is that Senatswani over there? Backward point.
Yeah, it looks like him. We'll just get his number, but made it look so easy. Picked it up with one hand, stood up quickly. Something some of us at our age won't be able to do, Ken.
At any age, if I speak for myself.
Yeah, I played it beautifully. I mean, you fielded beautifully. You mentioned earlier on that there is a golf day happening here at Irene. You could hear there's some, I think we're just behind one sponsored hole here, so they're also playing some music. It would be nice to also play golf on this kind of day, but I think we also won't mind where we're sitting, Ken, watching cricket and talking about it. Pick up there, but safely. It's going to go over the keeper. We're looking at Empire Shazi. They're signaling that it's 4 runs straight, meaning came direct from the bat. So it will be welcome runs that by Solomons.
Well, off the glove, Caden Solomons has gone to ground, and he was shaking his hand vigorously. He's very lucky that cleared the wicket keeper. Often when it comes off the glove, it doesn't. And Khalim, you can see he's a bit frustrated. He was unlucky there. Not only didn't get the catch, but also went for 4. And we're going to have a bit of a delay now as Caden Solomons gets some treatment for his hand.
Yeah, just getting Sheree Hendricks there to work and Hemani, not to sit under the tent, running in to just work on that hit on the hand, and let's hope that it didn't do much damage, because Solomons is really needed here by that USA team. He's beginning to just be sort of a stable or somebody that they can plan around. All the batters coming in will just need to make sure that he's the guy that they give strike to. So they'll be a bit concerned. Is Brady Barnes there? I see him standing up there, just walking around. So he should be just a little concerned to say, is this man capable enough to continue, or do we now need to adjust our plans? So they'll be looking at the physio there, Sherry Hendricks, to just see if the signal is it all good or what's the situation.
Magic spray is being used, Colin, liberally. He'll be fine. He'll have to be.
It's amazing what the magic spray and a bit of water does. In our days, we didn't have those magic sprays. You get a bit of an injury, you get told to toughen up and continue.
There you can see the banners just fairly gently moving about. Just a small wind here in Irene. A chilly one though, especially in the shade.
Yeah, and Irene was busy this morning when I came here earlier on. weekend. There's golf, there was cricketers warming up, there was tennis being played there. There's a lot of action here in the morning. And I actually asked myself, do people not work for a living? You know, there seems to be action all over, just people enjoying themselves, which is beautiful to see. People being active, playing sport. That's what we want to see.
It's a fair question, but there's always a energetic vibe here at Irene Villages, a nice vibe out in the countryside almost. Wonderful sporting facility, so many sports on offer here. And Caden Solomons is good to resume. Diane Khalim still looks a bit down at heel about the ball not going to hand off the glove.
Yeah, this will be welcomed by the coach. To be happy to see that Solomons is back and ready to go again. Immediately hits a beautiful shot past the field at the end. Is going to go all the way for 4. What a fantastic shot. Beautifully placed. Nice and straight bet. Safe. Good shot from Solomons.
Glorious shot that. Just everything so good about it. The timing. Didn't try and overhit it. Wonderful shot indeed. And poor old Keegan Cachet, he's having a bit of a rough time in the field today. Dropped a catch at slip, put down Muirhead on 19. And fielding on the edge of the square there. And that one definitely took a bit of a leap off the edge and past him. As expected, Skalk Engelbrecht will now return with some off-spin from the south end. He's got 4 overs left. And just to finish off, replacing Seleka at that end.
Yeah, I was to say that it's continuing from where he's looking to maybe continue where Seleka finished off. That last over of Seleka is just going for 1 run. So he'll be looking to also keep it tight in that end. And at the end of the previous over, you could see Khalim just not happy with that previous over of his. And this time, Francis also just hitting a nice, confident front foot shot to the fielder there. That would also just get his confidence high up, especially as a batter. If you can middle it like that, I mean, as a bowler, that's very well. And Engelbrecht has now bowled his second one, which is a dot ball, and that's what they want because they know players like Francis, who are mostly bowlers, you few dot balls at him, you know that a big shot is coming. And as I say that, he goes for 1, but it just goes over the field. It's going to be safe, and it runs all the way for 4, in fact. Good shot.
Not fully out the middle. And mid-off was not all the way back, but he was deep enough to not be too far away from that one.
And Engelbrecht's response is just a nice, flatter one, but not too short. And the dot balls did the trick, the first 2 dot balls, and you always knew that the bowler would look to then play a big shot. And he goes there again, and this one is going to go all the way, and it's 6 runs. Beautiful shot. 10 runs so far in 4 balls. Good over and good a bit of a worry for Engelbrecht because not really continuing where Seleka left off. But it's welcome runs that by Francis. You don't know if that break when they were attending to Solomons, that the message was maybe let's open up a little bit.
Well, that one was right out the screws from Carl Francis. He's a powerful lad. He's looked quite well organised defensively. He's played nicely. But he fancies a bit of off-spin here. Engelbrecht goes around the wicket.
And this time he changes the angle, and they've put the fielder now there at the boundary. But it ends the over. So it was a good over there for USA.
Yeah, I think most lower-order batters would fancy taking on a bit of off-spin rather than wrist spin. And so Seleka, there was a bit more caution against him. But Skalk Engelbrecht is going to have to bowl well here. He's got 3 overs remaining, and signs are he's going to be under attack.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, that they've got the 5 bowlers, so he is going to need to finish off his overs, and he's going to need to tighten up just to make sure that they don't get too many runs off him, because he's leaking runs now. Solomons just jumps and gets on top of that, and good to see him going. That hit on the hand didn't seem to do much damage, because this USA team would be dependent on him finishing off or facing a lot of these overs that are remaining.
Must be the magic spray. He's had some beauties since he's had treatment. But Sia Plaki also under pressure, because it hasn't really been his day with the ball today.
Francis using his height today, just getting on top of that ball, hitting it beautifully on the ground, but just to pick up one, and rightfully so, given the strike mostly to Solomons, because that's their man. That's the man who's in, and that's the man that they would want facing most of the overs that are remaining. It's shot, picked up, but hit straight to the fielder, who misfields, and it goes just go over him, and one bounce over through the hands for 4 runs. Good hit, good strong hit by Solomon, very intentional, bit short, and the beauty there is he picked it up very early, and he managed to get his feet in position and get behind the ball, and what a beautiful shot.
Well, it was a ferocious strike by Caden Solomon. There was a lot of heat on that ball, and then went like a rocket to deep square leg, and took a bit of an awkward bounce just in front of him. He got both hands to it, but too much on it. Burst through the hands for 4.
Yeah, and the ground is very hard, so that would have bounced hard as well. This time he bowls it short but wide outside off stump. Again, he just cuts it straight, looking at that gap, but they managed to field it and just pick up 1 run.
Like he has been too short for my liking in this over. It's just allowing the batters to free the arms, giving them plenty of time to line it up. He's got to get it up there a bit more.
Yeah, I think he's also trying too much, Ken. If you could just stick to one line and stick to, you've picked up that Solomon is looking good so far. And that just bowling it to Francis, and that's what you need to be looking at. Just pick up those dot balls. Let's bowl it in an area where the batters are not easily can free up their arms and go after it.
Well, that was a better length, and nice and tight on the off stump. That's where he needs to be. That was better.
Failed it, but fortunately nothing too serious for Plachis, and I think that finishes the over, and it will have Solomons on strike for the next over, which Ankerbrecht is still continuing to bowl from that south end, and I'm sure they'll be also just keeping an eye on the scoreboard, keeping an eye on how many overs are still to go, and it will give them an idea to say, well, we still got the 4 wickets in hand, but we need to be getting closer and closer, or maybe just over the 250.
Well, I think 270's on if these two keep going.
One thing there about Solomons with that shot as well, which is something we picked up earlier when he came into bat, that he's willing to use his legs. He's very intentional to the spinners. He uses his legs. One of very few batters from this USA team who are able to use their legs, go down the pitch and play it. Francis, is he going to look for 2 He was looking for 2, but Solomons was not keen at all.
Solomons wants the strike. He's in the groove, going well.
And this time he goes for it. Is the fielder going to get there? Yes. Picks up a beautiful catch. Is the fielder there, Piri, picking up a beautiful one from the boundary. Remember the last other over, it was hit to him straight and it went through his hands. A good recovery from Piri. Concentrated, stayed in the game. And when the catch did come, he picked up a beautiful one.
And a vital breakthrough for the SA emerging 11. The set man, Caden Solomons, who's played so well, departs the scene. And Khomole Mapiri, he's normally a wicketkeeper. So he did really well, racing in from the boundary there. Had to dive forward and then landed quite heavily on this hard ground. But those hands stayed around the ball. So a big breakthrough. Skalk Engelbrecht under pressure, bowling out the back end, under attack, and he's got the wicket, the big wicket of Caden Solomons.
Yeah, big wicket that is, and not an easy catch, diving forward, but took it brilliantly. So it readjusts the planning for this USA team in terms of now how do we go about it, because the planning was around Solomons, and to pick up Solomons at this stage, very, very good from Engelbrecht. And remember, the last over he was hit for a few boundaries, so good recovery from him to then pick up a wicket early on in this over.
Thando Prusent is the new batsman.
Tando being the new one coming in immediately from outside would be bringing the message on, and the intention we'll get to see it in how the approach is, how they play, and immediately is on the defense on the front foot, and it will tell us a lot about what has been the message now from the coach, how they're looking to finish off these last the remaining overs.
Prusent is one of the Marties, Stellenbosch University players in this USA squad. 4 of them originally chosen. Ross Boast was the 4th. Withdrew, apparently because he's signed a contract with the New Zealand team for the summer coming up, so that will be great experience for him. Brother of Matthew, who of course had such an outstanding domestic season last season as a bowler. The other Marties in the team, Jason Muirhead, Caden Solomons, who we've just seen get out, who batted so well, and now Thando Prusent is at the crease. 40 overs gone. There's going to be a change in commentary with Pendulo Magubani joining Colin Kowa.
Sia Placis to continue bowling from the north end, and immediately hits that, beats that outside edge of Francis's bat, as we welcome Mr. Pendulo Makubane, who when he left, I think there was 4 wickets down, and you come back, game has changed. There's now 7 wickets down, and Solomons was batting beautifully. He was roughly the guy that the team was planning around. You know, they would have loved to still have him at this stage, but they would now change their focus, and maybe Francis, who's hit a beautiful boundaries in the previous over, they'll be looking at him to maybe just face most of the strike.
I think the more important thing here is, as we are watching an emerging tour as well, you want the individual players to raise their hands when it's their time to raise their hands. And so for Caden Solomons at this moment in time, that for him, it was erasing that first game that he had and rewriting how he is branded. Because it's the first time we have the USA team in such a high-level game and a high-level series. So it's very important that when the stakes are risen high and after you floundered the first game, how do you retaliate and come back after being dropped and play the next game? And that's what Caden Solomons did. And he did it phenomenally. And that should earn him a little bit of green checks from the coaching staff.
Yeah, no, definitely. He would have put his name down there, and the coach would have put a highlighter on his name, because that 50 or 58 balls, getting to 50 and 58 balls, sent a good message. He hit some good shots in those runs making.
Lovely. But Richard Seletwan is there. It's placed well enough for them to run to. And I think this is what they must really look into, get into, Seth Fledermaus here, because you've just recently lost your set man who you really believed, like you said, Colin was the one who was going to accelerate the game to the end. But now, in these last 10 overs, you don't ever want to have an over where there's more dot balls than there are not. So you try to switch those runs and to get those couples in too.
Blutch is bowling it short, but one thing what the bat has been doing is he's been getting on top of the ball, placing it nicely, like the previous shot that he played down to the boundary. But this one was too tight for him to play that shot. But yeah, you're right. I mean, at the end of the day, the USA team still needs to put a target on the board that the SA Emerging team must chase. And they would know that if they score anything under 250, they would have done themselves a disjustice. They need to be putting up something. Maybe at this stage, with that falling of wicket from Solomon, maybe a 260, 270.
And it's very important that they don't get to a point where good-looking shots like those, going for ones, going for twos, starts making them lose their heads. I believe if they keep this little momentum up of 4 or 5 runs to the over for the first 4 overs of these last 10, they've already bagged themselves, 20, 25 to 30 runs in the first 4 overs. And then that allows the bowlers to force the game onto them. And then they are able to score. So Siaplaki, that is a decent over for where the game is at right now. Not a boundary score, just a couple of couples. And we are now going into over number 42. Skak Engelbrecht was a smart spinner. Direct hit coming from Leon Cachet. But Fledermaus had made his ground.
Yeah, good fielding. I must say that the SA Emerging team has fielded very well. They've taken some good catches. There was one brilliant run out by the captain there. So it's one thing that they would have taken notice. Is there a chance they pick up by Mitch van Buren, but not just good enough because it was thrown a bit wider to the keeper, Zuma. But again, there you could see good fielding, good intentions, good anticipations by the fielder. So which is brilliant.
It's 3 wickets to go, 217 for 7, especially with 7 wickets down. Those singles, especially that quick single, was very risky. But it was able to work. You don't want to lose a wicket freely and cheaply right now because these are your last 2 remaining batters. Look at just how well worked was that from Greiber to get it to 1. And so far so good in the start of these last 10 overs for USA.
Yeah, and if you look at his bat, the Thando Flucent, he's got an open bat that typical of a bowler. Not closing the face. They're always looking to open that face and hit it out. So his intention is not a defensive kind of a player.
Yeah, Thando Flucent scored a pretty good 29 in that first game. Team was really under the weather. Came in, controlled it pretty well. I was surprised at how well he was actually able to bat Thando Flucent after having a poor display with the ball. But that's the advantage of being an all-rounder. Can always come back. We are 42 overs in, 220 for 7. And that's a good score. 220 is a good score. We're looking at projections of 270, 280. Can they keep those wickets, though?
Yeah, look, all-rounders, I always said, they've got an easier one in the game because they can always rely on the other one. If you're a batsman only, you know that if you haven't batted well, that's your game done. You're just left with the fielding. Whereas all-rounders can rely on the other skill that they've got. But it brings back to the bowling. Sia Plachis bowling from this north end.
Good rhythm on his run up here, Siaplaki. He started off a little bit poorly, but he has recovered a little bit of his run rate. But boy, does he wish to just get a wicket, especially with the last 3 remaining. He's the only of the bowlers who's going at over 6 to the over, and the only one who is yet to claim a scalp. That's just gonna bite at him a little bit. Now bowling to the lower end of the batters. How can he produce? It's going to be a rush down from Seletswane. He's a good enough fielder to keep it to 1. And I guess a win here for Blackie would just to go for under 6 runs to his overs for his last 3. And I think that he would have done a pretty decent job for the last 10 overs.
Yeah, no, definitely. He would love that. And he would love to be bowling now to Prusent, not Francis, who's looking to... I mean, I love the way he gets on top of those short balls and hitting it to that man on the boundary. So the bowler would be now looking a whole lot to be bowling to the new batter.
Ooh, probably going for a Yorker, Blackie. Doesn't work.
And the advantage of, again, there, bowling to a new bowler, managed to get away with a bad one. Maybe if it was Francis, would be looking for it in the boundary now, because we know that he's capable of hitting long ones. He's proven that by hitting a few on the other side. So had he been on strike, that could have been a boundary ball.
It shows also, Colin, that this works in both ways at the back end of the innings. As a batter, if you get balls like that, you have to try and take advantage of them and get them away. Now he tries to get away from a good ball. There's no way he's going to do that.
It's a guilty shot. He knows that the previous ball I missed out, so now I have to just cash in. But unfortunately, it's not the ball to do that. He needed to do that the previous one. So that is just a shot. It's a reaction guilty shot that I missed out the last ball.
And I think this is where Siaplaki now must actually take advantage of the fact that Prusent has looked to his missed outs and is looking to score. Go for the stumps. The likelihood is that now he's not going to go for a big shot. And you're probably going to get away with another dot ball. You can even roll off some pace on it. Just bowl a little cutter. It's a good ball. But excellent. Oh, that's so well done from Prusent to guide that down for a single. Good batting.
That's cricket. That's what he should have been doing earlier. Give the strike to Francis. He's the man in. Let me not try too many things. Yes, I've missed a bad one, but it's good for him that he fully now came back to focus and just played it nicely to the fielder there, just guiding it down and get Francis onto to the strike.
Has been in need of runs, Cole Francis. Was excellent in the USA with the ball. He shows his prowess with the bat. Peary down at the bottom. We've seen that you don't want to take him on. He's taken a great catch. And there's a good arm in the deep for a wicketkeeper. Ends over number 43. 223 for 7.
Yeah, good times this. We now got 7 overs to go. So I'm sure now the target for them would be that 250 mark. That would be standard for them. And anything over that, I'm sure they will appreciate, but they depend highly to get there. They'll depend highly on Francis.
Got himself onto strike pretty well too. But Engelbrecht is a smart little bowler. He plays this with his pace pretty nicely. He varies his lengths, his trajectory, uses his height pretty well. Drops it short. Richard Seletwane around mid-wicket cannot stop that. Seletwane is quick. The ball was timed even better from Francis.
Yeah, and they know that Francis would know this is Engelbrecht's last over. So they'll also look to cash in a little bit, just like they did with Seleka. But Seleka's last over went for 1 run, which was his last over. But it put the pressure, which created those other wickets. But with Engelbrecht, that's what they'll be looking. And you can see the approach from Francis. Let's maybe let's get 2 boundaries of this over and get as closer as possible to the 250 mark.
I think you explained it pretty well, Bracolin. Let's get those boundaries. Let's get a boundary. I think they come back for run number 2, which is excellently done from Cole Francis. He keeps himself on strike, and there's even a bigger chance to keep those boundaries going. When you get those boundaries going here, and you try to get them going, the bowler is also going to try to prevent those boundaries going, and more likely chance to get them. It's a bit too short here, Skalk Engelbrecht, but with the speed that he's going, it's hard for the batters to just shift and hit, so they keep away with the singles. But because of the boundary, they've taken 7 runs already.
Yes, and that you can't complain about it. One thing that the USA team has done is they've kept this run rate at 5 or more runs and over, consistently so throughout the 43.5 balls.
And that's not going to help Engelbrecht. Like I said, the moment you feel like you're giving away runs you don't have to, you start to err in where you need to be bowling.
And that White brings 8 runs in this over so far.
Big appeal. Skalk Engelbrecht bowls it straight, bowls it full. Thando Prusent plays the wrong line, and he pays the ultimate price. The 8th wicket falls down for USA. Excellent last delivery for Skalk Engelbrecht, who will now finish with 3 for 48.
Yeah, I don't know if the USA team must also be happy in the dugout with Prusent, because he was looking too defensive. Maybe a blessing in disguise for them. That I know you mustn't celebrate your own wicket, your own teammate getting out, but maybe at this stage, maybe they need somebody who can come and be active and get some runs. It was too defensive, is Prusent, and you can't leave everything to Francis.
An argument that sounds harsh, but an argument that makes cricketing sense. Cole Francis is starting to catch up to the amount of balls that he has, and Prusent was there, and even with that dismissal, he was playing on the defense. He wasn't going on the offense. He wasn't trying to rotate strike. He wasn't trying to hit the ball. And I suppose at this level, you do expect a little bit of that, but those are the things you want to iron out. You want a player to understand what their role is in the team and what the game situation requires. At this back end, you still have 3 wickets to give with Francis in. So you can have a little bit of leeway and try to free up your arms just to maximize the score.
Yeah, no, and I think it's look, these are all part of learning curves. They learn from this kind of situation. It will make him a better cricketer. He knows that once we're in these kinds of situation, this is what is required of me. But it brings Jason Robbenheimer to the middle, and he'll be facing Platchis, who's now bowling his last over from the north end.
6 overs to go. Cole Francis on strike on 32. He has a deep backward square and a deep mid-wicket on the leg side. Goes on to the offside. That's very well worked from Francis. Big chase. Almost a little bit ginger from Andile Mokhakane. They're going to come back for 2.
Yeah, now sound like I'm repeating myself here, Mpendu. I just love the way he rocks back and gets on top of that ball. Shows control. He knows where he's going to get it. And he's been playing that shot a couple of times and hitting that gap and getting to get some runs. So he's been batting beautifully. Maybe, again, sending a message to the coaches that maybe I deserve to bat a little bit higher.
He is a fine batter, though, Witzman. It's just that he's been low on the runs, Cole Francis. A chance for Siaplaki, but that was hit straight with power. This outfield is rocket fast. It is absolutely a winter field. No grass. Dan Khalim cannot stop it. It's going to be 4.
Yeah, beautiful shot again from Francis. A good on drive, and as you were saying, it picked up pace. The ball as it was going. This outfield is lightning fast.
Dan Khadim, very fit, runs in, even at the back end of the innings, even he couldn't stop that. The only thing that Siaplaki can take is that the ball was in the air for a moment, but it doesn't want to give away those boundaries. That's where the deep mid wicket is. Scott Engelbrecht is going to keep it to 1 run. This is a chance now for Blackie to at least get himself a scalp with the last 3 balls, bowling to a unseasoned Robin Heimer in this game.
You better. 3 chances if he does use all of them, unless Robin Heimer steals one. But beautiful batting from Francis, very intentional. He knows the message is clear. We need as much possible runs as we can get from these last few overs.
Yeah, this is the chance for Siaplaki. And to be very honest, you're not mad with that attempt from Jason Robbenheimer, given where the game is. Just trying to run it down to the 3rd and get a 1, or even get a 4. And to be very honest, even if they get 1 more run or no run in this over anymore, it's already done the damage. 7 runs in it and taken a couple of those steps closer to that 260. Dare I say, it might even get to 260, 270 if they play their cards correctly with the last 5 overs.
Yeah, and the key man for all of that is Francis. The longer he's there, or the more he's there in these last sort of 5.1 overs left, and faces a lot of those, they'll definitely get to that mark.
The last over also going for 8 runs. This one has gone for 7. If you put that together, that's 15 runs in the last 2 overs. That's a very good return for a team that has lost 7 to 8 wickets. And for Robbenheimer is to just see off this last ball, and he'll be good enough. Up into the air. The last chance for Blackie to get a wicket falls short at backward point for Mudiri Titego. It ends his spell. One that did not bear any fruits for Blackie. Not the best. 65 runs in it. It's 238 for 8.
Yeah, nowadays you don't see teams giving away easy runs. In our days, we'll know that we want to be bowling at Robbenheimer, and we'll open the field a bit and say, let's give him one, because we want him on strike in the next over. But I see the captain, Mitch van Beering, still keeping it tight, even in that last over, not looking to give away any run whatsoever.
I would have elected the old school approach in that instance. Because we saw Robbenheimer fishing for the ball. He wants to get contact on it, wants to get Cole Francis onto the other side. He also wants to get off the mark, most probably. Might have worked. But let's see if Mohakane, who is a deceptively dangerous bowler, can get Francis. Nice deep little bounce. It's probably going to try and turn for 2. Now this is the opportunity for South Africa. Now they can tighten it up to stop that single, because it gives Mohakane 5 balls to work.
And it's an early run that Francis took in that over. So immediately the 5 balls, the SA Imaging team can be in control. So let's keep him on strike to face majority of the 5 balls. If he faces 4 of the 5, chances are we know that he's not going to get too many runs. And of the 2, between Robbenheimer and Francis, he's the one you want to be bowling a whole lot to.
Excellent batting from Robbenheimer. That's very nicely done, because the leg side is wide open. All the fielders are on the boundary, deep mid-wicket, square leg, long on. And the only way that Mohakane was going to bowl that ball was outside the off stump. Packed cover area, just prodded it down for a single. It's the placement that works for Robbenheimer. Very nicely done. there's going to be a risk to take 2 against Richard Seletwane. Just look at the throw back to the stumps. It was a direct hit even. Good decision to keep it to 1.
Yeah, very good decision and very good partnership in terms of Robbenheimer. Just running those ones hard. And when he does get a strike, let's see what he does now, because that's what a Prusen should have done. And immediately on strike, let's get the 1. Let's give Francis the strike.
Mohakane would have done well if he closes this over without a boundary. Oh, leading edge. He does one better, Andile Mohakane. He gets his 3rd wicket. An unexpected bounce to Robbenheimer's outside edge. The easiest catch for Mudiri Titego. And it's 9 wickets down now for USA.
Yeah, good comfortable catch that by the fielder. And good bowling by Mohakane. Sort of rushed. If we look at the replay, it looked like it just rushed a little bit. And you mentioned earlier on that Mohakane does look like that bowler. Just rushes you without you actually not noticing it. And it wasn't given too much space and freedom as Robbenheimer. And before you know it, the ball was on him and not in control of that shot. And a good wicket at this stage.
There are going to be teammates coming this season. Jason Robbenheimer and Andile Mohakane down at Gqeberha for the Warriors. So they're going to be bowling to each other and facing each other quite a while. But now, when it matters the most, it's Mohakane who gets the final laugh. And like we said, this over would have ended well without a boundary. But now that it has gotten a wicket, it's even better for Andile Mohakane. And for now, 3 games in a row. First game he got 3 wickets. Second game he got 2. Now he has 3 again. Just shows you that he is a dangerous bowler. In these slow-ish wickets, they just work in his favor.
Yeah, and it's deceptive. You're not quite sure, because you look at his height and you look at his approach as he runs. He doesn't give you the sense that he can rush you, and he did that. So he's got 1, Andile Mohakane, on his teammate Robbenheimer. So he'll have something to chirp him about when they're back home in Gqeberha.
In comes Asosa Aiba, the right-handed 20-year-old. Well, not in the team for his batting, Asosa. Very good bowler, Aiba. It was unfortunate to miss out on that Under-19 World Cup due to injury. Was replaced by Tristan Lees, who's done pretty well for himself, Tristan Lees. Now it's just a matter of Asosa coming of age. And I guess this shows the importance of this series as well. Players who can't crack the emerging. Can you play against the emerging team?
Yeah, tall is the better. Tempting as a bowler to just bowl at his feet. If I was a bowler, I would always be tempted to bowling to a taller batsman too, just because it's a long way down there. But yeah, finishes the over, the 46th over, and the score is 241 for 9.
Very nice for Andile Mohakane. Very good over. Robbenheimer was just caught in no man's land. Doesn't know whether I should play that, I should leave that. Extra bounce doesn't make it even easier. Just the top edge of the bat. And that little push that he gave enough energy for the ball. If he just left it hanging there, it probably was going to die. Speaking of Dayan Khalim. Pressed down for a single. He's been by far the best bowler of the series, but the emerging side will be happy that the other options have also come in and raised their hands.
Yeah, and Khalim will also be happier that he's now bowling to the new batter. Francis is off strike. He's got 5 chances to bowl at the new batter. So especially the last wicket, he'll back himself to get his 2nd wicket for the game.
Yeah, and I guess this just begs the question of Cole Francis. Was there a need to take the 1? I suppose this is where you need to manage the innings for your team. Like I said, Dan Khalim, most dangerous bowler of the tournament, of the series. You can see why. You really don't want to be giving him deliveries against Asosa Aiba.
Yeah, learning stages for the young Francis. This is lessons to be learned, to say when you are in these kinds of situations, how do you approach it? How do you bat with the tail? Not a lot of batters know how to bat with the tail, but it will be learning curves, and he will know that, that's just that one decision of let me not take that one, because maybe we can get another 10 runs.
Good bowling this. Khalim understands exactly who is bowling to. He's bowling to your number 11. More often than not, bowlers search for the number 11's wicket, but the number 11 will give it to you if you just keep bowling your lines and lengths.
And I think that message there, that on in the middle, between, as you see on the screen, the message is very simple from Francis. Just get back to ball, let's take the one. And unfortunately, it also goes back to that decision of that first ball. They would not maybe be in this kind of a situation.
Oh, gone. Excellently done from Dayan Khalim. He knew exactly what he needed to deliver to the number 11. And if he bowls what he needs to bowl, the number 11 was going to give you a wicket. That's what he does, Dayan Khalim, and closes off the inning on 242.
Experience from Khalim. That's what you want to be seeing. And he would have known, as you mentioned, that he's bowling to a number 11. And he knows what to do. And he set him up nicely with two balls just going away. Not too much action required. And the batter just sort of missed those. And this one, as you look at the replay, just was on his stumps and he's out. So that good experience season campaigner is Khalim. But it finishes the innings of this USA team.
And I think also, as Dayan Khalim is an all-rounder, he would have known what conversation Cole Francis and Asosai are having. And so he would know exactly how to react to that. After giving him nice, good balls, full off a length, he goes for the Yorker. You can't counter that regardless of what you discuss. And it's excellent execution, which closes off the innings for SA Emerging, who are now going to need less than 250 runs, which I suppose was the intended target when they came out bowling.
Yeah, look, at some stage, the USA team was looking, we were talking 300. That's how well they started off with the two batters. And at some when we looked at the run rate, and at the 30th over, we said if they had stuck to that run rate with those batters, they would have easily reached 300.
Yeah, and after that excellent start, beautiful graphic from Pitch Vision with a couple of players showing good graphics for USA. 40, 41 from Muirhead and Schultz, respectively. Great innings from Caden Solomons, who scored that 66 from 74. It took a great catch from Khomole Mopiri to get it done. Cole Francis at the back end, just questioning the last single that got him to 42, which gave Asosa 5 balls to face. He couldn't face them all and got bowled out. I'm sure Trotsky and Fledermaus will be asking where could have done better. Reba tried a little bit with his 14. But at the end of the day, not enough contributions again from some of the middle orders coming from a great start. And Caden Solomons, being the key performer of the team with that 66, leaves USA out for 242. And very good bowling from South Africa, just giving away 10 extras.
Yeah. Criminal, 42 runs on number 8. They won't be happy that much, the SA Emerging team. But their bowlers also, Engelbrecht 3 for 48 runs from his 10, and Mokhakane 3 for 36 from his 8, bowling very, very well at 4.5 runs and over. And both of them spin bowlers. To be running at 4.8, 4.5, they are probably the peak of the bowlers. Khalim just came back, was a little bit expensive in his first spell, but just managed to tighten it up in his last spell. Seleka just kept it nice and tidy. He has picked up 1 wicket, but I think he did very well to bowl and picked up his 1 wicket. 4.7 runs. I'm sure the bowling coach, especially spin bowler, Paul Adams, would be very, very happy with those figures. 3 of those, 2 spin bowlers bowling beautifully. So good bowling and good. We'll see what is the response when we come back.
You know that a spinner has bowled well if they have all of their 10 overs bowled out. And that's exactly what they did. And we're going to have lunch now. With the USA team amassing 242, they will feel like they're around 30 to 40 runs short from where they should have been, given how well they started. But Solomons and Francis doing well at the bottom, while Schultz did well at the top. how we're going to see how it's going to happen. A 30 minutes break now until the end of lunch to see how South Africa can chase this down and make it 3 out of 3 victories. You're on Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel, brought to you by Pitch Vision. has been posted by USA. 243 needed to win. Our umpires, Yuri Sadler, Mthokozi Sishezi, they are ready. The two opening batters, they too are also ready. Coming into the side, replacing JP King at the top of the order, Ntando Zuma, formerly of KZN Inland, the Tuskers. The Tuskers getting relegated to Division 2. He now will apply his trade at the Dolphins, the number 66. But to take strike, who had a great run in the warm-up games, had a fantastic first match, just gave it away in the second match, but he seems in good touch. Mudiri Ditego, the Warriors player, had a really good season, juxtaposed to the entirety of his career, but seems to be coming to his own. A wonderful 60-odd in the first game, a 73 in the 2-0 in the two-day warm-up game. He'll be looking to kick on in this preseason tournament, so that once it does begin, it is going to be all money for Mudiri Ditego. So two wicketkeeper batters at the top of the order for South Africa emerging, bringing you these pictures at the beautiful Irene Country Club. Commentary, myself and Pendulo Makubane, batting Mudiri Ditego, and next to me, Ken Borland. Starts off a bit short. Asosa Aiba. Normally, they open with Conrad Mouton, but he's not playing here today. It's Isosa. Right arm fast. Has dealt with tons of injuries, Asosa, but he's now made himself into a strong figure playing for the USA team.
Yeah, bowled nicely the other day at Tucks. Nice, strong action. Certainly looks like a very promising talent. Second bouncer in a row. This one not called wide.
Had a good run-in for the under-19s, Asosa Aiba. But then those injuries just relegating him a little bit. Now in the Lions Academy, plays for Wits University. Not a bad place to employ your cricket.
Again, short. I think Abba has recently, Pendulo, decided to throw in his lot of Tucks. Pretoria University. Pendulo travels the country far and wide. Sometimes things that happen here in Pretoria pass his attention, can be forgiven. First runs off the bat. And not going to be four of them. Good bit of work. Down on the fine leg boundary.
I guess as a Witsi myself, I feel like everyone goes to Wits.
Or should.
Or should be going to Wits. Go grab that edge. But he did move this season. And it's a good place to develop fast bowlers. We've seen the coming of Janko Smit, the coming of Dwan Jansen, now coming of age of Dayan Khalim. I think it's going to be a good place for Isosa to develop under such circumstances. Junior Dala being there as well. Seems like a good fit.
Yeah, I think Pretoria University Tucks have had certainly a track record of being a very successful pipeline into Titans cricket, and then Titans obviously one of the more successful franchises going around. Not that the Lions haven't been successful either. So yeah, much of a matchless, I guess, if he stays in Joburg or moves to Pretoria. That's going to be another wide, unfortunately. I think he hasn't found his rhythm this over. He's dug a lot in short, and I'm sure it's not intentional.
Yeah, you don't want... It's one of two things as you're starting off. If you don't hit your straps already, it's either you're floating the ball up onto the pitch or you are trying to hit the deck hard and you just release the ball a little bit too late and you drop it short. And so he's doing the latter for now, Sosa, but you'd rather hit the pitch than try and float the ball up there.
Slightly fuller, but put away superbly by Modiri Duteko. Well, he's had a very successful tournament, and that's been his approach. He's pounced on anything remotely scoreable. And goodness, that was a very confident and very competent stroke as well.
He's shown high levels of aptitude with his pull shots. It did cost him his wicket in the last game, but for the times when it didn't, he was getting such results. Really strong puller of the ball.
There we go. That's where he wants to be. But Duteko just sparring at it a bit. End of the first over. Good start by SA emerging 8 without loss. And Pendula leading run scorers. It's the two USA openers.
Yeah, I just spoken to Jason Muirhead's dad. Enjoying what his son is producing with the bat. Top order batter being thrust to the top of the order in varsity. And boy, has he upped the call. First game, he gave away his wicket for free. But nothing free about his next 2 innings. Even today, he was looking to go aggressive, Jason Muirhead, but lost his stance. And just like South Africa emerging, they open up with a spin bowler, David Tiga.
Interesting move. Didn't bowl the other day at Tucks. Okay. This pitch a bit drier, more spin friendly. He'll be satisfied with that start.
Yeah, and during the innings break, I had the pleasure of taking a look at the pitch, and my goodness, that patch you were speaking about, Ken, is so prominent.
Oh my word, that one has just rolled. Goodness. Wow, Zuma will be very, very happy it wasn't on the stumps. 4 byes.
And it pitched on that patch that we are speaking about. It's not an easy place to face the ball if it pitches there. That's the patch. It's exactly it. It's on that area. And it stretches across the pitch as well. So a good delivery from David Tiga. Good length because you want to hit that patch. Just the line to get it right into the line of the stumps.
Playing a miss now. There may even be an argument, having seen that delivery stay low, for Tiga to come over the wicket so that he's pitching in line. At the moment, bowling around the wicket, there'll be a tendency for it to pitch outside leg. Unless he gets it really bang on and then it straightens a bit.
Yeah, normally a defensive line when you're coming around the wicket to the right hand as an off spinner. Because you're just asking them to prop the ball down to the leg side for singles or sweep you away. You are trying to target the stumps.
He's dragged that one down a bit and pulled. Square leg's got a lot of work to do. He won't make it. Another boundary.
That becomes the issue once you get it wrong coming around the wickets. Is that once you become too straight, it's easy pickings for batters of the quality of Zuma and Duteko. It's also a bit too short, as you alluded to, Ken. Zuma having time to set himself up, get into easy positions, and sweep that ball away. Very nicely done. And I really agree with your take, Ken. Coming over the wickets, pitching the ball outside the off stump would be a better play here, I believe.
Nicely bowled there. Yeah, I'm just worried about one keeping low and hitting the batsman straight in front. But because it's pitched outside leg stump, it can't be LBW. Just something to think about. Another option maybe. 2 overs gone. 16 without loss. A bright start for SA emerging. But I think 10 or 12 of those runs are extras. Well, we can add up 4 plus 6, 10. 6. 6 of those runs are extras.
Love the mathematics. Jason Muirhead leading by 4 runs. Good thing that his teammate Ludwig Schultz is just next. No one else breaching 100 runs in the tour so far. Mudiri Ditego the closest between the two batting there with his 83.
Pulling again. And just a single scrambling work by Fine Leg.
I'll always allude to this point when we speak of the South African development in its pipeline. There is a lack of black African batters. And I love to see that here as we emerge with the team, you have names of black African batters also raising their hands. Mudiri Ditego there with his 84 now. Jason Muirhead and Ludwig Schultz, definitely ones for the future, printing them down.
Nicely bowled by Iber.
And for now, for the first time in a long time, 2 black African batters for an SA level team, regardless of where it is in the rankings, emerging probably being the 3rd tier of South African teams after the A side and the men's side. And here you are, you have 2 black African batters opening the batting. Certainly don't want to lose your wickets, though. You still want to score runs. But that's very good for the transformation of the game.
That might be called wide. No, he gets away with it. Too short, though. Very wide. Yeah, with Diteko, for me, it's not even the number of runs he scored. It's the manner in which he's doing them. Because the last time I saw Mudiri Diteko bat in Division 1, he looked like he was under pressure. He looked like he had the cares of the world on his shoulders. He wasn't batting freely. And it's all about opportunity. As very nicely behind that one. Because playing for a franchise as powerful as the Titans, he didn't always play. So he knew when he did come into the side that he was under pressure to perform. And moved to Northern Cape in Division 2. Some might see it as a backward step. But I think he's grown as a player because he's had opportunity to play a lot more than he would have if he'd stayed at the Titans. And with that has come clearly he's a more confident batter. Look at that, very nicely played, but straight to mid-off. That's Zuma now on strike, though. Just our scoreboard is slightly lagging. No, there we go. Yeah.
Thando Zuma. He had a couple of seasons with the Tuskers, but his last season in particular was pretty decent. And then he came into the warm-up games, scored 2 half centuries as well, including an 80-odd Thando Zuma.
Off the splice of the bat, but high over the inner ring. It'll skip away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4.
Not the most convincing start from Zuma, but we are in the power play. The fine leg is pretty fine at the deep, so a risk-free shot if he can clear the inner ring. And so good placement from Thando Zuma, taking the game on to a Sosa Aiba. Very well done as he moves to 8.
Yeah, Aiba really just battling to find a decent fuller length here. Everything has been quite short. That shoveled away. Yeah, Thando Zuma again about quality of opportunity. For the Tuskers, often batting, I guess in the classic sort of wicketkeeper position, 7 or 8. Or 8 is really too low these days for a wicketkeeper to be batting. So good for him to get this opportunity at the top of the order. He can bat 50 overs if he likes.
Well, he can like to bat 50 overs, but can he actually bat 50 overs? And that would be the question that the coaches are looking to see as well.
David Teague continues. That one bounced a bit there. Unfortunately, down the leg side, and it's going to run away for 4 byes. Well, 4 wides. Wicketkeeper Solomons gets a reprieve. Hope his hand is okay after that suffered a nasty blow while he was batting that required treatment.
Yeah, he's shown to be a little nimble wicketkeeper behind the stumps. Caden Solomon's not the best ball from David Tiga.
Slip in place, good to see.
And I think the ball that just keeps straight will have a bigger threat from over the wickets rather than coming around.
Hit over, extra cover. Again, not right out of the middle, and the USSA side are able to claw it back in before the boundary, but a couple more runs for Diteko.
And that's another issue. If you're looking for the batter to drive for a ball that doesn't spin as an off spinner coming around the wicket to the right hander, you are forced to give it more width than what you would actually wish to. And so for too long, getting that line correct, getting that line on basically two off in between the middle stump and the off stump is very hard to do ball by ball. Therefore, you're going to give them easy pickings like this. The moment you too little to the right or too little to the left. So with a ball that doesn't spin, you're not giving yourself too many options when you're coming around the wicket as an off spinner.
Swept away, fine. It's going to be another boundary. Yeah, the margin for error, as you say, Pendula, is not much, and especially for, I mean, I would call David Tiga a part-time spinner, really. Didn't bowl in the previous game at all, and that's just a poor delivery. Easy put away. And the other thing with a new ball, when a spinner bowls with a new ball, probably the biggest threat to the batter is the ball that goes straight on and chaps your LBW. And again, over the wicket is going to be more likely. Well, for an off spinner, yeah, you can understand off spinner trying that comes around the wicket, but he's got to pitch it on. And it's not the easiest thing. Not the easiest skill to master. 34 without loss after 4 overs.
I mean, we're trying to be not overly critical, but we're just speaking of what happens when you're trying something, what would be the consequences. And the thing is, we are seeing the consequences live here, Ken. 5 wides with a ball marginally down the leg, and then 4 runs with another ball marginally down the leg. So you've given 9 runs just by 2 balls being slightly off their mark. And on the other side, you had Skalk Engelbrecht, who's basically the future of what South Africa is investing in. Why don't you take lessons from him and see what he did? Because what he did is keep bowling over the wickets to the right-hander.
But Teko, he likes that pull shot. Well, the other thing, Pendula, is, okay, if you want that tactic of a off-spinner with the new ball around the wicket, why is the front-line off-spinner not doing it? Jason Robenheimer.
Beats me, Ken.
The only explanation I can give is that they want to get a few overs away with their 6th bowler, David Tiga, and they reckon maybe at the start of the innings is the time to do it. But these days, batters in the power play are almost as aggressive as at the end of the innings.
I think what could have worked a little bit better, it's either you have yourself a leg gully or leg slip, just in case that ball goes into the hip. It eliminates the batter trying to pocket the ball behind his hip, because that becomes an attacking threat. Or number 2, you get your fine leg to be a little bit finer but up in the circle. And that also just eliminates that little bit of a pockets down behind legs. But look at that, it's all defensive positions. It's not good enough.
Nicely steered. That's very well played by Thando Zuma. Delicate touch. Picked the gap beautifully for 4.
Had a conversation with Ntando Zuma throughout the series, and he knew that it was going to be opening the batting with the white ball. And he's eager for the challenge. He's so excited about it. And you can see why. When you're batting with the new ball and it's pace on the ball, you're not looking to generate energy through the bat. What you're looking to do is that. Just allow the ball to come in, and then you use the pace against it. It's very smart batting from young Ntando Zuma.
Very smart and a deft touch. Bows out of that one. And he looks as if he could be a nice foil for Diteko as well. Diteko, very aggressive. Will really take on the bowlers in the power play. Zuma looks like he could be that sort of busy player, just pushing the ball around, getting the ones and twos, getting the odd boundary as well.
And he's a player who has searched for his identity for a long time, Ntando Zuma. At the Tuskers in his first couple of seasons was batting as low as number 9 even. And so it's good to see that there's more trust given into him. And once you understand your role a little bit better, Ken, you know what type of cricket you need to play.
That's probably the best length delivery has bowled in the spell. Beautifully met, though, by Zuma. Timed superbly. Great fielding, though. Is that Trotsky, I think? No, David Tiga. At point.
Off to a good start here. The South African emerging team, they don't want to throw it away.
Bottom of the bat, bottom edge, down to third man, who was actually off the field for a moment, skipped over the boundary rope to intercept that ball. So 39 without loss after 5 overs. It's shaping up to be a very good start as well. And, you know, when you're chasing 240 odd, if you have a good power play, don't lose any wickets, get sort of 60 odd runs, it just makes the rest of the innings so comfortable. Takes all the pressure away, really.
And it's all about capitalizing that good start and ensuring that wickets don't start tumbling down after you've set such a good platform like what we saw with the USA team. At least it was recovered at the bottom and in the middle by Solomons and Cole Francis. Speaking of Cole Francis, here he comes, replacing David Tiga. He struggled a little bit, but he eventually gets it right at the back end of his innings. Can he just start on a good ploy here?
Fresh off a very valuable contribution with the bat. Cole Francis, 42 not out. Tried to hold together the lower order of the USA team. The experiment with part-time spin has been concluded. One of the strike bowlers comes back in, and yeah, I think I'm a bit happier with that, I must say. Cut away powerfully, well in front of square. Zuma, he's on fire. He's well ahead of Diteko. We thought Diteko would be the aggressor, but Zuma's leading the way.
That's a cracking shot from Zuma. And even though you have your discussions that, okay, I'm going to play the innings like this, play the innings like that, one of the parts is, if the ball is there to be hit, you don't waste time. You don't let it go. And that was definitely there to be hit. Excellent connection with the shot for Ntando Zuma, and you just check the balance as he throws that bat onto the ball. It's perfectly played.
And now just neatly steered behind square on the leg side. Good batting. They come back for 2. Found a nice little hole there in the field at Zuma.
That's good running, that from Ntando Zuma. It's good running. Comes from Pietermaritzburg, Ken, and dare I say, you and I coming from that side of the world as well, this surface and this pitch eerily looks similar to what you'd actually find down in Pietermaritzburg.
Yeah, certainly this time of year. Maritzburg over 1,000 meters above sea level. Was it? No, not quite.
700
yeah,
odd.
yeah. But similar to the Highveld, winters get cold and the fields get very dry and rough. And this pitch is quite a dry one, dead grass.
So it might be a bit familiar territory for Tando Zuma. And best now as the ball still is fresh, so there will be more pace than usual that he can use.
Uppish just past a backward point. Diving effort and then another dive down at the third man boundary. But that was not too far away from being caught. Seth Vleerdermaus with the dive at backward point.
27-year-old Vleerdermaus. Oh, very close. Just ended up reaching for it, Zuma. Speaking about the lack of pace here and there, that was signs of it.
That's nicely steered now to third man. Coming back for the second. Good running. Excellent running. Tanda Prusen didn't do anything wrong really with the fielding. It was just excellent running.
Signs of intent here from the South African emerging team, going at 8 in their over. Normally, when it's guided like that, you would think that it's going to be 1. And normally when it's edged like that, it takes something spectacular for a catch. It was great work from both Tando Prusen and the effort by Seth Vleerdermaus. Alas, no reward for the USA team except for stopping 2 runs. Both Zuma and Ditego looking good here.
Yeah, as you said, Pendula reaching for that slightly wider ball. Probably not quite there to drive either in terms of length. So Aheba continues from the north end. Diteko, what a shot that is. Stands tall and wallops it over cover point for 4.
Spanking strike from Ditego. You don't give these guys anything short and anything wide. They both play in coastal teams, so they know exactly how to deal with those in these conditions. Not the best ball from Aiba. Right over the head of the fielder at cover. You would have thought he was in the game momentarily. But the conviction behind the stroke from Ditego knew exactly that he's taking it over the top. And it goes for 4.
And then the delicate touch down to third man. Again, they're pushing hard for 2, but it will just be 1. Nice cricket.
With that boundary as well by Ditego, it brings up their 50. Move up to 54. Just look at the balance. Right over the head. No chance for David Tiga. Excellent strike. And then to convert the very next ball into a 5 is exactly what you want to see at the top of the order.
Driven off the outside edge again. Over backward point. Slightly more streaky by Zuma, but the same result. 4 more.
The difference is the conviction behind the shots. I know maybe I'm gonna start sounding like a broken record, but it's either you go for it or you don't. He went for that. And the thick enough edge flies over Seth Vleerdermaus again, standing at backward point. That is good because it shows that their plan is to take the game on from the start. And so they're getting the rewards with their work and they are showing their strokes. And it goes for yet another 4 because in the score sheet, it doesn't write 4 edged. It just writes 4.
Looks like Zuma tried to actually open the face there a bit and get it square of the wicket. And just mistiming things a little bit, flew off the edge. So Aheba has gone for 9 off the first 3 balls of the over.
Our senior producer, Leah Potelwa, who was once a scorer in one of the best score boxes in the country, saying that if it's an edged 4, it's a 4-ooh. And a 4-ah. I heard it from one of the best, not me.
Did he like press the pencil a little bit harder when he writes down the 4 when it's a good shot? Or we'll have to quiz him after the day's play today.
He's not a fan of hearing his name on air and being spoken about. That I can tell you.
Nicely steered. Wow, that's beautifully played. Sure, it was full and wide, over-pitched, and the line was bad, but beautifully put away.
The timing. It's the understanding that you don't have to force the ball when it's there. Just lean into it. His coach who found him, Coach Minentle Magubane, preaches a very hard message. It's form over power. Something along those lines. Your form matters more than the energy you get through the ball. And you'll be happy if he saw that.
Tucked now for 1. In that context, by form, do you mean shape? That sort of...
That's the word he uses. Shape. You need to be in the right position to play the ball. You don't have to generate power. He gets to the ball. Because of the length, he's allowed to reach for it a little bit so he can get to the middle of the bat. And just using the pace of Iba against him, and he does that perfectly here. And that's what you need when you are opening the batting. You don't rush the play, and I'm saying that again. But because he's not used to opening the batting, he bats at the bottom. This is very good application of the laws of batting at the top of the order by Ntando Zuma.
Well, he looks to the manner born so far. Going along really nicely. 36 off 27 balls. And, shape. Generally, if a batter loses their shape, they lose power as well. So the two are most definitely strongly related. And I would agree that power follows after good shape. So, Cole Francis, his first over win for 10. USA bowlers under the pump here. They've gone it for 9 and over, 63 and 7. How are they going to claw this back? Well, they've got to bowl a few consecutive deliveries in the right places, I would suggest. Oh, shuffling across his stumps a little bit, Zuma. Hence the fairly excited LBW appeal, but I think it was still angling down the leg side.
And worse off, you can't take height out of that because it keeps low. The ball is on that area where it does keep low, and it's the end that Cole Francis is coming from. Does drift down the legs, it looks like. Because of just that movement off the surface, the ball runs down. And you'd understand why they appealed so much, because they shuffled across the stumps there in Ntando Zuma. But I think it's just the movement that throws off the umpire and the whole appeal for USA.
Well, watching that replay, if he got a little nick on that. Runs were given. Otherwise, he actually would have been out. I think he did shuffle across so far. That's nicely bowled by Francis. That's the length, you see. Not easy to come forward to that one. Zipping it through to wicketkeeper Solomons.
It's a good leave as well from Ditego. It's a great length. Good ball. And normally when you've started going on a flow of runs, you just want to power everything and get runs with every ball. That easily could be edged to backward point and lose your strike. Good move from Ditego.
Oh, there's a bit of a loose drive. Your point was well made, the previous delivery, Pendula. Because things have been going so well for this opening pair, you can get a bit carried away. And that previous ball was just the sort of one that maybe you take a chance on and get out. Unfortunately, then kind of negated the wisdom of your comment with the next ball, the shot he played to that one. Yeah, that's all wrong.
I understand why Cole will feel a little bit hard done by that. You understand also why Mudiri Ditego would come across the lines. The ball is giving him problems just outside the off stump, that extra bounce movement coming back to him. First, those two balls had to leave, played a false stroke. So by coming across the line of the stumps, once the ball pitches, it's going to be at his hips, which is easier to guide away. That's why Cole Francis pushed the line away from him.
Sticking with that line of attack, Cole Francis, and well, it's brought some respite in terms of the run rate.
Well, Cole Francis was the best bowler in the USA by quite a bit last year. 5 innings, he got 2 fifers, led the wicket taking, led the dot ball count. He was only second in the economy rate given whilst bowling that much volume.
Cut beautifully, like a tracer bullet, away for 4. Diteko. That was wonderful to see.
A little bit too wide from Cole Francis. When you contrast that to the 2 balls that gave Ditego a little bit of a problem, those were just 5th stump, moving back to the top of off stump. But when you look at that, way too wide. Doesn't even need to move across, just a free flow of the arms, and it still connects to the middle of the bat. Excellent shot from Ditego.
Oh, another one that's rolled. Wicketkeeper Solomons has done well. End of the 8th over. 69 without loss.
It's wonderful start here from Dando Zuma and Mudiri Ditego. I was just made a point about the transformation in the game. Hopefully, if you're able to see the batting card for South Africa, you will see what I'm talking about. The top 4, all being black African players. Highly uncharacteristic, but that shows the efforts that is being put in by Cricket South Africa to find a Themba Bavuma replacement, to find a player whom a boy in the townships can look at the TV screen and say, oh, I can be that as well. We saw that with Makayantini, Mfuneko Ngam, Mondezondege, Kagiso Rabada for the bowlers. They need someone for the batters. That's how Wezo Greba, slow left arm, you think of Aaron Pangiso, laid the platform for that to continue. And so from the batting perspective, that's what you also want. So you have Themba Bavuma, who's the best batter in South Africa in terms of the red ball. So you're going to find the likes of Ditego and the likes of Zuma. But here's Wezo Greba. He's going to look for the first wicket here for USA at 69 for no loss.
Yeah, at this stage, USA really need to try something out the box. Slow left arm orthodox, Greba. Oh, he's landed the first one really nicely. Man from Madiba's, Nelson Mandela Bay University in the Eastern Cape.
Yeah. Was looking good with the bats, was Ogreba. It's only lost his wicket. And so at the difference here for these openers to work with, ball just drifting down the legs here, not turning as much.
Right up in the block hole there, and Zuma's, I think his eyes lit up a little bit, but he couldn't get it away. Sweep. In the end, it's shoveled down towards fine leg for a couple.
Jason Muirhead needing to run that down. Can't keep it for a single. But both these batters now are no longer facing a David Teager type of spin bowler. Now they're facing someone who his main job is spinning the ball. And you automatically are seeing the difference in the control of the ball, the control in the pace, the lines and the lengths, even the bound, even the two was a streaky sweep shot that went for a top edge. It's nice from Greiber.
Yeah, surprisingly, he didn't bowl against Bangladesh emerging a couple of days ago. Even though for a long period, USA were desperate for a breakthrough, desperate for a wicket. Tidy over, comes to an end, just 2 runs from it, 71 without loss after 9.
Yeah, they're going to have Wessel Greiber. They tried a little bit with David Tiga, but the most experienced of their spin bowlers who has played franchise level, Jason Robbenheimer, is going to be a key here for them. We saw how good Skak Engelbrecht was. We saw how well controlled Caleb Seleka was, going at less than 5 runs to the over. And so you're going to be asking Jason Robbenheimer when he comes into work. But here's the batting lineup here for South Africa. Look at that top 4. Just speaking about what I'm talking about. Richard Seletswane from the Lions. Khomolemo Phiri was from the Lions and then went down to the Dolphins. 20 and 39 for Ditego and Zuma.
Francis continues. Good start to his 3rd over.
Yeah, that first over was very poor from Cole Francis. He's riled it back and he'll be looking to break this. You even go down, there's still Andile Mokhakane there, who can bat at the top 4, top 5, Mokhakane. And he has for the Warriors in seasons gone by. So that's what I enjoy seeing through these emerging tours.
Jivan on the bounce to cover point. Is this SA emerging side certainly bats deep. Dayan Khalim slated to come into number 8. He's won a number of matches with the bat. And just the other day, he did exactly that with a blazing half-century. Skalk Engelbrecht at 9, he can certainly hold a bat. He's almost a bowling all-rounder. Is Modiwi to take her, but can't find the gap.
Now it's going to get to a point where how are they going to manage the rest of the innings after the power play? Seletswane Phiri next. Seletswane can control the innings. Phiri can do both. Smash the ball around like we saw in the T20s, but control it like we saw in the 2-day game in the warm-ups. Then Mitchell van Buren.
Pulled away. Fine leg will... Oh, he won't. Fine leg will make a mess of it, I'm afraid. Well, that's a pity. The poor bowlers are struggling enough as it is. And Sosa Ayabe just unfortunately made a mess of that. It's quite an uneven field, though. I will say that in this winter time there are a few undulations. This is a good contest here. It looks like Zuma's really trying to manufacture something here. And the bowling by Greiber has just been too good. Excellent over.
Yeah, and as we said, that they are ahead in terms of runs. So wonder why they look like they're putting themselves under pressure when they should just be looking and say, well, we are ahead. We are looking fine. All we just need to do, if we do strike.
This Leighton Trotsky, I think, is coming on to bowl. His brisk spin. I think it's a sort of pitch where spin is the way to go. Oh, playing around the pad and out, gone. LBW, it was straight. And Diteko was trying to fiddle it away on the leg side and just played all around it. And I'm not surprised on the first look that Yuri Sadler has given that out.
Yeah, again, that decision in terms of shot. But Trotsky coming on first ball in his first over and immediately contributing to the team with that wicket to break this partnership. And I'm sure the USA team would be wishing, as we look at that replay, and yes, also keeping low. If you look at the keeper, not looking to be going down leg, just standing behind the stumps, which also is just a little bit of a signal in terms of where that ball was going.
And it was quite full as well, so it didn't have a long way to go. For me, that's hitting leg stump, definitely. It's fair enough. So, Captain Leighton Trotsky makes an inspired bowling change, brings himself on and gets a wicket first ball. And a much-needed one, too, for the USA 11.
Yeah, and USA 11, one thing they would wish for now is to repeat what the SA Emerging team did, which breaking that partnership, the opening pair, they immediately, like 4 balls later, really got dismissed of both the opening batters. So if that's what they would wish for, is what they would want to do now, and quickly pick up 2 or 3 wickets, and it was just set a reset in the batting, and to maybe control also that runs per over.
An excellent opening partnership, though, 75 in 11 overs. So it's laid a fabulous platform for this man in particular, Richard Seletswani, who's looked really good in this series, and at times last season as well domestically. Just without maybe going on to the really big sort of scores that get properly noticed. But today is a good chance for him to really get stuck in here. Oh, beaten the bat again, Trotsky.
Yeah, Richard Seletswane, originally from Kagiso, playing under the Lions or CGL. Known when he grew up, young batter, 13-year-old, would score hundreds very easily. I think the higher you go, you get exposed, and people analyze you a lot more than they do when you're a 13-year-old. And you could see that the difficultness in terms of just always going out there and scoring plenty of runs. But a very, very good batter, Richard Seletswane. But you'd need some attention here from the physio. I think the ball clipped the spot that needs you to take a bit of a break and refresh again.
Yeah. Wondered for a moment whether he'd pulled something stretching forward, but no. Yeah, there it comes, the pain. Probably bouncing over the stumps, judging by that. Take a few moments to compose himself. Definitely not the first ball you want to receive in your innings.
Yeah, definitely a ball that you don't want to receive at any stage of the innings. But, yeah.
Just to let the viewers know that we have a mongoose watching us intently, Colin and myself.
To be interesting to find out what he's thinking about our commentary, Ken, because it didn't look as if he's impressed.
Probably better we never know, Colin. Seletswani. Quick hands, shaping to showing the bowler that he might be thinking of reverse sweeping and then going back to a normal stance and punching through the covers for one.
I think you'll welcome that one, just to get off the mark.
That one stood up. There's a bit of bounce.
A bit of bounce and a bit of turn, similar to that, maybe that one that Richard Seletswane received earlier on. But this time around, at least Zuma just managing to get a bit of bat on into it.
Oh, that one tossed up slower. And that one certainly gripped and turned a bit. End of a very interesting first over from Leighton Trotsky. Made the breakthrough.
And here's that replay of That last ball just missed that edge, outside edge, but good over from Trotsky. Very, very important in that it picked up the wicket and broke that partnership, that opening partnership. And getting a new batter in is always ideal because he still wants to start afresh and get his eye in. That then lowers that run rate, which was beginning to go closer to the 7 mark.
So you see that the required rate is down to 4.39 to the over, so still very much in a comfortable range for SA Emerging, but the spinners are getting some traction from the surface, and looks like it's going to be a bit of a trial by spin for the next little while, which is going to be really interesting. And that gap between the two scores, we said after 10 overs, SA Emerging had 20 runs more. A couple of overs later, and that gap is just 7 runs. You see there.
Yeah, and that's that stage when the SA Emerging just broke that partnership, and it just slightly brought it back down again. And that's what the USA team will be, or USA 11 will be looking to do now. Just bring that run rate. And I think they would have learned from the bowling of the SA Emerging team, looking at the spinners. I mean, Pelaka picked up 1 wicket but was hit for just 47 runs in his 10 overs. So that would also give them an idea that, Akabrak picked up 3 wickets and also went for about 4-point-something runs. So they know that the spinners did the work. It wasn't easy to hit them.
Wezo Kiba has been very impressive. 2 balls left in his 3rd over, and he's only conceded 3 runs. Came on when SA Emerging were absolutely flying. They were going in 9 and over. So he's done a fantastic job. But slower that time. Seeing him bowl like this, I can't believe he didn't bowl against Bangladesh the other day.
Yeah, he's been bowling a good over so far. Only 1 run from the 5 balls that he's bowled.
Goes for the flatter one. It's a bit short and pulled over Long On's head. Well, he was more a deep mid-on. Had come quite a long way in off the fence. And that's a pity, a boundary to end the over.
Yeah, no, I'll take your advice, Ken. I won't say anything good about these lads because they then do the opposite. I'll just stick to the normal.
Yeah, sometimes you just wonder why bowlers try things on the last ball of the over. It's been a good over. It's gone well. Don't do anything different.
I think maybe it's a touch of greediness, Ken. When last over to go, as you say, you've bowled 4 dot balls in that over. Why not just finish that over strong?
That's nicely driven. Just for 1, though.
Yeah, it's Trotsky again coming from that south end. Also his first, very impressive in his first over. And we'll see what he does in this over.
Much slower through the air.
So that means what? In the last 13 balls, they've picked up just 2 runs.
Again, tossing it up beautifully is Trotsky. It's great to see two batters on the top 6 here bowling such accomplished spin as well.
Yeah, and Zuma, just the intro of the spinners has sort of just gotten him into a slight shell a little bit, just on the defense side. Plus the fact that the wicket fell, so he would know that they don't want to lose another wicket. Bang, bang, just wickets falling just after each other.
Yeah, and the first over he faced a spin. He got a bit overexcited, was trying too many things. Seems to have had a word with himself and calmed down a bit.
Yeah, definitely. I'm sure a message must have gotten across, and he would have been told to say, calm down, we're doing all right. We don't need those risky kind of play or those risky kind of shots.
End of another good over. Just one run off it. 82 for 1 after 14 overs. So in the 4 overs since the end of the power play, we've only had 7 runs and a wicket.
Yeah, good bowling. Good bowling by these two spinners. And a bit of a chat, the captain and the bowler. And I'm hoping that message there is not now saying, let's try something new. Because so far it's been working. You don't want to be trying something new. Let's just keep doing what we're doing. The pressure is on the batting side. Let them be the ones that are looking to adjust or change their game or change their approach. At this stage, let's just keep it tight. We're bowling all right so far.
Absolutely right, Colin. And there you see Seletwani just shaping to step away, and then he didn't, but Kriba just bowled it where he's always been bowling it. Kept his nerve beautifully. Nice little diving stop there by Muirhead.
Yeah, and guys like Richard Seletwani are used to scoring runs easily. So if you just put the pressure on 3 runs, 9 balls, the pressure is on the batter.
One imagines that's the route out of this small little hole for the SA emerging team. Just get your ones straight down the ground. It's an easy single, long on, long off back. Myriad again doing good work. One wonders if Captain Trotsky's thought about maybe bringing one of long on and long off in, just to maybe invite a rash attempt to hit over the top. He's not playing with that many runs, though. That's the problem. Feta nicely steered by Zuma, that they'll just get one.
Yeah, and Zuma just looking to come back for that second one. He would miss his partner because earlier on the 2 opening batters were running between the wickets very, very well. And they do need to run very well. And Richard Seletwani, even though not to be harsh on him or being hard on him, there wasn't really, and that second run wasn't on.
Well, Thanda Zuma is certainly a whippet between the stumps. End of the over, 15 gone, 84 for 1.
Yeah, just looking at that run rate at 4.54, one thing that the USA 11 did was maintain that run rate of 5 runs and over, and just a little touch over at some stage. But they maintained it throughout their inning.
So there are the highest wicket takers of the tournament so far. Diane Khalim, top of the pops at the moment with 10. And bowled really well again today. Trotsky is a little bit short and cut away work for the cover sweeper, but keeps it down to just 1.
Yeah, Khalim bowled well earlier on. That last wicket that he got showed the experience that he also has, knowing that I'm bowling to a number 11. Let me just keep it simple. Let me just toy with him the last 2 balls, and then swung it in and got him out.
The quicker one from Trotsky nearly got through. Seletwani playing it on the back foot. Hits it very well over mid-on. Just a fraction over pitched by Trotsky. And kudos to Richard Seletwani that when a hint of an opportunity came for a 4 ball, he has pounced.
Yeah, and a pressure reliever. He would have been just feeling slightly under pressure that I'm not getting runs as much as I would want them, but that shot there is just a pressure reliever for him. He would then maybe just settle down a bit and look to, because he's got another man who's in with Zuma. At this stage, early on, you just give him the strike and take your singles. But very well done there that he picked up that slightly loose bad ball, just coming slightly straight out down leg and picked it up for 4.
Yeah, whatever the last, we're coming up to 6 overs after the power play and just 14 runs scored. But the fact is that SA Emerging are still well ahead of the required run rate.
Yeah, good bowling there again with Trotsky. Just slightly bowling it, not too full, but getting Richard Silaswane on the front foot and ending the 16th over with 89 runs for 1 on the board. And Trotsky just bowling and finishing it that over from the south end. So interesting to see who they're coming from the north side.
Is there a need to change? No need to change, surely.
No need at all. And Griba opens up again with another dot ball in his 5th over, coming from the south end.
Quick single. Very much the right end for Griba to be bowling from. The wind is maybe not quite what he'd want. It's blowing from right to left, so with his turn, but won't be helping his drift. But he is turning the ball away from the short leg side boundary. Well, he's been metronomic, really. He's just settled into an excellent line and length.
Yeah, and you say they didn't use him the last game. He has definitely been bowling very well. Hasn't picked up wickets, but very difficult to hit out. And so far, 4.4, 4 overs, 4 balls, and only 10 runs. I mean, in this over is 4 balls old, but only 1 run they managed to get from it. And the big shot comes, and it's going to go all the way. Is it all the way? Yes. Missed that card there and went all the way for 6 runs. Don't know whether if that is just a pressure reliever, because they've been feeling slightly under pressure, not getting boundaries, getting dot balls, and powerful hit that one by Richard Silasane to get it over the boundary there.
Well, you've got to be a quality stroke player to hit a spinner over the covers inside out like Selatwani did there. But, yeah, where's that Griba? Bangladesh Emerging had a partnership of 106 unbroken that took them to victory. And Griba did not bowl. It just seems extraordinary to me, given how well he's bowled today, that last boundary notwithstanding. Trotsky will continue 3 overs, 1 for 7. Also done a great job. Touch short, and Zuma backs away to cut for 1.
And it brings Richard Silaswane on strike. Just like the SA Emerging had extra fielders, it looks like the USA 11.
Straight back over the bowler's head. and over the side screen. Well, Richard Celestwani, I think, has decided he's had enough of these spinners dictating, and he's taking them on, and to great effect so far.
Yeah, no, definitely. Looks like he just wants to unsettle them and has gone through hitting it straight over the scoreboard or the side screen there and picking up, looks like he's moving in sixes.
A little bit flatter that time from Trotsky.
Yeah, and good betting from Richard Siletswane. You've just hit that boundary. Just take the one and go settle down and come down a bit on the non-striker. You've already got 8 runs in this over.
For those viewers who thought I was imagining the mongoose, it was there on screen. Previous delivery when the deep cover fielded. Still out there. Patrolling the outfield, a yellow mongoose.
It's helping Francis there with the sweeping on the boundary.
Reverse sweep, he's got it past or through the legs of slip, and it'll run away for 4. Very well played by Ntando Zuma, and that's going to be his 50 as well. Good way to bring it up, and it's been an excellent innings by the wicketkeeper. Initially, the aggressor got off to a quick start, but then with the loss of his partner, opening partner, Diteko, he has absorbed pressure really well the last little while.
Yeah, and he tried that shot earlier on. Oh, screams there of a catch, but tried his best, Trotsky, to go behind it, but unfortunately went past him and pick up a run there by Zuma to take him to 52. And it looks like it is going to be drinks. At the end of the 18th over, the score is 109 for 1, with Zuma currently not out on 52. His partner left earlier on, got an LBW by Trotsky and joined by Richard Siletswane, who started off very slow and has just hit 2 powerful sixes in the last sort of 2 overs. Maybe just deciding that he is going to unsettle the spinners. But currently, after 18 overs, the score is 109 for 1.
We'll be back in a couple of minutes. And let's just talk about the bowling figures while we have them up there. So Aheba, unfortunately, just no rhythm up front. And he's been expensive. David Teager, a couple of overs of part-time off-spin to open, didn't really work. Cole Francis, after an expensive first over, bowled 2 pretty good overs. But it's been the spinners, Wes Okriba and Leighton Trotsky, who have been the only ones to really put some pressure on the SA emerging batters. And there you see they've bowled 9 overs between them. And it's been good stuff. So, 134 more runs needed for victory in 32 overs. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Welcome back. As Giba is going to continue from the north end. Thunder Zuma on strike, 52 not out. Excellent innings by the wicket keeper. As long on is just being shifted a bit wider. Long off is quite straight. Too short. Cut away nicely by Zuma, but straight to the sweeper on the offside.
Very interesting to see what the approach is now from Richard Siletswane, especially after that break. What would have been the message? Would it have been maybe to say to him, no, let's not look to risk it, we're going fine? Or have they given him the license to continue what he was looking to start doing?
Well, for the moment, it's just sensible, easy cricket down to long on for one, Marcelo Twani.
Yeah, which you think that would be the approach, the kind of approach that they should be using. They're not behind the ball that much in this game. 1-1-1 in 18.2 overs. They're so far driving seat.
Slog sweep, and all the way for 6. Thunder Zuma this time.
Yeah, good connected shot that went all the way. When the fielder started moving, I thought maybe it might be too high, but it also covered the distance, and it went all the way. So good shot, good unsettling shot earlier on in the over. Good attempt there with the man sitting outside there just to look to catch it with one hand, but unfortunately dropped it. There is no catch a million in this game.
This partnership with 42 of 45 balls already, so yeah, I like the way they've come through a bit of a tough period when the runs are hard to find, but they haven't done anything rash, and they've batted their way through it and are now just starting to loosen the shackles a bit. Bit of purchase there for Griba.
He's also got a nice height. It comes from which just in the previous bowling by the SA Emerging, that's what Engelbrecht was using, coming from a very nice tall height and bowling it flatter, and at some stages you'd also not get too much of a bounce and the ball's keeping low. So, but Griba so far has been bowling brilliantly. Yes, he hasn't been rewarded with a wicket, but 25 runs off his six overs. I'm sure the captain won't be angry with it.
Well, there's a lot to like about Wezo Griba, the cricketer from Madibas, University of Nelson Mandela Bay. Elegant batter, nice and compact, times it beautifully, plays well off the back foot. And I really like his action with the left arm spin. His control is really good. But change of bowling now. Thunder Prusent from Marty's. The return of a bit of pace. Oh, and first one's down the leg side wide.
Yeah, the old school will always tell you that. That's why we say to you, warm up. We want you, when you get in, the first ball needs to be on the money immediately. The higher you go and you play at professional level, you can't afford a loosener. You need to be on the money day one or with that first ball.
Well, against batters that are looking to put you under pressure, and then you put yourself under pressure straight away. That's better, and Zuma just works it nicely for one.
Yeah, and it brings Richard Suletswane onto the strike, who's rushed into the 20s. He got stuck a bit there in the 3s and 4s. But when he started releasing or decided to release, hitting a few boundaries, he's now on. I mean, he had 3 runs of 9 balls. Now he's got 22 runs of 24 balls.
Well, he got 12 off 2. 2 really good sixes he hit. Just taking his guard again. Now that there's seam bowling he's facing. The wind has really died down now. Yeah, at Irene.
But one thing, it's also gotten slightly warmer here in this corner that where we're sitting, Ken. I know earlier on we did say it's a bit nippy, but it has warmed up and managed us to take off 1 or 2 of our jackets.
Given away through point for 1.
And just a reminder at home that the target is 243, and that's what they'll be looking at. And well on their way is SA Emerging Team, just on track so far, chasing that score. They would need this partnership to grow and grow. If these guys can give them an 80-plus partnership, they'll be very, very comfortable with it.
Well, the required run rate is now dipped below 4 to the over, 3.99. And with wickets in hand, that's really very comfortable. Indeed, you don't have to take risks, really, as a batting side, as long as you keep the ones going.
Dot balls and wickets, that's what the USA 11 will be looking for.
Given sweetly through the covers. He meant it on the full, did Richard Seletswane, and has put it away with ease.
Yeah, and in comparison, if you look there, 122 now for 1 and 105. The difference at this stage was 105 for 3 after 19.3, and the SA Emerging is 122 for 1. So definitely wickets, more wickets in hand, and a couple of runs ahead.
USA kind of fell away quite rapidly from 212 for 6. Ooh, footwork. Letting Zuma down a bit there. Yeah, USA were 212 for 6, and when she all out for 242. This SA Emerging side bat pretty deep. Diane Khalim at number 8, Skalka Engelbrecht 9, and Dile Mokhokani at 7.
Yeah, even though the number 8 of the USA 11 also did some good work, scoring 42, Francis. So they would also say we've also bet down a little bit deeper. But I'm sure one thing that the SA Emerging team wouldn't want to happen is to have their number 8 maybe coming in.
So, 20 overs gone. Time for a change of commentary with Pendulo Magubani joining Colin Koa.
And Kriba continuing to bowl here from the north end, and bowling to Richard Seletswane. Bit of a half shout there. I think picked it up very quickly, the bowler, that there was no way that was going to be hitting the stumps from where we all sitting as well, could see that it was going down the leg side. Welcome, Mr. Mpendulo Magubane. And that one is just worked out nicely by Richard Silochane through the gap, hitting that man at the boundary to just pick up the one. So I think that message, or just during that drinks break, the message must have gone through, because Richard Silochane has not been looking to play those big boundary shots of his. He's just sensibly just playing some sensible cricket, just hitting the gaps, because as we've seen, they're just ahead with runs.
It's a really good welcome with great fielding at extra cover from Seth Fledermaus. But how good has Tando Zuma been at the top of the order? Except for that streaky reverse sweep which hits his forearm, everything else has really been clean.
Yeah, and again, Kribaye, who's been continuing from where he left off, just dotting it out. Yeah, you're right, Mpendulo. Zuma, that was just an unnecessary stage where he just played 2 loose shots that didn't really require him to do. But after that, I think he must have spoken with himself. And just like that, is playing beautifully in the gap and just hitting it nicely where and how he should be playing. And currently, basically leading this run chase for the team.
Yeah, another 50-run partnership in the top order for South Africa. 52 between Tando Zuma and Richard Silochane. And what's really impressive is that there's only 2 extras in that, both contributing 51 runs, which means that the work has been done by the 2 batters. And it's been spread out quite evenly, sharing the same amount of deliveries, basically 29 and 30, and offering the same amount of runs. It's what you want to see as the coaching staff.
Oh, is that one looking at Mr. Shezi there at square leg? Mr. Settler just signaling that it's a wide. I was looking if it is maybe over that waist and it's going to be called a no ball, but it looks to be under that, but it was called a wide.
Yeah, struggling, Tando Prusant. Even from the first game, it was just not working. That's a very poor delivery. That's not good enough.
Yeah, and just looking at that replay, there's maybe just over that waist height.
Yeah, a serious beamer from Tando Prusant. Yeah, it was just dipping. And if the ball pitches outside of the surface after it has crossed the wicket, it's no longer considered a no ball. But still doesn't excuse that kind of bowling.
Yeah, they must look at that rule, because I'm sure the batting side would have loved the no ball and look at a free hit. Bit of an attempt there by Zuma, not quite sure, not well connected, and running all the way, but the fielder picking it up there, and they just managed to run 3 runs there. Wasn't really quite sure, is Zuma, if he's going to go fully at it, and it was just sort of a pull shot, but checked pull shot. It just stopped in between.
Yeah, he'll be happy that he put that into the open space. Leighton Trotsky needing to run down for it. But it's good running between the wickets, between Silochane and Zuma as well.
Oh, that's going to be called by Mr. Empire Settler, and it's called a wide. He bowled 2 wides in his first over. Prusant is doing it again now. He's sitting with 2 wides so far, so been poor in terms of that execution. You don't need to be bowling wides at this stage. You not that there's pressure, but by this, you're actually putting pressure on yourself as a bowler.
I think that you don't want wides, but when you do get wides, you want them to be quality wides. You see, this is just not good. If it's not pitching the ball, it's not in a good line. If it's in a good line, it's at a bad length. And so at least when you have a wide, let it almost brush your hip. Let it almost be out of reach of a drive. Don't let it be completely out of reach of the batter and put your wicketkeeper in trouble behind the wickets. And so the quality of the wides are really poor from Prusent at this moment.
Yeah, no. And as I said, the pressure is now on himself, and it's pressure that he's put on himself because all he needed to do is exactly what he did with this ball, and just bowl it full and just bowl it straight to the batter. Let them at least just work on your line and length. Don't look to bowl it too quick, and don't put too much pressure on yourself. But once you start bowling wides, now you are on the back foot because now you know I've bowled 3. I need 3 more balls to bowl.
It's going to be a tough chase. It's great work down at the bottom. It's going to keep that to 2. Good work from Jason Robbenheimer. I think also that it could... I know this is counterintuitive and sometimes it won't make sense. It's been a while since we saw Ditego's wickets when he got bowled by Trotsky. But if a bowler is so streaky throughout his over, the moment he gets the correct one, might even surprise the batter into a wicket. But those good balls are far from coming here, Bracolin. It's very difficult.
Yeah, very difficult for Prusent. Very, very inconsistent. He's actually doing what we say, he's bowling all over. We don't really know what he's going to bowl. And funnily, guys who get like this, it's very, very important for you as a batter to keep your concentration because you're receiving everything. There's full tosses, there's balls going wide, down leg, there's balls going wide, outside, way outside that off stump. And before you know it, he bowls a Jeffer and gets you out because your concentration is not there. So these bad kind of bowling, it's also very key for you as a batter to stick around.
Yeah, it's funny. And South Africa now, with 9 wickets in hand, they need 107. What an excellent start from Tando Zuma. He's still out there on 69. They'll look at their economy rates here, USA. Trotsky being, of course, the most economical as he comes back onto the attack.
Yeah, no, he's been bowling well, Trotsky, but it's just changed ends now. Bowling from the north end, the captain, putting himself on to just maybe hammer on the brakes, especially from that last over.
It's going to be a time here, Bracolin, for both these gentlemen, the batters, Zuma and Seletwane, to understand that they're currently facing the best USA bowler. Give him a little bit of respect. Work him around for 3-4 runs in his over. Don't do anything stupid. And you'll have all the other bowlers to work on.
Yeah, no, definitely. And just earlier on, I had made a comment, and I'm very impressed with the way now Richard Seletwane has just sort of had a change of approach. Because before that drinks break, you could see that he was letting a little bit loose. And I'm sure he was told to come down a bit. It's not the stage yet. There comes a reverse sweep. Beautiful fielding there from, is it Griba, who just dived to his right to stop that run. So I think there has been a chat with Richard Seletwane to say, let's be sensible. Let's bet sensibly. Let's bet long. And this partnership proves it, which is what they need.
And an important thing about the way that they're working is they just keep that to 1 with good fielding in the deep from Ludwig Schult. What is the most important thing is the start that Ditego and Zuma gave the emerging team. Those first couple of overs in the power play have eased the pressure. And so now they can afford to play like this. They come back for number 2 as Sosa just fumbles the ball. And that's more pressure that they add onto the fielding side. They add more runs. They only require to score at 3s, but they're still going at 4s and 5s and 6s. So because of the start that they have, the rest of the batters don't need to chase the game. And that's why I'm happy with the change of approach from Richard Seletwane. And after 23, it's 140 for 1.
Yeah, and there's going to be a change of bowler, or is it the same bowler? If we look at just a comparison in between the SA emerging versus this USA 11 team, if you look at the snakes there, that green one beginning to move away or from the other. And talking of snakes, Mr. Makubane. We've seen cats, we've seen goose, we've seen monkeys, we've seen a lion in Richard Siletswana in the middle. What are the chances of us maybe seeing a snake on this cricket match, and then we'd have completed our animal collection? What do you think?
Oh, it's such a pity that the ball is not swinging around. We'd be seeing snakes on the wicket. Even saw some meerkats running around here at Irene Country Club.
Yeah.
It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, good shot there. There is going to be a chase, but the ball is going to win the race. What a fantastic shot there to by Zuma. This man has been looking very good. He just did two, for me, those two shots that he played, one just clipping his hand, where maybe he's lapsed in concentration. But after that, he's been looking brilliantly. And I'm hoping that he's taking lessons from this inning that going forward, that if he puts his mind in it and looks at batting the way he's been doing, he'll be more effective and try sometimes to get away from those loose shots.
Speaking of shots, nothing loose about that.
Nope.
Takes it over Trotsky. He's really taking it on here, Bracolin. And Trotsky has no chance. And what I love most, because I just wanted to add on that, it's the way that he's taking the innings on. He's not letting the innings go away from him. He's not getting bogged down. If he's not getting boundary balls, his running between the wicket is awesome. But when he does get boundary balls, he takes them away.
Yeah, definitely. And that boundary there just takes him to 100% strike rate. And there seems to be now a free hit. Or no. There is a free hit. And it's still Zuma on. So we know for sure that he's going to look to hit this one out of the park, because free hit is exactly about that. And he goes for it and he hits it as the fielder. Yes, the fielder does some good running there on the boundary to pick it up, and they just managed to get one run of that.
Well, he's going to be happy, Thando Prusent, that he didn't get punished for that no ball. But also at the same time, it is an emerging tour. It's a discovery tour. We want to see the pipeline. So I'm happy with USA giving Prusent another over. It might not be about winning, but you want to see them. You want to see how they're going to work under pressure. And right now, Prusent is under pressure from his first poor outing in the first game, and now the continuation of that here. Leighton Trotsky and the rest of the USA team, and probably the coaching staff of SA Emerging, want him to continue bowling so that we can see how you can turn it around in the innings as it goes.
Yeah, especially when you are in these kinds of situations, because currently you are guaranteed to get 2 extra balls from him with the wides and no balls. So it's going to be very important from him to learn from those kind of balls that, I can actually bowl a good ball, but I just need to do it consistently, not do it once in a while, because he does have, if you look at the scoreboard there, he's bowling a dot ball, a 4, a no ball, a 1, a wide, a dot ball. It's a mixed bag of a whole lot of things. My fear now is, if I was a batter, I wouldn't love to be facing a guy like this, because I have to fully concentrate and wait for that good ball that he might surprise me with.
See, and here they are coming 2 in a row now.
Yeah.
To be very honest, if the last ball is still a good ball, give him over number 4. Allow him to get into a rhythm and not feel like he just wasted the entire tri-series. Try to get him to over number 5, because that's what he would want as well. And so I like these last 3 deliveries that he's bowled now, Thando Prusent. He must continue there.
Yeah, good one. Finished off good. Good, at least, 3 good balls in a row. That's what he wants. So he is capable. He just needs to do it consistently. And he needs to know that I am capable of it. I can do it. I just now need to execute correctly, because the plan and the idea is there. It's just a matter of now executing. And then he'll end up bowling a good over. But that ends the 24th over with the score on 152 for 1, and we still got Mr. Richard Siletswana and Mr. Zuma going on very beautifully there in the middle, and the target is still 2 for 3. That's not going to change. what has been changing is the runs per over. That is constantly, at this stage, they just need 3.50 and over.
I think also, on top of what we're speaking of Thando Prusent, on the other side of the pitch, you have the most economical bowler of the team in Leighton Trotsky, currently in operation. So, in terms of the partnership of him and Prusent, collectively, it's not that much of damage because Trotsky will nullify the over from the other side. And that's all the more reason to just back Prusent for one more over after those 3 balls. It's a nice sharp delivery from Trotsky. And maybe even Prusent will be able to bowl an over because he hasn't bowled a single good over in this tour so far. He's shown you signs. You are controlling the other end. They'll want to take him on, so there's a chance he might be effective.
Yeah, well played that again by Zuma. Just showing that control, in controlling the tempo, not just of his inning, but the tempo of the entire team, leading from the front. Currently now on 80 of those 82 balls. I know now he'll start thinking about that 10.
Oh, it's excellent running. It's beautiful. Even from the time when Mudiri Ditego was batting, their running between the wickets has been such a huge difference maker because they're etching away ones from deliveries which should be dot balls.
Good cricket all round, man. Good bowling, good single, good fielding. This is what we're here for, to watch some good cricket.
I just really enjoy watching Leighton Trotsky bowl. He's such an uncomplicated spinner. Smart spinner, using the surface, using the crease, using speed.
And Richard, they're just, Zuma, they're just playing along and not rushing himself. And I'm sure at this stage he knows that he's not much under pressure. Runs rate required 3.5, run rate achieved 6.2. We are on track. We've got 9 wickets in hand. I'm in control. I'm on 80 of 84 balls. No pressure whatsoever. We just need to stick around and we stay as we are. We're definitely on our way to win this match.
Yeah. It's funny. It's rare you see a partnership being exactly what the other batter is. The partnership is also 80 from 84. Thando Zuma on 80 from 84. He's genuinely carrying the weight of the innings. He's batting phenomenally well. And you speak of maybe he'll start thinking of the ton. Now on 80 is all the more reason to not think about the ton. Just continue whatever he's been doing because there's no need to change it. It's not like there's pressure on the scoreboard, pressure on the overs, pressure on him either. It's just continuing where he's been going in his 84 deliveries, which has been an excellent innings.
Yeah, in an ideal world, that's what you'd want. But at 80, the batter will always be looking at that scoreboard. He knows what is on, unless it's one of those batters, which are rare, who are fully get into a space where they forget about all of things and they zone in and they just focus on bat and ball. Oh, that keeps low, and there's a bit of ows and oohs from the bowler there because they've now changed the bowler from the south end. They've taken out the bowler, as we mentioned, and unfortunately, there's a sound of a catch there, but Richard Silachwane strokes it through the gap, and it goes all the way to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, that boundary already damages the over. They no longer need to think about it. Jason Robbenheimer, probably the team's senior spin bowler, having played for the Warriors last season. He comes in, nice tall spinner, but a great shot from Silachwane. Now you're putting pressure on the new man. Where does he bowl now?
Yeah, and early on, you get that boundary early on. Second ball of the over settles the over going forward. And I say that, and I said it to the wrong man. Richard Silachwane picks it up beautifully and goes all the way over the side screen for 6 runs. He played a similar shot earlier on, and it was Trotsky bowling from the other end, and he managed to pick him up just like that. And already in just 3 balls, there's 10 runs of this over.
Yeah, ever since the T10 in the Titans, Richard Seletswane has leaned into his power game. What a shot over the side screen. That goes into the driving range here at Irene Country Club. A blast of a shot. And where we are stationed, there's cars parked behind the side screen, so there's a chance that if he hits the side screen on the other end, it's going to be breaking some windows. The window he wants to break is that one of that 50. Crash that window, go over the top, get that 50. Tando Zuma gets to your 100. Partnership gets to 100. South Africa gets that victory. They just need 78 runs from 147 balls. That's a run every 2 balls. You would take this equation any day of the week, any time of the day.
Yeah, and talking of windows, we've hit it through into that house or that building there. So there was spent some time looking for it. But just looking at this SA imaging in terms of overs being bowled by the USA 11, if we look at just the pick of the bowlers, has been the spinner Gqiba, not taking wickets, but 3.86 runs and over. And Trotsky picked up the 1 wicket so far. That's the only wicket they've had so far. And at 4.5 runs, those are the 2 sort of bowlers we can really look at. But we're back on again, and we're continuing with Richard Seletswane on the strike, and Robbenheimer bowling to him.
At the back of his head as well, Jason Robbenheimer will know that he has a lot of responsibility on his shoulders, and therefore his performance is key. There are many stakeholders watching his name. SA20 auction is around the corner as well.
Yeah, I just, as I mentioned earlier, and I don't want to be repeating it a lot, but I just like the change that he had, which means he listens to instruction because he was getting to be playing, because he loves hitting boundaries. Richard Seletswane, for those who know him, I've been fortunate to know him since he was 11 years of age. He loves hitting boundaries. But sometimes at this stage, the higher you go, the less you're going to have that freedom, because at this level, they bowl too much better balls, if I may put it that way. And the higher you go, you're playing now at SA Imaging, you're going to play SAA maybe one day, and then Proteas. There's less bad balls than you would have faced when you were still a schoolboy. So he needs to know that and adjust his play. But when it's time for attack and there is a bad ball and he can attack it like he hit that one, all well and good, because we also don't want robots, guys who just block the whole day. We also need to give them their freedom. And I'm loving the approach and I'm loving the look. And already he's approaching his 50.
I think it was really unfortunate during the Under-19 World Cup we didn't see the best of Seletswane. It was, if many people's introduction to him is at that Under-19 World Cup, and unfortunately it didn't seem like he was playing the type of role which he can execute. With Luandre Pretorius and Steve Stork at the top of the order, they put in the pressure, and it felt as if his job was to get into a little bit of a box and try to anchor the innings. But anchoring an innings doesn't mean you get into the box. It means that you just become much more selective in how you score your runs, and you're not looking at every ball to hit, but you're not looking to defend everything. And I just felt during that Under-19 World Cup, Rakolin, we just saw too much of Seletswane being in the box. That transferred to the start of his professional career for the Lions. But now, as he's starting to become more comfortable, we are seeing more of the stroke making that he plays and the aggression that he can apply in the game.
No, 100%. And there's Zuma clips it for a 1-run hitting that fielder at the boundary, and both of these batters just going on nicely about it. Nothing risky so far. No risk required, because the pressure is not that much on the batting side, and it's good to see that they're aware of it. So they should just keep on batting the way they've been playing and just put pressure. Even that one being hit, and it's going to beat the boundary, and a beautiful shot again by Richard Seletswane to get the boundary, and that will take him to, I think, his 48th runs. So far, he's also looking good and approaching his 50, and he's got a capable partner in Zuma, and this partnership at this stage is going on nicely. And it requires now a Trotsky to rethink the plan of attack, because these two guys are not looking like they're going to get out soon.
Yeah, the placement of that was perfect. You would think that you bring in fielders in so they can hit over the top. But then when they're able to thread gaps where there seemingly are none, it means that whatever you try to field a set or set to field two, they will find those gaps and they will exploit you. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the partnership that they have currently at 97 from 96 deliveries. 172 for one after 27.
Yeah, just a reminder at home that we are in this SA Emerging Inbound Tri-Series League, and this is match 5. We are live here from Irene Country Club with the USA 11 versus match 5. In fact, is the USA 11 versus the Bangladesh, but this one being match 4, USA 11 versus the SA Emerging team.
Yeah, Bangladesh winning that first game versus the USA team. They will be playing again next, and the USA boys will be hoping to at least have one victory, regardless of where it comes from, and that will be their last chance in the 5th game that's going to be played here on Friday.
Picked up that by again Richard Seletswane. I'm enjoying this Richard Seletswane. He's I haven't seen him after that World Cup, but there seems to have been some growth. So there seems to have been some good work being done. And Zuma sweeps that beautifully. It goes all the way to the boundary. He's also joining in now to say, I've been quiet for some time. Let me also remind you that so far I'm the driver of this inning, with me being on 83, and he then hits that beautiful 4 to go to 87 of 88 balls. So far, if we just look at the replay, sweeps it beautifully, and he's had 2 attempts at that sweep. Third one, in fact. The 2 have been good. The 1 failed, but picks up again and picks up that gap. And this now moves him to the 90s, Pendulo. This man looks like he's decided that maybe I might run out of time. Richard Seletswane looks to be stealing the show. Let me get to 100.
And is doing it so well, doing it against Jason Robbenheimer. They're not allowing him to settle, and they know exactly the type of game that they need to apply against him. A bowler of this quality of Jason Robbenheimer is a bowler you don't want to just allow him to bowl. Partnership now over 100 at 107.
This time we see a reverse sweep, and I think the ball is going to win the race. It 2 bounces and it goes for 4. And Zuma has decided that whatever they call them, the worms or whatever, to get to 100, he's going to shake them off. And that now moves him even closer. He's on 95. And just looking at the replay there, he switches and picks it up beautifully. And he picked up that space, picked up that gap, and ended up being a nice safe shot.
Superb.
Beautiful, good. And that ends the over. That ends the 28th over. The score is 186 for 1. And so far the SA Emerging team is right on target, right on point in chasing the winning score. And so far, or chasing the target. And so far, Mr. Zuma is chasing it beautifully.
Yeah, look at that. Last 5 overs going for 42 runs. That's over 8 runs to the over, going at exactly 8.2. That is ridiculously good. 12 balls, 7 boundaries. Every other ball is a boundary. It also doesn't speak too much to bad bowling by USA. It's just exceptional batting by both Seletswane and Zuma.
Yeah, right there, you're just looking at that graph. You would wanted more numbers on the dots and other numbers on the wickets. Then you know that as a bowling unit, you were in control. But at this stage, there were more 4s and 6s and it's just 12 dot balls from the last 30 balls. And this time they bring on a change of bowling, and Richard Seletswane just has a flash at that, short and wide, but misses that one.
Yeah, Sosa Aiba comes in. He's their strike bowler, Sosa. So trying to manufacture something here, Leighton Trotsky with the USA boys, saying, Sosa, do something for us. Was a weak shot from Seletswane, though. He must just be wary not to lose his head, even for a single ball on 49.
Not hitting the hand there. We'll double check and make sure from the hand, but just looking at the umpire, it looks like he's rewarding the batter with the runs.
Yeah, it gets Richard Seletswane to a well-deserved half-century, Bracolin. He's been brilliant, Richard Seletswane. And it comes in just 53 deliveries. Dando Zuma inches away from his milestone on 95.
At some stage, you think both of them were in a race. Who's going to get to 50 or 100 first? And he hits that one in the cap. There is a chase, but the fielder does well to pick it up. They just managed to get the one run, and it brings Richard Seletswane on strike, and it takes that single takes Zuma to 96, just 4 away from his 100.
Yeah, both of these batters wouldn't mind pace on the ball. It's just going to be easier for them to work it around wherever they want. They need 55 from 129 now. That's a non-factor unless they start losing tons of wickets, which just doesn't look like it's going to happen.
And this time Richard goes up and they scream for catch. And yes, he's taken the boundary. Beautiful catch that no need, I think, for Richard to do that. But that's the kind of player that he is. Once he gets going, he looks at that and he hits that one and was caught beautifully so just next to the boundary there.
That was quite unnecessary. That was very unnecessary. Just got greedy, Seletswane. You know, sometimes, Bracolin, you know exactly why a bowler's being brought in. And so you must understand that. Sosa is coming in to take wickets. Sosa's going to come in, hit the deck hard, hit a good length and try to hit the stumps. And that was that ball. Why are you going down the track? Why are you trying to generate pace when pace is already on the ball? You're just going to lose your shape. And that's what happened for Richard Seletswane there. A real brain fade that wasn't supposed to happen. And it might sound like we're being overcritical, but boy, did he play so beautifully. That was nowhere near what he has been doing so far. So he will be disappointed for the way he got out, because he gave it away after such a great 50.
Yeah, if anything, at least he should have hit that one straighter, like he's been doing with the previous hits. Then maybe we would have said something different. He would still be in. But that shot, just a lapse in concentration, and cricket being a very, very also tough game, is that you just one lapse in concentration, now you are sitting in the change room. And this partnership was going on very well, but it gives an opportunity to Kamolemo Piri, who is coming in not necessarily in a difficult spot, but for him it's just to now come in, and maybe his role is very simple at this stage. If common sense prevails, that come in, let me take ones, let me give strike to Zuma while I get myself in.
Well, he can give it a whack, Homopiri, but is that what you need on this situation? Not really. Especially when you're facing a Sosa who's already on the attack. It's an excellent opportunity for Piri to show where his mind of the game is. There's a branding that media plasts upon you given how you rise to fame. He rose to fame as a big hit of the ball with the Dolphins in the CSA T20 series. Can he rebrand himself as the total cricketer that he considers himself to be?
Yeah, 100%. And this stage does not require him to be coming in with those big hits. 2-point-something runs required and over. You've got a man who's sitting on 96. Let me start slow, give him the strike. We don't need too much. We just need 55 runs of 127. Time is definitely what Mr. Piri's got here.
Yeah, and the Sosa with that wicket, he just gets a little bit of a spunk on his run up. Ends the over, 29 done, 188 for 2. Both these gentlemen will be playing for the Hollywood Bets Dolphins coming this season. Both batter, bowlers, both exactly the same age. But the temperament of one is not the same as the other in this game so far. It looked like it was drivable, but he hasn't found his feet, hasn't found his shape, he hasn't found the surface and the pace of it. So he just chased it.
Yeah, cold feet. Been sitting in the dugout for some time now, watching Richard Seletswane and Zuma batting, and his feet would not have been nicely warm, and that you could see the movement a bit slow. But he's now back, he's now in. He will know that he'll need to start moving. And a good call there by Zuma, just hitting it straight to the fielder, and that just needed that call to be made early on, because you don't want now to have a situation where 2 quick wickets happens in a short space of time.
And he's played well for his 96 here, Ntando Zuma. The last thing he wants is losing a wicket after such a great stay.
This one is hit through. There is going to be a chase, but you think the ball is going to win. Oh, what a good 100 by Zuma that it's hit it straight to the gap, and the fielder tried to hit. Very, very good inning that sends a good statement, and this is exactly what the SA Emerging Management team was looking at. Give these boys an opportunity, and they take it with both hands. Is Mr. Zuma there. Very, very good 100.
From the townships, basically the rurals of Sweet Waters, at a 13-year-old who had no idea what cricket is, got discovered as a 13-year-old, got a bursary at one of the final schools in Pietermaritzburg, and has grown his craft to being one of the biggest talents coming through with that century. What a moment for Ntando Zuma. He's never gotten 100 before at a professional level, let alone a 50. For him to now come and get 100 whilst donning the South African badge, that is the stuff of legends. What a moment.
Yeah, kudos to the management team, kudos to the selectors to have seen that potential. And for him to now deliver at this level and deliver 100 at this level, it means the good job has been done. Good sporting. You say now from a 13-year-old, it means there's been some good people who've been working with him, good people who've spotted him, and here he is paying them back now.
Yeah, St. Charles College in Pietermaritzburg was the home of the Inland Academy for a couple of years. So it makes sense that his transference from the townships of Sweet Waters, he goes to St. Charles. A proper athlete, Ntando Zuma, was involved in all codes of sports. There was an issue, does he play rugby, does he play cricket once he got to St. Charles? With this 100, I hope he knows that he's made the correct choice.
I hope the Raga was reminded that he's got a cricket bursary. So it was a no-brainer for me. His cricket was needed to be and should have been, and like it has, it was first choice. And here we are now reaping the rewards.
Yeah, and it's the style in the way that century was put together by Ntando Zuma. He didn't make too many mistakes, if any, after that reverse sweep on the forearm. It's just been clinical batting. And to think, he wasn't even opening the batting. And here he is now, and he plays like a batter who's played at number 1 and number 2 ever since it started.
But you mentioned earlier that he was batting at 9 at some stage. This time it just hits a straight one to finish this over. Beautiful watch, beautiful 100. 194 for 2 after 30 overs. And I will make way here in the commentary booth and hand over to Mr. Ken Bollard.
30 overs done. They just need 49 runs to win now. South Africa emerging. Ntando Zuma finally getting a century. Speaking of centuries, his and Seletswane's partnership, 113. The green lines indicate equal contributions between the two. This is after a 75-run partnership. Partnerships are the name of the game. My partner now, Ken Borland, would probably agree that partnerships are the way to go. That's how you've been enjoying this broadcast. So now it's a thing of just Khomopiri controlling his innings. The last thing he wants to do here is lose his wickets, Khomolemo. All he needs to do is just keep it in and allow Ntando Zuma to continue the scoring.
Hello, MP. So nice to see a young man take an opportunity, make the most of it. And Ntando Zuma has made plenty of this opportunity to open the batting. He's just looked so accomplished. And just the way he's handled the ebbs and flows of the innings, periods of pressure, got off to a fast start. Well, clearly he is a really talented young batter, and his wicket keeping is top notch as well.
You know, at this moment, I'll take it and credit the coach who discovered Ntando Zuma. Coach Minenhle Magubane, currently coaching the under-16 Lions, led them to an undefeated campaign last season in the National Week. He discovered both Ntando Zuma and Khomolemo Phiri, funny enough. So it was quite a situation when we had to select the under-19 World Cup, when Ntando Zuma eventually got the nod. But both these boys trained and discovered by the very same man. He's probably watching there with tears in his eyes, because the dream has to always take a boy from the township who has never known what cricket is and set him up for the biggest stage. And once he gets to the biggest stage, to showcase that he can do it at the biggest stage. And that's what Coach Magubane has been doing. Same thing with Nkosana Sibiya, who's just made his debut for the under-19s versus England. So he can sit wherever he is and be accomplished of the work that he's done and the quality of players that he has produced. Now, Ntando Nkosi Zuma, 102 from 97.
Indeed. Never forget the coaches and all their hard work put in behind the scenes. I know you know Minenhle Magubane very well. On a frivolous point, does he turn all his most talented cricketers into wicket keepers?
At the time of discovering Khomolemo and Ntando Zuma, there was a glaring need for a wicket keeper who is of black descent, who can also bat. So that's what he was trying to create, and I think he's done a fine job in both Khomopiri, who comes from the Europe T10s, and Ntando Zuma.
Yeah, Khomopiri has done really nicely for the Dolphins in franchise cricket. A couple of very handy contributions with the bat and made runs in tough circumstances.
His debut 64, winning the Dolphins the game in a situation which you just mentioned, Ken, was never supposed to be a victory. Comes in, scores a wonderful 64, and everyone becomes the talk of the town when they do that, and so was Khomopiri. But then he gives his wicket away, Khomolemo. So close, yet so far. Just chasing on it. Gets a thick outside edge. And an easy catch for Seth Fledermaus. That's wicket number 3 falling for South Africa emerging.
Yeah, I fancy he was just reaching for this a bit. Let's see how wide this is for my hair, but no, it's there to play. It's there to play. The bat has just shifted in his hands. You'll see the face opening and skewing the ball to backward point. Would have been better served trying to hit that straight up through the covers rather than trying to go too square. But that's a pity for Khomolemo Phiri. gone for 2. And Thanda Zuma, just in case you were interested in the stats of that wonderful 100 he has scored, it came up in just over 2 hours, 93 balls, 16 fours and a 6. And really a wonderful knock by Thanda Zuma.
Yeah, Khomo Phiri just not getting his weight behind his shots, not getting his weight behind the bat. And so it is going to be loose on the arm. Let's see, he's just playing inside the line of the ball. There's a lot of things not correct with the way he tried to play that. Some will say hard hands. Some will say inside out. But one thing a Sosa will say is that I got a wicket, which is the most important thing. Brings in the captain of South Africa emerging, Mitchell van Buren, who was brilliant to close off the match in the previous game for South Africa emerging. Has had a decent career, but it's time for it to just take new heights now for Van Buren.
Yeah, he hasn't had much opportunity or he hasn't spent a lot of time at the crease lately. No fault of his own. The previous game, as you said, he was busy finishing the game off. Didn't have too much to do, and today it looks as if it'll be a similar situation.
It's about taking it to the end now, Ken. You have the opportunity to do it. You might as well do it. That's what Seletoane couldn't do. Phiri couldn't do. So let's hope Van Buren can at least do it. 197 for 3 after 31. Good over from Asosa Aiba, getting that wicket off Phiri.
Well, it's been a tough old day for Aiba. He had no rhythm in his opening spell. I think it was 4 overs for 33. So his figures look a lot better now. 6 overs, 2 for 38. So that's pleasing for him. And for Van Buren, I guess, every situation you can always take something from it, some sort of learning, and hopefully he's set himself a goal that he wants to be not out at the end and he wants to win by such and such over and challenge himself to achieve those goals.
Yeah, tons of runs scored as well. Over 1,500 in the tri-series so far. Over the 4 games. It's pretty decent. Averaging around 240 runs, I guess, per innings.
Well, considering that one of the games was 80-odd all out, and obviously that was chased down, it's not bad for winter pitches, which can be difficult. And we have 2 matches left and a final next week.
And I guess they did well to spread out the workload to 3 different grounds. Good throw coming in from the deep. That's very nice from Jason Robbenheimer. But, as we stand here, there's just not enough runs on the board for USA to see what they can do at the back end of the innings. If it was still another 100 runs to add on this, the game would be a little bit different. That's where we were talking about 100, 280, 270. You at least have a bit of a fight.
Yeah, they should have got 270. There were moments in the inning when they were looking at 300. And then, they'd just get a couple of partnerships going and then a soft wicket would fall after another very good opening stand. But it's just those big moments that they've been on the wrong side of.
And it is the moments that count. But the period of batting for Ditego, the period of batting with Seletoane and Zuma. Oh, he plays that late, Mitchell van Buren. It seems like he had no idea what was going to happen with that ball. He was found in the middle of nowhere. Wezo Gqiba gets the wicket of the captain of South Africa emerging without scoring.
Well, it's the arm ball that comes straight in, and Van Buren is trying to play it off the back foot. And, I think Wezo Gqiba has deserved that. He's bowled really nicely in this innings without reward until then. So Mitchell van Buren gets a duck. And he'll be frustrated because with the season not too far away, he'll be wanting some big runs. Lovely drift. Yeah, it's the arm ball. Now, that's a hell of an arm ball because usually when a left arm spinner bowls an arm ball, the trajectory is a lot flatter than that. That one was tossed up beautifully. There was a bit of drift into the right hander, and then it just went straight on with the off the pitch. Beautifully bowled, one must say.
The length was perfect. But then Mitchell van Buren can look back at that and say, I could have engaged the front foot. But then that means that the pace through the air was enough to fool Van Buren to not know when the ball is going to dip. It dipped way too late. And so now Keegan Leon Cachet comes in. He's a very expressive player. Keegan Leon Cachet is not going to waste time trying to chase down the score.
Nice description, Pendula. Expressive. I like that. Yeah, he's a very talented young finisher. And just see now that he'll be with the Pile Royals in the SA20 coming up beginning of next year alongside David Miller. And the thought immediately struck me, who better to be playing with? It's an ideal situation. You want one of your young, promising finishers under the wing of one of our greatest finishers in David Miller. It's a wonderful opportunity for him.
He has some sweet wrists, Keegan Leon Cachet, but also packs a punch, much like David Miller. The only difference is that he's right-handed. But he's a clean striker of the ball. His work in the one-day final for the Titans versus the Lions was so good. He had a little 35 contribution alongside Dwan Jansen after the loss of Keegan Peterson's 91. But that 35, the way it was constructed, Titans were under a little bit of pressure, and so he and Dwan Jansen were able to work the ball around pretty nicely.
I think it was with Keegan Peterson, actually, but you're right about the 35, and Titans was something like 30 for 3. It was, it looked game over. They were in all sorts of trouble. And Keegan Leon Cachet came in and really steadied the ship and put on a partnership with Keegan Peterson. You're quite right.
But still, Ndando Zuma there. On is 103. And I guess with 200 runs up now for South Africa emerging, just needing 43 runs, it will be a matter of Zuma not losing his wicket now until the very end of the innings. How beautiful would it be that he gets thrust to the top of the order and is involved in every single run that the team has scored on the other end. 75 for the first partnership, second wicket falling at 188. They just need to curb the wicket falling now. Not a good connection for Zuma. He's down on the ground. He hit that ricochet back to his body.
Ow. Ow, ow.
The toe. That is painful. And he hit it hard, Ken.
Yeah, well, Iheba's got a bit of gas, a bit of pace, and then you add the acceleration off the bat. That's very unpleasant. Poor Thunder Zuma.
Ouch.
And I'm pretty sure that's hit him sort of towards the back of the leg. Maybe even on the ankle bone, actually, but it's where the pad doesn't cover. That's the problem.
Well, he'll be happy that the ricochet from the foot didn't go onto the stumps. And so he can still keep his wicket at 103 from 102 deliveries at the top of the order. First wicket to fall, Mudiri Ditego on 24. You feel like Seletwane should still be out there hitting it in the air and being caught by Schultz. He shouldn't have played that shot. He still knows. Piri chasing a shot which was pretty hard to play because it was a good ball from Iba. It was caught at point in the last previous wicket. Whereas Okriba, like you said, Ken, has been really controlling the innings with his bowling. finally gets the wickets of Van Buren. Andile Mokhakane, Dayan Khalim, and even Skalk Engelbrecht can bat for South Africa emerging, so not short of batting talent.
It's a very nice SA emerging team, I think. The franchise talent that has impressed, I guess, in the last season or two, and has shown potential for the future. It's not the SAA side, but it's a team that has caught the eye of the selectors, looking ahead to the future, a few years ahead. And well, there are the bowling figures. Kriba, we've been talking about, 8 overs, 1 for 29. Really fantastic bowling by him. Alongside Leighton Trotsky, 7 overs, 1 for 34. There was a little period where they put Zuma and Seletwani under a lot of pressure. And I think credit to those two for riding that pressure, getting through it, and staying together. And then in the end, really dominating the USA bowling.
Yeah, it took some time, but eventually it started working at the top of the order. 75 runs between Ditego and Zuma, but it's that 113-run partnership between Seletwani and Zuma that took the game away from USA. And it was just after that power play as well where Mudiri Ditego lost his wicket. And so with the pace of Iba, the pace of Francis, they were working it pretty well. And then they decided, you know what, let's put the spinners in tandem. And it really slowed the run rates down. But that partnership ended on 113, and now it's just single digits right up until this current one with Zuma still getting treatment.
And it looks like the other players have decided to take a drinks break to stay with us. Us commentators will be back in a couple of minutes, but we'll hand over to the players who are having a very good chat there by the stump mic.
Just before we go, I like this graphic that we see here. It's a very nice graphic. Really upping their game, their producers here. Big ups to them. Power play. Just over 40 runs for the USA team. Juxtapose that to the South African team in light green. You can see how far ahead they were. And then the wickets. 3 wickets for USA between the period of 10 overs between 11 and 20. Just 1 for South Africa, which was that of Ditego. That's when the partnership between Seletwani and Zuma happened. Played really well right up until those 30th overs when he lost his wickets. But look at the runs that they're getting per 10 overs. To your point, Ken, when the spin bowlers came in between over number 11 and over number 20, that's where we are seeing that drop of the green bar. They scored less than 60 runs in that period because of Trotsky and Kriba just keeping the score low. And that's when they had to ride that pressure, Zuma and Seletwani, and they did so exceedingly well. And Zuma is still out there. So it's 200 for 4 as Zuma continues to get his treatment, looking like he's going to come back in order. Everyone has had a drink. 43 to win. Seems like he's back. Dando Zuma. That was not a great experience for him. 3 balls to go in the over. It's going to be 1 for Zuma. Oh, they can take it as 1s until the very end here.
Just saw a little bit of a hobble in Zuma as he reached the other end. But just that stroke, he just leant on it and it raced through the covers. He really has stroked the ball beautifully today.
Just got onto the pace of the wickets instantly. And he hasn't forced anything. The couple of times he did, he almost got himself into trouble. And he stored those shots away. He's going to ask for 2. There's no way they're going to get 2 for that. But they don't mind. Slow building until we get to the very end. What's going to come to the advantage of Zuma is that it's going to be a break for them after this. They'll only play again on Sunday. So he can nurse that foot and come back stronger.
And if needs be, SA emerging coach Malebongwe Maketa can rest any players with niggles and aches and pains because they're in the final, which is next Wednesday.
It's been a long tour because just of how frequent the games come. Every 2 days, every 3 days, especially it being 50 over competitions. But the South Africa emerging team have really raised their hands, working as a unit. But then the 2 openers for the USA have also shown that they've got it. Jason Muirhead, Ludwig Schult leading the charge at the top. They also did well today. Tando Zuma has found his way into the 3rd position. Seletswane just a run away from 100.
Well, if Zuma can score the bulk of the runs required for victory, 26 more, he could end up top of the pile in terms of run scorers after today's match. Not that I think that'll be on his mind too much.
I think the biggest thing was just getting through the 90s, which he raced through. And that quite helped him. Last year it was you and I, Ken, I believe, commentating the New Zealand A Tour where Snetsamba Qeshile got his century in the 4-day game as well. He didn't stick around. He went from 87, just smashed fours until he got to his 100. And funny enough, he was here at Qeshile earlier on, now signed for the Titans, just watching. So that's one way to get through the nervous 90s. Just smash the ball away. It's a nice single as well from Zuma.
Yeah, Sidatim at Qeshile. I wasn't too surprised when I saw that, to be honest. He is a pretty dashing player who doesn't give the impression that he likes nerves to dictate anything. Take the bull by the horns, if you like.
Yeah. He was there watching. He does feature in the SAA team quite a bit, Snetsamba Qeshile. If Zuma continues with his performances, say in the next game he plays again and he does score another handy score and has a good start to his season, there's a big chance he might even get his opportunity because someone needs to replace Tepang Ditole in that setup. Probably will be Ntando Zuma, would be a like-for-like placement actually. And so it's funny how performances in the right place at the right time can get you into the right spaces. Oh, inside edge. Weber's doing good here. He too is starting to raise some eyebrows as well.
Yeah, successful careers always have a little bit of luck involved. The right innings with the right people watching, as you say, just at the right time. But I always believe that real class will always come through. You know, the top players will always rise to the top.
The creme de la creme. Running hard for the first one, be risking a second run from there. But that's good running. When you put pressure on that first one, you're just laying a little bit of a seed to the fielder that he must be quicker and must react quicker. Can make mistakes because of that. Doesn't need to run for that though, Keegan Lancashire. Gives it a lovely slap over the umpire. It goes for 4 to close over number 34. It's wonderful batting.
Strong lad is Keegan Leon Cachet, but also makes space for himself really nicely here. Just a little bit of a shuffle, nothing too extravagant, but got the front leg out the way and then a wonderful flow of the bat through the line, and he's blessed with really great skill in terms of timing the ball.
Yeah, on a slowish surface, it's much more ideal to hit the ball straight, just like that. And it does so cleanly, Keegan Lion Cachet. 1 bounce 4. Probably Werner Erasmus would enjoy this, but he plays the kind of game you would think Steve Stork would be playing at this level in time, even though Steve Stork is at the top of the order. Just the demeanor that they give off on the crease and the way they can dominate players. Well, Zuma's dominating them in another way. Not going to be stopped, or will it? Almost. Just not enough. Great effort from Leighton Trotsky. But it's still 4 runs for Ntando Zuma. Good efforts from the captain of USA, Leighton Trotsky. Even if the game seems to be done and dusted, he's still throwing himself around. Goes bigger. That's no chance for Trotsky to even start running at it. That's going to be for the moment it left the bat for Zuma. Everything he's touching is turning to gold.
It looks like anything outside his eye line, outside off stump, he's going to throw the sink at it. Full flash of the blade. That one was ballooned off the edge a bit, but enough behind it to not be in any trouble at all.
That's a proper hoik, that one. Doesn't matter where it goes. Gives it enough power, it flies away to the boundary. Oh, he's taking it on. It is beautiful from Zuma. It is just gorgeous batting. 3 4s in a row. He wants out of here. That foot is not nice to stand on, so he wants to go rest.
The ball has just been retrieved by one of the golfers in the middle of the fairway. A cracking pull shot by Ntando Zuma.
We can rightfully say that he is teeing off at the golf course.
It was right there. How did I not see that? It was there for the taking. Well done, MP.
See if he can hit one onto the green. Gets his wicket. Double Nelson does the job. 222. Ntando Zuma loses his stay at the crease by goodness me. Is it even fair to say the word lose when speaking about what he's just created? A phenomenal innings at the top of the order. From the depths of Sweet Waters to the heights of USSA emerging. And a glorious century. Ntando Zuma is finally gone at 118.
Ball just tipping on him a bit at the end there, and he was trying to wallop it through the leg side off the bat onto the stumps. But what an innings from Ntando Zuma. Quite rightly getting hugs and acclaim from his teammates. It's been a match-winning innings by the wicketkeeper. Standing ovation, well deserved.
Superbly played. It's the first 100 and the only 100 of the tour so far. And what a sight it was. With the women's team, they also playing Bangladesh emerging. We saw a century there. Faye Tunnicliffe. scoring a mesmerizing 116. Tando Zuma with 118. But he loses his wicket and brings Andile Mokhakane onto the crease. Probably getting dabbed up by Mokhakane as former teammates last year in the Tuskers too. Spent a couple of seasons together. And so 4-4-4 wicket. South Africa need 12 runs to win. Not the way to go for Andile Mokhakane, but clearly the South Africans are over this. It's 4:10 local time. They want to beat traffic, but I think it's impossible now. Still have our post-match presentation after this. Loose from Mokhakane. Sosa won't mind another one. 3 for 53. And he is bowling well. Hitting the deck hard. He just faced the wrath of the man who's on 100. That's why he went for so many runs. Sosa Aiba goes for 12. 222 for 5 after 35. Here are those tennis courts that were drawn down. And here are the runs that were scored over the course of the series. Jason Muirhead still leading the charge at the top with Ludwig Schultz. Tando Zuma in his first outing already third at 118 with fantastic batting. Mutiri Ditego, Richard Seletswane close it off. Bangladesh yet to play their next 2 games. So the reason why probably it's USA and SA merging, they have played more games than they have against Bangladesh. Will be a single for Keegan Leon Cachet. It's all a procession now until the very end.
Yeah, it's a emerging march on. They've just been too good for the opposition so far. Very talented side, but they're playing good cricket too. And they've been staying calm in those pressure moments.
Yeah, you have high performance under 19 coach Mali Maketa. You have SAA head coach Wande Gwavu. Teaming up, we see all of them coming here, and so you'd expect some good coaching to come out from that. And they are playing like a team which are very well coached. Smashed. Exquisite from Keegan Leon Cachet. The ball is being battered around. And it's 6 runs again over the side screen.
And again, that ability to make space for himself and hit really well straight down the ground. Minimum of fuss or effort, it seems. He just gets that front leg out the way. Nice full swing of the bat through the ball.
Doesn't rush, doesn't hit everything, and he defends the last ball. There's already 8 runs taken from the over. 13 to win for SA Emerging. It's a wonderful hit from Keegan Leon Cachet. 1 on knee, and out it goes for 6 runs. 230 for 5. We have the Bangladesh emerging team here. The Bangladesh A team will make its way down. They're going to play a couple of games versus the South Africa A team. I don't believe the South Africa A team has been announced yet for that. And so, still a chance for any of these players to raise their hands if they perform well enough. It's hard to believe that Dayan Khalim might miss out on a spot like that after he's battered and bowled so well. And that's if the coaching staff are looking to enhance the team with new blood, that is.
Well, as we saw with the South Africa A side when they were in England a couple of months ago, there's a lot of depth at that level as well. I mean, they really crushed the England Lions, winning practically all of their matches by big margins.
Yeah, the England Lions are coming back for more later this year.
Point being, it's a tough team to get into, the SA side. And not that a player like Dayan Khalim doesn't deserve to be there. He certainly does. But it depends on, I guess, Shukri Conrad's view of the summer ahead and who he might be looking at for Proteas squads.
Wild swing from Mohakane. Just hasn't found his feet as yet.
That's the sort of delivery that Iheba just hasn't bowled enough of today. He hasn't been able to get the ball up there. Decent length. He's a strong lad. When he gets it right, there is pace and bounce. But he's just bowled too short and too wide too often today.
Yeah, he'll take solace on the wickets that are under his name. Sure, he's not in a good place with those shots. He's been trying to drive the ball, Mohakane. But it will matter not if he does not lose his wicket. South Africa just need 12.
Couple of hits away. Keegan Leon Cachet is the sort of guy who could end this very quickly, depending on what he gets from the bowler.
Gets on top of the bounce. Will be an easy stop in the deep. Direct hit. Overthrows. Despite a good throw in the deep, still get punished for it. But it's just not going your way. It's not going your way.
I think it just bounced in an awkward spot in front of wicketkeeper Solomons. There are a few less than even spots on the square. Used pitches and that sort of thing, not too surprising. You get these inconsistencies in the grass cover.
Yeah. Having a bit of a chat there. Leon Cachet, Caden Solomons, David Tiga. Trying to test. Is this bat of yours for real that you can hit us for sixes over the side screen? Surely a relationship there between Leon Cachet and David Tiga. Ducks, Pretoria, Titans. I guess showing him that, yeah, I can swing it. Just had a blast of wind hit me from that swing from Leon Cachet. 10 runs to win now. I think we had a broken bail.
Yeah, it must be that. I was wondering what the delay could be. So perhaps it was the deflection of the bail that took it away from Solomons.
Out.
Yeah, coming in our third umpire with an extra bail. Can't really play a game of cricket unless the umpires and the captains agree to remove the bails, which happens in extreme circumstances.
Wind, normally the case. That was Sajidul Islam, the third umpire. Nice to see an umpire from Bangladesh standing in this series.
Good ball from Iba. I jokingly said to Iba as he was doing his warm-ups as I was about to begin the second innings, 233 for 5 after 37. I told Sosa, hey, if you're going to receive a ball like that to dismiss you, you better be ready to pay them back when you start bowling. He's gotten 3 wickets. Despite his bowling being here and there, it was effective because as a strike bowler, your job is to take wickets. And he's done that, Sosa. 3 wickets in this match. Wazogriba, Leighton Trotsky with 1 each.
Yeah, I think it's just an off day for Aheba. But he showed in glimpses today when he does get it right that he can be a handful. He's definitely got that ability to take wickets, I'd say. I think all bowlers have their days when they just don't have rhythm.
Slight misfield. They're going to take 1. I think also on top of that, Ken, but just every day, every now and then you are having your off days, but sometimes the batters have a good day. And it seems like that's what Seletwa, Zuma and Ditego had here today. That keeps low. Devilishly so for Leighton Trotsky. Leon Cachet is going to be happy. Misses everything except the boundary ropes. 4 byes.
Well, USA just haven't been able to find enough of those deliveries bowled in the right spot to misbehave. They haven't been, and I guess balls that have been on the stumps just haven't misbehaved enough.
It's a cruel, cruel game. They just run 1. Good coverage from Jason Robbenheimer at the deep. Doesn't change the fact that South Africa need less than a half a run per over. Down the track, through the inner ring and through the outer ring. Good hits for Andile Mokhakane. And that should be game. And it is game for South Africa emerging. They win by 5 wickets. 243. And I'm not sure if the umpires are aware that it's match done.
There are some players on the field signalling that they think it's over. Of course, it's the official scorers who need to indicate.
Yeah. Yes, slight little bit of confusion. Gonna wait to see. Are these the winning runs? It surely should be. By Andile Mokhakane, just paddles it around his hip. Football skills by Cole Francis. They come back for run number 3. And this will be the end of the game now. It should be the end of the game. And it is the end of the game. South Africa emerging. Come out as victors once again. They are running through this. They haven't lost a single one. And in every single game, they have been dominant. A strong team, a strong coaching unit, and strong results as a result. South Africa emerging. Emerge as winners.
And it's just been their ability to handle the times when the pressure is on that they've managed to come through those moments. And, it's not surprising against a team like USSA, who are basically younger guys who are just, who are trying, to make their way into professional cricket, trying to get franchise contracts, trying to get regular exposure at that level. Whereas the SA emerging team is guys who already have that exposure, who have already done enough at franchise level to get contracts and to show that they are exciting players for the future. So just that little gap in experience enabling them to play the big moments better. And they march on into Wednesday's final.
South Africa win the game. Believe there's still clarity with the scoring to ensure that everything is pinpoint perfect. But at least we know the result. And I feel like the result was written from long ago, Ken. With the partnership of firstly of Mudiri Titego and Tando Zuma, and then Richard Seletswane and Tando Zuma. Everything has just had Tando Zuma and Tando Zuma and Tando Zuma, who was the difference maker between the two teams. We're now going to go to our post-match presentation after this, but it really was a great game, Ken.
Yeah, a marvellous innings from Tando Zuma. 243, probably not enough, but I think it could have been a challenging total if a couple of wickets had fallen early. But Tando Zuma really just controlled this innings superbly. A fantastic effort by him. And SA emerging, romping home with a dozen overs or more to spare. So they can be very well satisfied with their efforts. And for USSA, they've still got a game against Bangladesh emerging to come. If they can beat Bangladesh emerging and collect a very healthy boost to their net run rate, you never know. They could get into that final as well. So all that remains is the post-match presentation, which will occur in a few minutes. Do stay with us.
Number 4 coming to a close with South Africa emerging, coming out as victors again in their third game, and USA putting on another fight. We are at the beautiful Irene Country Club. Cannot express how good it has been, cannot express how good the cricket has been as we come to the post-match presentation of this game as South Africa emerging come out as victors once more. We're going to have our match official, Mr. Gerry Pienaar, with us as we call upon our player of the match. In this game, we've had some great contributions. Good runs from Caden Solomons, who lifted up the spirits of the USA team alongside Cole Francis at the end. How great was Richard Seletswane's half century? But his half century was backed up with a partner who contributed 118 runs, thrust to the top of the order in his first game of the series. A spectacular innings as best as you can see. Coming to our play of the match from South Africa emerging, Ntando Yenkosi Zuma. Tando, congratulations. From the depths of sweet waters in Pietermaritzburg to the heights of scoring 100 for your high-performance cricket South African team. Tell us, how was it like playing out there, Bob?
No, how's it, bro? You good? It was really nice. I'm just grateful to be in the starting 11 again. Thanks to all the coaches who have put in the work for me. I'm just grateful, that's all.
What was the game plan going out there? You saw how the USA team was playing. You've been excited to come in and play. What was the game plan?
Nah, nothing was going to change. We're just going to keep the same intense. Look to score every ball, and bad balls, we got to put it my way.
Zuma, congratulations. Hopefully we see more of that. Wonderful innings. Ntando Yenkosi Zuma, our player of the match. Was excellently done from Zuma. We now want to speak to our captains. We're going to start with the USA captain, Leighton Trotsky. Leighton, yes. With this tour, the idea is for us to bring up our new players and for them to be exposed. How has the feeling around the camp been in having that kind of opportunity?
It's been good. It's been good. We obviously came knowing that we're probably the underdogs in this tournament. But every day the chat is try and learn something out of whatever we do. I think, especially from the emerging guys, they're showing us why they're there and why we're at the USA team. They're showing us how to play cricket at the level that we all want to be and what we strive for. So, yeah, there's a lot that we can take from how they play. There's a lot of lessons from how we're playing. Just try and learn where we can.
As a unit, I'm sure you know it's a learning experience, but those defeats do kind of hurt still because as competitors, you still want to win. How do you still wake up the next day and keep pushing and keep fighting?
It is tough. Obviously, it's not nice losing. But again, you just try and learn, get up, move forward, and try and be better the next day.
What are we seeing on Friday against Bangladesh?
Hopefully a win. We're getting close. I think if we're being critical, our middle order's maybe just letting us down a bit. We're not scoring enough runs with the starts that our openers are giving us. So if we can just sort that out, I think we will be good. But yeah, we'll see.
Leighton, thank you very much. All the best for your last game. Really good fights from the USA team. They never die right up until the very end. But we also now have to speak to our winning captain, who never dies until victory, Mitchell van Buren. Mitch, third one in a row. Know that you're coming here as the overwhelming favorites, but it still needs to be done. How do you ensure that gets done like we did here today?
Yeah, I think a big focus within our camp is to make sure that we bring our own levels of intensity and our own standards to every match. I think we're doing that really well at the moment. But yeah, I think we've tried to place quite a big focus on ourselves and not put too much emphasis on our opposition, and as long as we're controlling what we do best, then 9 times out of 10 we should come out on top, and that's going our way at the moment.
You guys were just watching first-class innings from Ntando Zuma. What was going on in the background as he was playing like that?
Yeah, I think the guys are just enjoying some of the stroke play from the side of the field. I'm super happy for Zooms. He obviously hasn't played a game yet. It's his first one, and to come in and score 100 at the top of the order, you know, that's a really special knock on a wicket that I wouldn't say was the easiest for batting. So, yeah, I'm super chuffed for him, and I'm looking forward to watching him play in the next game.
How are we closing it off? You guys have booked it for the final. How's the preparations going to be for that now?
Yeah, I think more of the same. Make sure we keep our focus on ourselves and keep doing the things that we're doing well. I'm not too sure about schedules or anything like that, but yeah, like I say, we'll just make sure that we nail down our preparation and keep the focus within our camp and keeping our standards up to scratch, and that's how we'll be prepared for our next couple games.
We've seen the standards. Thank you very much, Mitch. Excellent cricket from you and the boys and the coaching. All the best for your last game. There's some great game of cricket here at Irene Country Club. Fantastic performances all round. We are going to be back here again on Friday for the game between Bangladesh Emerging and the USA team. We'll see you then on the Cricket South Africa YouTube channel.